Hello everyone, welcome to this Tableau full course by Intellipaat. Did you know that more than 90% of business professionals say that data and analytics are the key to their business's success? The reason behind this strong belief is very simple. Imagine this, Amazon taps into the user data such as what they are searching for, what products interest them, and based on this particular data they recommend the products to the user by applying certain discounts, highlighting the very same products over the app and sending emails regarding the same. This is called the recommendation engine, and this particular analytics-based solution drives 37% of overall Amazon sales. That's why data analytics is a must-have for all the verticals of businesses, starting from operations, product development, marketing, and even sales. At times, it can be difficult for people with no analytics background to tap into the power of data analytics, and that's where tools like Tableau comes into the picture. Tableau is an advanced analytics and data visualization software that lets you do a high-level analysis of a large dataset. Right now, more than 72,000 plus organizations are using this tool. If you have landed at this video, chances are you already know the importance of data analytics and you are trying to learn the tool Tableau to make that happen. And if that's the case, stick around till the end of this Tableau free course, where our top experts will take you through ins and outs of data analytics and visualization using Tableau. But before that, ensure subscribing to the Intellipaat YouTube channel to come across more such content. Here's an agenda for this extensive Tableau training. So we're going to starting with what is Tableau, introduction to data visualization, Tableau and its products data types. Then we will cover the types of files in Tableau, live and extract, connection, joins, relationships, and logical connections. And moving further, we'll also be discussing types of filters, data visualization, the formatting visuals, and moreover, we'll be covering table calculations and calculated fields, forecasting and clustering in Tableau, map visuals and formatting in Tableau. And moving further, we'll also cover dashboard and stories in Tableau. And to end this free course, we will cover Tableau interview questions as well.
Now let us start with what is Tableau. Tableau offers multiple products including Tableau Desktop, Tableau Server, Tableau Public, and Tableau Online. Tableau Desktop is the main development tool used to create visualizations, while Tableau Server and Tableau Online facilitate collaboration, sharing, and publishing of dashboards and reports. Tableau Public is a free version of the software that allows users to publish visualizations on the web. With its intuitive drag-and-drop interface, Tableau makes it easy to explore and analyze data. It supports various data sources and offers advanced analytics capabilities. Tableau helps organizations make data-driven decisions by providing clear insights and actionable visualizations. Now moving on to features. Tableau offers a wide range of features and functionalities that empower users to effectively visualize and analyze data. Here are some key features of Tableau. The first one is data connectivity. Tableau offers connectivity to various data sources, including spreadsheets, databases, cloud services, big data platforms, and more. It allows users to extract, transform, and load data from multiple sources for analysis. Moving on to its next feature, that is drag and drop interface. Tableau provides an intuitive drag and drop interface that enables users to create visualizations without the need for coding or scripting. Users can simply drag data elements onto a canvas to build charts, graphs, maps, and other visualizations. Moving on to the next feature, that is interactive visualizations. Tableau visualizations are interactive, allowing users to explore and analyze data dynamically. Users can filter data, sort, and drill down into details, enabling them to gain deeper insights and discover patterns or trends. The next feature is advanced analytics. Tableau offers advanced analytics capabilities, including statistical functions, calculations, forecasting, and predictive modeling. Users can perform complex calculations, apply statistical techniques, and generate forecasts directly within the software. The next feature is data blending and data preparation. Tableau allows users to blend and merge data from different sources, creating a unified view for analysis. It also provides tools for data preparation, such as cleaning, transforming, and shaping data, ensuring data quality and accuracy. The next feature is dashboards and storytelling. Tableau enables users to create interactive dashboards that bring multiple visualizations together in a single view. Users can design and customize dashboards, arrange visualizations, and add interactive elements like filters and parameters. Additionally, Tableau supports storytelling capabilities, allowing users to create narrative driven presentations to communicate insights effectively. Moving on to the next feature, that is collaboration and sharing. Tableau offers collaboration features and facilitates sharing and collaboration among users with Tableau Server or Tableau Online. Users can publish dashboards, reports, and visualizations and share them with others within the organization. Users can also collaborate by commenting, annotating, and discussing data directly within the Tableau platform. The next feature provided by Tableau is mobile accessibility. Tableau provides mobile applications that allow users to access and interact with visualizations on their mobile devices. This ensures that users can explore and analyze data on the go, making data-driven decisions anytime, anywhere. The next feature provided by Tableau is its scalability and performance. Tableau is designed to handle large data sets and provides high-performance analytics capabilities. It optimizes data queries and employs techniques like data caching and parallel processing to deliver fast and responsive visualizations even with complex and extensive data sets. The next feature provided by Tableau is its security and governance. Tableau offers robust security features to protect data and ensure compliance. It provides access controls, data level security, and integration with existing authentication systems to maintain data privacy and integrity. Additionally, Tableau provides governance features to monitor and manage data usage, ensuring compliance with data policies and regulations. Now let's move on to our next agenda, that is connectivity. The connectivity process in Tableau involves connecting to various data sources to import and analyze data. Here's a general overview of the connectivity process in Tableau. The first one is launching Tableau. Open Tableau Desktop, the main development tool for creating visualizations and analyzing data. The first one is Launch Tableau. By Tableau Desktop, one can access the main development tool for creating visualizations and analyzing data. The second one is Connect to a data source. Clicking on the Connect to Data button or navigating to the Connect menu to select the desired data source, we can access a wide range of data sources, including files such as Excel or CSV. Databases like SQL Server, MySQL, cloud services such as Salesforce, Google Analytics, and big data platforms like Hadoop. The next point related to connectivity is choose the data connection type. Selecting the appropriate data connection type based on the data source you want to connect to will provide you with specific connection options for different data sources, such as file connectors, database connectors, web connectors, and more. The next point regarding the connectivity is provide connection details. After entering the necessary connection details based on the selected data source, one can include server addresses, database names, user names, passwords, and other authentication credentials. The specific details required will vary depending on the data source. The next step to connectivity is connect and import data. After providing the required connection details, one has to click on the Connect or Connect Live button to establish a connection to the data source. Tableau will validate the connection and retrieve the available data. You may have options to customize the data import, such as selecting specific tables or defining custom SQL queries. The next step to connectivity is data preparation. That is optional. Once the data is connected, you can perform data preparation tasks within Tableau if needed. This may include data cleaning, transformation, filtering, or joining multiple data sources together to create a unified view of the data. The next point to connectivity is creating visualizations. With the data imported, you can start building visualizations. Use Tableau's drag and drop interface to choose the data fields you want to visualize. Select the appropriate visualization type, example, bar chart, line chart, or map, and customize the appearance, formatting, and interactivity of the visualizations. The next point to connectivity is analyze and explore data. Use Tableau's interactive features to explore and analyze the data further. Apply filters, sort data, drill down into details, and create calculated fields to derive insights and answer specific questions about the data. The next step to connectivity is publish and share. Once you have created the desired visualizations and analysis, you can publish and share them with others using Tableau Server or Tableau Online. These platforms allow you to publish dashboards and reports, set access permissions, and collaborate with others in your organization. Let's move on to our next agenda, that is Tableau products. Tableau offers a range of products to meet the diverse needs of users and organizations. Here are the key Tableau products. Tableau Desktop. Tableau Desktop is the primary development tool for creating data visualizations and performing data analysis. It provides a user-friendly interface where users can connect to various data sources, build interactive dashboards, create visualizations, and perform advanced analytics. Tableau Desktop comes in two versions, Tableau Desktop Personal and Tableau Desktop Professional, with varying capabilities and features. The next product provided by Tableau is Tableau Server. Tableau Server is a collaborative platform that allows users to publish, share, and manage Tableau dashboards and reports within an organization. It provides a centralized and secured environment where users can access and interact with visualizations, collaborate on projects, and schedule data refreshes. Tableau Server enables seamless sharing, collaboration, and governance of data and insights across the organization. Moving on to our next product, that is Tableau Online. Tableau Online is a cloud-based version of Tableau Server. It offers the same features and functionalities as Tableau Server, but eliminates the need for on-premises infrastructure. With Tableau Online, users can publish, share, and access dashboards and reports from anywhere via web browser or Tableau mobile apps. It provides the convenience of cloud deployment and scalability while maintaining the security and governance features of Tableau Server. Moving on to its next product, that is Tableau Public. Tableau Public is a free version of Tableau that allows users to create and publish visualizations to the web. Users can upload their data and build interactive dashboards and visualizations that can be shared with the public. Tableau Public visualizations are hosted on the Tableau Public website and can be embedded in websites or shared via social media. Moving on to its next product, that is Tableau Prep. Tableau Prep is a data preparation tool that enables users to clean, transform, and shape their data before analysis. It provides a visual and interactive interface for tasks like data cleaning, data blending, joining tables, splitting columns, and aggregating data. Tableau Prep allows users to prepare and shape their data in a repeatable and automated manner, saving time and improving data quality. Moving on to its next product, that is Tableau Mobile. Tableau Mobile is a companion application that allows users to access and interact with Tableau dashboards and reports on mobile devices, including smartphones and tablets. It provides a responsive and optimized experience for exploring visualizations, filtering data, and collaborating on the go. Tableau Mobile ensures that users can access their data and insights anytime, anywhere. Moving on to its next product, that is Embedded Analytics. Tableau also provides options for embedding Tableau visualizations and analytics capabilities into other applications. This allows organizations to integrate interactive data visualizations directly into their own products, portals, or websites, providing a seamless analytics experience for their users.
So what is data visualization? It's basically we are creating the visual representation of the data from your raw data. So raw data can be rows and columns. Sometimes it's a structured data, unstructured data, semi-structured data. We try to put it in the form of graphical representation so that we can interpret and can provide insights out of the data. And that too in the form of visuals. So visuals are nothing but either it's in the form of graphs, diagrams, pictures, and so on. So that is called your data visualization. Of course, we can even read on the left-hand side also the raw data. It's like, it takes time, right? So if I have to remember some number, it takes really a lot of time to count and remember and all. So that is the reason if we put it in the form of visual, I can easily see the trends. Suppose if there is a line graph is, built. If I see there are some increase and it's going down or increasing, so that clearly gives me some information, a visual information. Oh, yesterday there was a drop in the sales. Today it is increasing. So that kind of information I can easily interpret from the data. So these are the benefits of data visualization. It allows users to have different perspectives of the same data. Maybe some of them are really interested to understand what is the location all about. Or some for some customers, I want to know what products they're buying, what age group they are in. Like, you can get the different perspectives of the same data. It also makes it possible to interpret vast amounts of data because, today the data is, growing. You see like, billions, trillions of data is getting generated. So how do I interpret? Because every data is valuable, but how do I use that one? So how do I interpret the data? I need some powerful visualization tool to connect the data so that I can bring the insights. So the visualization will help you in interpreting vast amounts of data because you can connect in real time, you can connect in the extract options. It also offers the ability to note exceptions in the data. Am I seeing any exceptions? Am I seeing any outliers in the data? So those kind of things you can identify. We can also look for the patterns in the data. So any visual patterns, the behavioral patterns of the customers for the purchase behavior or spending, whatever it is. So those kind of things we can analyze. We can also explore the trends. Trends are something like, I want to compare it. Like, this year, like there is a season, like summer season. The summer season is the way the sales are going on. Is it similar to the last year or not? Or maybe comparison between current month versus last month. So those kind of things also you can explore the trends. So now to do all these things, we also need to do some of the analytics part, right? So basically today we call about big data analytics. So what is a big data analytics? So big data analytics covers from your descriptive to the prescriptive analytics, right? So descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, and prescriptive. So that is the data analytics, right? So what does the data analytics will focus? First of all, data analytics is something we try to examine the data, we identify the data. So this means we are doing the discovery. First of all, the descriptive portion is something which you are reporting the information what already happened. Like yesterday, you are giving a report, yesterday sales, so and so and so, so and so, there is a number you reported. And now the next level of discovery. What is the discovery I want to do? I want to understand why the number was high compared to the before day. So you're trying to get some information out of that data. So you're discovering something. And then you're interpreting. Okay, so this is the information identified, maybe because of the promotion ran or due to some other reasons, the sale was increased. So then you want to communicate. Okay. So when you're communicating, you will put in the form of a visual, you'll show the comparison. You'll say that this is what actually the sales is looking like yesterday compared to before. So you're showing there your analysis there, the insights due to some promotion ran. That was the reason the sale is in increase. See, one way of reporting is you're just giving the information and you're also now discovering some information and you're interpreting why it has happened and you're communicating it in the form of visual. After that, the next level of analytics will get into the picture. Then we want to predict now. So now I know what happened, how it happened, and now I want to predict it, what is going to happen. So that's the way the data science models will come into the picture. And once you complete the prediction, then if they want to run the promotion, they will go ahead, they will take care. Or you also want to add something to that is called prescription. You say that this is what I'm predicting it, but if you do some changes like this, it's going to be much better. So that is called prescriptive analytics. You are like a doctor. When you go to the doctor to avoid, upcoming whatever the, season diseases or something like, they will give you a prescription. They say that go and get a vaccination shot. So what does that mean? So this the doctor is prescribing something so that you will avoid that situation. So like that, the prescriptive analytics will provide you. You do some tweaking, you do some changes, it will be much better in terms of getting more revenues or sales. Okay, so that is all about the data analytics. Now to do the data analytics, right? You're ready, you want to represent it. That representation is what actually we look for a visual. So the visual application is what we need so that we can show that interpreted data or discovered data in a much easier way. So the visual analytics is a field of information that focuses on analytical reasoning. So whatever you have identified, and you're presenting it in the form of interactive visual interfaces. Now, what is an interactive visual interfaces? Anyone, any idea? Okay. For example, we go to the McD store, right? In some of the cities, you see there is a kiosk also. Instead of you stand in the line, you see a kiosk where you go and select your items, what you want. Okay. Without going to the counter, you pay that and you wait for the order. So what is it they have done? They have created an interactivity kiosk where I can go and choose myself instead of standing in the line and telling them, okay, I want this order and that order. So the same thing, the visual reporting also. Okay. So visual reporting also will help the end user. So you provide the filter option to them. So you prepared a report. There is a report which provides you like state-wise reporting. Okay. So you created an overall report. You will enable now a filter option for them. They can choose which state they want to see. The salesperson, every state, has a sales leader. The sales leader wants to see their particular state information. You don't need to prepare, if they have 25 states, all the 25 states, you don't need to prepare. You just enable a filter. They can choose whichever the state they want, and they can see their report. Or suppose if I'm seeing a sales report, I want to see a profit report, or I want to see a cost or a quantity, whatever it is. I can enable a parameter for them. So that parameter will allow them to choose whichever the measure they want to see or whichever the dimension they want to see. So those are called interactivity. So now, along with the visual representation, we also provide the interactive visual interfaces so that you don't need to repeat the same activity. Plus, this will give little freedom for the end user. They can choose what they want to see. Okay. So the visual analytics is, again, it's a field of information, focuses on analytical reasoning. That's what you're preparing with a data analytics support. And then you're putting it in the form of interactive visual interfaces. So all these things are possible. Even if you want to do some analytics and all, you need a specialized software which can help you in creating these visuals and doing this analysis. And why do we put in a visual? Visual is a picture is a worth 1,000 words. So why? Because it's easy to represent something when it is in the form of visual instead of getting some information about attributes and drawing yourself, thinking, how does it look like? So that's the reason visual is much, much more powerful in terms of recognizing it. Now, all these things, how does it will help the businesses? So first of all, the main criteria for the business to do all these things to understand is they need to improve their revenue, right? That is the basic thing, right? They want to increase the revenues and they want to give better service, better products, better satisfaction to the customers. Then only the customers will keep on buying from them, right? To do this, they want to understand. Okay, so what is happening right now in their company, like for their products, and what are those areas which they want to improve so that they can take the decisions accurately and quickly. And also nowadays, people are not actually, waiting to receive the reports. Like what is a traditional way? Like we sit in the office, the moment you go to office, for the functional teams, like, business teams, what they do, they wait for your reports. And once they see the reports and then they work on something and they go to the field and they try to improve their sales or whatever. So there is a time actually, it is getting wasted for them. Now, what they're looking for is they don't want to sit in the office till they get the report. Even they're in the field, they should be able to see the reports in the form of phone or in the mobiles or iPads or whatever the tabs they use it. That is one. And also they need more information than a table. Instead of sending one pivot table with, giving, okay, this is a number, today you got it. Instead of that, they want to see much more information, much more insights. So that is what the requirement as a developer, a visualization developer, we understand their needs. So what do? So we create a dynamic visuals which we can manipulate and interact data directly. We can also update automatically by creating a scheduled jobs, or you connect with the real time and all. Also, we can facilitate data analytics and data discovery. That's what we are thinking, right? What happened? Why is it happened? Those are the things which, we are adding to that visual. And also we are providing them the trends and patterns so that they'll be prepared. Okay, so what is going to happen tomorrow is what compared to the last month, the same thing happened. So expect the same. Or if you want to change the course of action, they can take the action. That's what they can take the decisions faster. So these are some of the business needs, but what we do has to culminate in the form of the helping the businesses to take the action. So that's the way they need it in the phones or, iPads or whatever the report, not in the form of, again, the table, the visuals. Okay, so some of the real-time scenarios, you can do this reporting or visualization for any industry or for any function, be it HR, finance, marketing, supply chain, any function you can work for any industry. It's not only for the retail, like, whenever we quote examples, we almost quote only the retail examples, but, you can use these things for healthcare. You can also use this one for oil and gas, power, any industry. Here we are showing one example for the real-time scenarios. Okay, I want all of you, before getting into that, details, I want all of you to see and just interpret what is that you're understanding by seeing this. Don't worry, nothing is wrong here. This we are interpreting what you understand by seeing a report. So this means you're giving to business user, you are now acting like a business user. You tell me what is that you're understanding here. Okay, seems others are not actually interested. Fine. Okay. So let's start with whoever actually answered. Thank you so much. Yes. First of all, this is called a dashboard. Okay. A dashboard is a combination of reports. A report is a single visual. Okay. A dashboard is a combination of reports which provides you the meaningful information which and related to each other. So this means I am bringing some 5 reports. All the 5 reports will not be different. Something or the other will be linked with each other. So this means if I'm giving a number, sales happened. From the sales to what products were sold. So that's the next level of information. From those products to, okay, which age group they are buying. That is the next level. So it means everything is connected. You're trying to give some information which is related to each other. So that's called a consolidation of reports, which provides you the meaningful information. Now, this is a healthcare dashboard. This is a hospital. So in the hospital, we see every day the patients are walking in. And now, with the help of visualization, what they're doing is they're capturing every hour. So that 0 to 23 hours is what every hour, how many patients are walking in is what the first graph is talking about. Now, in that, again, there is a next level of information. There is a blue color, there is a red color, there is a green color. So looks like after seeing this one, I'm trying to understand because I'm not from healthcare, but I'm just seeing that one. I'm trying to understand. Okay, so there is a compliance which they are tracking it. What is a compliance? Whenever a patient walks in, the patient has to be attended within 4 hours. That's a compliance. It shows less than 4 hours, they're giving blue. So this means they're within the compliance. Over 4 hours, they're giving in red. So this means the compliance was not met. And there is a green color which shows that unknown information. So this means data is not captured there. Now you can see very beautiful trends here. One, the walk-ins are more, means the patients are more from 9 o'clock onwards. And it is going up till 23 hours. In between, there is 1 hour, it is here and there, but it's going up. But the compliance was not able to met between the hours from 10 o'clock to 6 o'clock. So this is the where you will go into the next level of information, why there was a breach. If you see on the right hand side, there is a breach by reason is given there. So first of all, over 4 hours is a breach. That breach, why it was a reason they have given. From there, they have identified there are some specialty weight breaches are there. So the breach was happening due to specialty weight. And that specialty weight is what in the pie chart, it shows that different departments, that's a stroke related, heart related, general surgery, pediatrics or urology. There are 4 departments where the breach was high. And that too, in that majorly 50% of the time it was a stroke related, heart related. So this means the next level of information. If there was a breach, if they were not able to get the time within the compliance, what they have to do, they must be reason. One, you don't have much of doctors available or nurses who can help them. So they can get into the next level. As a business user, I will think through now, okay, is it because of that reason I'll try to bring in maybe that appoint one doctor who can take care of those things. So that's the next level of their action. Now, after that, breaches by LOS also. LOS is length of the stay in the hospital. So because the current stay, the current patient staying for long, I am not able to take new patient into the hospital because the beds are not available. So now what they have done is they are providing the information, current stay of the patient, the length of the stay in the hospital they have given. Currently, like how many patients are staying between 5 to 5.5 days, 5.5 to 6 days, 6+ days. Why do I need this one? Tomorrow, when there is a patient is walking into the hospital, if there is a need for the patient to be, okay, admitted, if there is no space, I can immediately tell them so that they can choose for the different hospital. So these are the things, the way actually the data will help them in understanding what needs to be done there. So those are the business actions, they will take care of it. The moment you provide this kind of dashboard, they can get much more insights so that they can make it correct and they can improve whether the patient experience or customer experience or whatever it is. So now let's go back to this one. So what does this say? The data visualization has replaced the manual reporting efforts. So this means the hospital was following a manual reporting system, now which is converted into the visual application. And they were able to see now the real-time insights. This is one beautiful report, right? I can see now every hour how many patients are walking in, whether the compliance is met or not, right? So you can get the real-time insights. Plus, they were able to uncover hospital patterns and trends. So what are those patterns and trends? So maybe this red color is some kind of thing which they're identifying. And green is also a pattern, right? From evening 7 o'clock onwards, your unknown information is accumulating. There could be many reasons. Maybe one, they are not trained, or the shift people who are there, they don't know how to update the information in the system. Or they, like, it can be any reasons. So these are the things like you can provide the patterns and trends. Now, how does this help the businesses? Businesses can reduce the cost, okay, by taking an action immediately. They can enhance the quality of the service, what they're providing right now, so that that will improve their patient experience. Now, to do all these things, what is a challenge for us? Majorly, data is everywhere, right? Data is everywhere, but how do I get the insights and actions from that information is what, as a developer, we try to provide the information. Okay. So that's about the introduction to the visualization. Before we move on to the Tableau, any questions from anyone? Tableau is an interactive business intelligence software used for the data visualization and the data analytics. This is an American computer software company and founded in January 2003 by Chris Stoll, and who developed this software. What does a Tableau can do? Tableau can analyze and transform data into interactive visuals in a few seconds or minutes. If you see on the right-hand side, that is the Tableau report. It looks like that in the Tableau. What is the power of Tableau? So first of all, please understand everyone, Tableau is a visualization tool. Okay. So whatever you're going to work is the moment you connect the data from there, the Tableau will start. What kind of data? How do you do the ETL analysis? That is not part of the Tableau in this course. Okay. The moment you connect the data from there, the work, whatever we are doing it, that's what the Tableau works. If at all you are interested, there are various products available. Like you have the ETL tools are there. If you want to learn ETL tools like Informatica, or even Tableau has an ETL tool. So those things that you can learn it separately, where you can do the extract, transformation, and load, those kind of things. Now, what happens is Tableau stores data in memory. Therefore, the processing speed is much faster than those that store data in disk. So Tableau has a extract option available. You can create a copy of your data in your local system. Why do we need that? Because see, whenever you create the reports, like I said, in Tableau, when you're working, you have a live connection where it connects directly live to your databases. Every time live will become a problem, right? The speed will be as speed as your databases. So that is the reason you can create a extracted copy in your local system, so that while you are recalling the data, it is much faster in the extract option. Today, we have more than 10,000 organizations are getting rapid results with the Tableau on the Office and the Go. So many organizations are implementing the Tableau visual application. So they can get reports. Office and on the Go is like, people who are on the field, they can see all the reports and all. Now, tens of thousands of people use Tableau Public to share data in their blogs and websites. I'll explain what are the products. There are various products in Tableau. Let's understand that. Why this point will come, And Tableau visualizations are automatically streamlined for mobile devices, iPad, Android tablets, etc., thus enabling mobility so that the data and reports can be accessed from anywhere, anytime. So what are the things you can do? You can do analysis, you can connect to any data sources, you can integrate, you can learn, you can, it's a performance is faster, and you can integrate with even analytic tools like R and Python. Yeah, and you can see the reports in the mobile and, tablets. Now let's understand what are the other visualization tools, applications available. To your question, what is the difference between a Power BI and Tableau? They're all visualization applications. Tableau, Power BI, Click, SAP, SAS, IBM, MicroStrategy, Salesforce. They also have the visual applications here. Why Tableau and Power BI are leaders? Because it's much more easier when you work with these tools. Compared to any, Tableau is the easiest one to learn and use it. Click is also better. Click in the data management, Click is the awesome one. But again, there is some coding there where, even to write some of the visuals, you need to get into the coding. So yeah. So these three are the leaders in the visualization applications. Followed by you have some visionaries and niche players. Of course, many companies implement even these things also, but clearly they are the leaders. And this is called a Gartner Magic Quadrant. Gartner is a company, what they do is they analyze the tools and applications in whatever available in the market, and they take the feedbacks from the clients, the users and all, and they give the rating at what stages they are in. So this keeps on changing every quarter, but consecutively every quarter Tableau and Power BI are the leaders in this section. Okay, moving on to the next. So how do we install the Tableau? We will see that one later. Anyways, already installed. Now let's talk about the products. This is where it is interesting. There are various products available in the market. So one is a developer product. Okay, so next one is the server. Another one is only a reader product. And we also have a ETL product, Tableau Prep. Let's go one by one. So Tableau Desktop, you all would have downloaded the Tableau Desktop and the Tableau Public. Both are same. Only a few differences. So what are those differences? Tableau Desktop is for the organizations. Why? Because there is a licensed versions. Those are all licensed. And why do the organizations need the license? Because they need to connect to their servers, their data servers, to bring the data. And organization data is confidential. Nobody, people cannot use it just like that, right? So it has to have a secure connection and safe connection. And the data should not go out of the company. It should be only within the employees so that they can develop reports or they can present it what it is. So that is why every organization need a licensed based version of Tableau. That's what the Tableau Desktop gives. So whereas a Tableau Public, it is a free for everyone. But the catch is here, you cannot connect to any of the databases using the Tableau Public application. You can connect to the file types. Suppose I have Excel file, I have a PDF file, I have a statistical file, I have a spatial file. I can connect to any of the file type, but it cannot be connected to the server. You will not even get the option to connect to the server, except to the Google data that is openly available, right? So that you can connect it. So that is the first difference between the Tableau Desktop and the Tableau Public. The second difference, like we know that this is a licensed, this is a free. The third one is when you connect to the Tableau Public and you created a workbook, Tableau workbook. Now it's time to save the file. If your product is a Tableau Public, you cannot save it in your local system. So this means I'm working on this laptop. Now I created a workbook. After the development, I want to save it in my local system. No, it is not possible. Tableau has given for every user, there is a 10 GB workspace in the cloud. What you have to do is you need to create your accounts there. Once you complete your Tableau public development, whatever the workbook you completed, you just need to go and publish it in your account in the cloud. So there, when you're publishing it, that particular workbook is visible to everyone in the world if they want to see. Your account is secured account. In the cloud account, your account is secured. But whatever you publish there, anybody can see. Whereas the Tableau desktop, I completed my development. I can save it in my local system because it's an organizational data. Either you can save it in your local system or you can publish it in your company server. So that is the third difference between Tableau desktop and public. Very clearly, Tableau desktop, you can save it in your local system because it's a license based. Public, you have to publish it in your accounts where anybody can see your reports. And the last one, Tableau public, whenever you connect your file types, it's always a live connection. Okay. Whereas in the desktop, you can use a live and extract connections. Live means I can connect to live to any of the systems in real time. Plus, I can also use an extract connection so that I don't need to work all the time with the live. So there is a live and extract option available in the Tableau desktop that is not available in the public. So that's all. These are the differences. Rest all are like functionality, features, calculations, anything you name it. Everything is same between the Tableau desktop and the Tableau public. Now this is my account. If someone gives go and search here. For example, here you can give author. My name, if you give, automatically you can see whatever I published here in my profile. Whatever I have published here, you all can see with the name of Leela Pravina. You can see all these things. So like that, now somebody else. So I opened the Tableau public, whether I log in into that or not, different story. I can see people who are actually publishing the dashboards, all I can see here. And this is one beautiful website where you can see the creativity of hundreds and thousands and people who actually creating the visualizations. And they keep on posting the visualization of the day. If somebody has actually created a very, very creative one, like see, this is a visualization of the day. If you want to see this report, you click on that. His name is David, right? So he created this visualization. And it will be an interactive visualization if the interactivity is provided. And if I want to download this one, for example, see, click close to overlay, click to close overlay. See, this is an interactive report. I can interact with this. I want to see this particular year. When I click that year, that information is showing. Now I want to download this one. Yeah, you can download it if they provide you the access. Because it's a public, right? Public, anybody can download. One moment. Yeah. This is a download option. You can go and download this dashboard. If the person has given you the access, there are various ways you can do the download. You can download like an image. If they provide you access for the data also you can download. Cross tab, whatever the visual is there, you can put it in the pivot table, and cross tab you can download. PDF you can convert, you can download. PowerPoint. This person has not given you access to download as a workbook. So that is the reason you cannot download it. But somebody else, like, if you go to my account, if you want to download something, I have given the access to download. So you can download it. So it depends on how you are publishing it. In this, I mean, this person has the Tableau desktop. Through the desktop, he published it here. So that is the reason he was able to control the download options. But if you are using a public account, and when you publish it, automatically the Tableau download option will be there. Like there is one 7 years of Spotify, right? So this dashboard is created by someone. Okay, so she has given the option to download. You can just simply download this workbook and you can see this dashboard in the Tableau directly. Or you can here also, you can interact it. Like see, if you hover around, you can see what is the song name and which year, what is that song name and all those details. Once you are, you practice well and you can start actually creating your own dashboards, you can with the creativity. But again, here you cannot bring your organization data and publish it, right? So it's a confidential data. So whoever worked on all these things, this data is openly available, either through the government websites or through, Kaggle, GitHub, like wherever the data sets are there, people are taking the data sets and working on that so that they can actually build meaningful dashboards and all. So this must be available, this Spotify data somewhere. So this person actually is worked on that. She worked on that and she created a report from 2017 to 2023 analysis. So like that, you can start working on it if you want to practice more. Of course, if you're working in an organization, nothing like that, you have your own data to work there. But this, why I'm saying this public account is basically if you want any ideas, tomorrow I actually have to prepare some dashboards. One, if it is a proper project, what happens? The client will tell you what reports they want, what visuals they want to see. That's a requirement gathering analysis you do and you prepare it accordingly. But something, if you want to bring your creative side, if you want to learn, if you want to see how well you can actually build this visualization, you can always get the ideas from this Tableau public account. I like this one, the way actually the picture they brought in and from there how the data analysis is done on the historical timing of full flowering of the East Asian cherry in Japan. See, the data is plotted in such a way where you can see this is every year data. Yeah, so that's what, so like whenever you have time, start actually, seeing this ones and, get some ideas once you learn, once you get into more, practicing. Okay, now let's go back to our, so that's about the desktop and the public. Now you can, what all the things you can do as a developer, you can do the ad hoc analytics, you can create dashboards, reports, graphs, you can explore, visualize and analyze data. And we can create dashboards, stories, and also we can provide the interactivity for the end user. Now, we understand the public, how does it work? Now, once you have a desktop license in an organization, you are ready as a developer, you completed your development. Now it's time to give it to the business user. So what are the ways in providing that information to them? There are two ways of doing it. One, 99.9% you will be publishing it in the servers. Server means every organization will have either a physical server or a cloud server. Nowadays, most of the time, the cloud servers are actually, people are using it. The Tableau server is of two types. One is the on-premise server and one is the cloud server. On-premise server is totally managed by your own company, either a client or whoever is actually buying the licenses. They will manage it. You just need to publish it there. Whatever the development you completed, those workbooks you'll publish it for the end user to see. And these are secured information and manage. You can manage the metadata. And you can also collaborate with other developers or business users. You can interact with them. The same thing, even cloud also, but only thing is here, the space is managed by the company, Tableau. Tableau will manage it because you're buying the space from them. The rest all are same, like your data is secured. Whatever you have the features in the physical server, the same thing will be available in the online server. It's just that it's managed by Tableau where you pay for the space and all. Now, you can also send it to the end user in the form of Tableau workbook. Suppose, yes, okay, you are actually publishing it in the server, that is fine. Someone from the business team or somebody asks you, can you send me the workbook through mail or can you place it in a folder? I want the Tableau workbook. Instead of seeing in the web-based application, I want to see it in the Tableau mode. So for them, what is required is they should also have the visual Tableau application in their system. Developer license is a cost. Okay. Developer Tableau application is a cost, but there is a reader application is there. where they can download for free. What does a Tableau reader will do? Tableau reader will allow you to read the workbook. So when someone sends you the Tableau workbook, you can just open it in the Tableau reader and you can view that report. You cannot develop any there. Desktop is for development. Reader is only to read the workbook. Maybe some of the interactivity they can play around, like they can see the filters, they can play with the parameters and all. That's it. So these are the Tableau products. So most of the time we will be using the Tableau public. Some of you would have downloaded the desktop for a 14 days trial version. You can check that out. How does the Tableau desktop looks like in terms of live and extract and saving the file in the local system and the server option. Those things you can see. But rest all are same. So you don't need to worry even if you have the Tableau public. I use a Tableau public only. I don't use a Tableau desktop. Okay, so now the last one is called Tableau Prep. Tableau Prep is an ETL tool. So this is used to do the extract transformations and load activities. But again, this is not a compulsory for, if suppose a company is buying the Tableau desktop licenses, they don't need to buy the ETL tool. It's a ETL tool available. They can use even Informatica. They can use whichever other tool they want. It's just that nowadays Tableau also launched the prep tool. They can use it. But this is again license based. So they have to buy the license for this. For our course, what we are going to do is we are going to learn only this portion, desktop and the public. If anybody is interested, server or ETL, then you can join this course separately and you can learn the server admin course or the ETL tool. That's a different courses. See, today maybe it looks cool for us to show that, okay, I've done some analysis. Look at this. This is a Tableau. You can buy the licenses so that we can work. Your suggestion, maybe your intention is good. But the moment you use the organizational data, correct? So it will become a bigger problem for you. Instead of that, do one different way. Don't use your organization data. Hook up some data. We are all masters in that, right? IT is basically what we do. We mask the data. We do our own data. We do our own data creation. Do that, create some reports and present it to them. How does the Tableau work internally? Like I said, you can connect to any type of data sources in Tableau. It can be a file type. It can be a server type. Again, I'm talking about the desktop version. So you can connect to any type of data sources you want to analyze. Next step is analysis. So what all the analysis you can do? You can do filters, you can do sorting, aggregations. You can write the functions, aggregations you can write. You can visualize it. And then you can create the dashboard, stories, and then you can conclude. So that's what the analysis is all about. After that, we connected the data source. We have done the analysis. Now it's time to share with the end user. End user is nothing but your business user. How do you share it? There are 4 ways of doing it. We already discussed the first one, 99.99%. We will be doing the Tableau server to publish. So you have a server, you will publish a workbook there. The Tableau admin will create the logins for the end user. Like, every user will get a login. So using their logins, they will log in into their accounts and they can see the report. So that is what we do here. Now, apart from that, you can also send a report through the PDF. You can convert into the PDF and send it to them. So it's like it's a static report, right? Whereas in the server, people can interact here. But the moment you convert into the PDF, they can just only view the report. They cannot do any interactivity. Or you can also copy paste in the Word or Excel or in the PowerPoint. You can send it to them. Again, this is also a static only. We're just doing an image copy paste. So these 2 and 3rd options are basically it's like a static report they can see. Even in the mail also you can send it. Every day morning you can schedule a mail. Once the report is ready, the mail will be sent through your email to all the end users. But it is majorly like a static report. The first option is one which I talked about. You can send it to the other users. That is, if they have the reader application, they can see the report. Or if they have the desktop, they can see the report. But for this one, they need the Tableau application in their system. Sharing workbook with other users, they need the Tableau application, either in the form of desktop application or a reader application. So now mostly 99.9% people will use this option only, organizations. Now, how do we connect the data? Okay, so there are this if you see on the right hand side, this is the Tableau application looks like. So I'm opening that. When you double click on the Tableau, this is the page everybody will see. So this is called your data source page, where you connect your data sources. Here you're all seeing, right? If there is an Excel file, you can connect Excel. Is a text file, you can connect JSON file, PDF, spatial, statistical files. And if you are using a server, you'll get other file types also you can connect. Now for the servers, because this is a public account, I cannot connect to other servers except a Google connector or the OData. See, Google Drive or OData or Web Data connector only. But if you are using a Tableau desktop, how does it look like? See, these are the servers. Your server option will have almost 77 connectors are available. Using those connectors, any type of databases you can connect. And those connectors are also, you don't need to worry. When, for example, if I want to connect to any of this connector, when you click on, it will prompt you to download the connector. You take your IT help and you can download the connector and automatically you can connect whether it is a SQL server or an Oracle server or it is a Hadoop, whatever it is, you name it, anything you can connect it. Okay, so now in the middle portion, this is called your open. So previously I worked on some of the workbooks. So those things will show the shortcuts. So these are the ones which I opened it or, which I worked on it. It will show the shortcuts. And on the right hand side, you have an option called Discover. So this space is directly linked to the Tableau website, Tableau public website, which I was showing, right? This one is the visualization of the day. You can see the visualization of the day. There are also videos available. See, once your training is over, so when you start really working on your, Tableau, sometimes you want to get some clarity or some information you want or any new features are there. Always there will be links here. Explore how to. Videos are there. It's small snippets like 1 minute video, 2 minute videos will be there directly from the Tableau. You can click here and you can see those videos. Like if I click on this one, I'll go to these videos to get ideas. And any versions, latest versions are there. You can always get the option, upgrade to the latest versions. So you can click on that links and you can update it. And these are all some of the blogs. Any sample data sets you want, there are some sample data sets available here. If you click on this one, you can see the sample data sets like Superstore, entertainment, sports data, education. This is itself is enough for you all to practice it. There are a lot many data sets available here. You can practice it. Okay, so when we load the data, I mean when we bring the data into the data source page, what happens is every field will be defined with a data type. So there are 6 data types available in Tableau. Each field will be assigned as per the data type properties. Suppose if your field has a string values, it will go as a text data type and each data type will have an icon. For example, if it is a string, then you see the ABC icon in your data. If it is a date, you'll see a calendar, date and time. Along with the calendar, you'll also see a timer also. So when you see this one, this particular field has both date and time. Numerical values are represented with the hash and Boolean values are with the true and false. And then we also have the last one, that's the geographical values. That will be represented with the globe symbol. So this, whenever you see this one, this means you can use it on the maps. In Tableau, we have the, maps are there where you can plot the data on the maps. So if you see this one, so this means you can use it on the maps. So this will be also, the question sometimes like, a certification question or interview question. So total, how many data types are there? So 6 data types. So where do we see these things? When you load the data, here is the place we see this is the metadata, and this is the sample rows you will see. So these are the icons. Like if you see, this is a pound or hash. So this means it is a numerical value. ABC. So order ID is a string value. Order date. It's a date. That is why you're seeing a calendar. There is no time in this one. That is why you're not seeing a timer. It's a only date. The geographical values are you're seeing the globe symbols. So like that, you can identify your fields, what data type those fields are. We'll come back to the data interpreter later. Now there are various field types are there in Tableau. That is two field types. One we call it as a dimension, another one we call it as a measure. First of all, what is a dimension? A dimension is something where you have a categorical data. So the categorical data is nothing but your names, dates, or geographical values. So basically, other than the numerical values, those are all called categorical variables. So those will be assigned in the dimension area. Whereas the measures, the numerical values will be assigned to the measures area. So measure means something where you can do the further calculations. So this means I can perform functions. I can also perform some aggregations, which has a continuous value. So that is called your numerical values, which will be part of measures. So this means in Tableau, when you connect to the data source, the Tableau assigns each field in the data source to either to the dimensions or measures area. So we don't need to worry. It will identify which is a data type first. So this is identifying the data types. Once the data type is identified, it will assign to the field. Now, there are 6 data types are there, right? Can anyone tell me which are dimensions in this, which are measures? Is a text value is a dimension or a measure?
Yes.
Okay. So in Tableau, what happens is, of course, now we understood how to see a dimension or a measure in Tableau. Suppose if I'm a layman, I don't understand anything. When you loaded the data, how do I identify these ones? Tableau has a code. Whenever you see the fields in the blue color, it's a dimension. If the field is coming with the green color, then it is a measure. That's a first check. When we are novice, we don't know how to see all these things. Just simply go with the color coding. Dimensions are always represented with the blue color. Measures are represented with the green color. And where do we see that? If you go to that worksheet, after you load the data, when you go to the worksheet here, any sheet 1 or something, when you hover around on the data pane, this is called data pane. Here you have all the fields. So when I'm hovering around, these are all dimensions. It's showing in the blue color. When I'm hovering around here, this is called green color. Now to your question, geographical values are dimensions. But yes, when I have to calculate the distance of the latitude and longitude, then I can use it like a measure. See, this is a green color. So simply go with the color when you don't have idea whether it's a dimension or measure. The next point. But in this diagram, we are seeing there is a dimension. It shows a continuous value and also discrete value. So by default, dimensions are discrete, which are represented in the blue color. Measures are continuous values, which are represented in the green color in Tableau. But in the diagram, it shows even the dimension can be a continuous, measure can be a discrete. Can anyone tell me in what scenarios we have to use a dimension into a continuous value, a measure into a discrete value? Not with those examples what we are seeing here. With your own experience, tell me. When is that we had to change a dimension into a measure and measure into a dimension? Nope, no answers. Okay. Then I'll ask one question. Tell me, age is what? Age is a number or a?
Age is a number and it should be a measure.
Correct? So age is a number and it is a measure. What if someone asks you between 1 to 10 years, how many customers are there or how much population is there? No, it's not a dimension, it's a number. Age is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's a number.
Correct.
Okay. If someone asks you to give the information between 1 to 10 years, how much population is? It's a population, right? Your customers. Your customers' data has a names. But if I want to know the count of customers, what happens? You're converting that into the numerical value. Yes, that's the estimation population when you're trying to count as a customer or as a citizen, it is a dimension. There is a name, Leela, there is a name like that. Name, place, and all those things are dimensions. But the moment I make that into a count as a continuous value by taking the count of customers, count distinct, that will become your measure. So these are the scenarios where you can use it, but as a correct dimension into the measure, that's a date dimension. Now, how does the date works in Tableau? It shows the date parts like this. Year, if I start expanding it, you can see the quarterly. Next is the monthly. Next is the day. Up to what level you have even if you have time, you can see hours, minutes, and the seconds. If you don't want, you can always collapse it, expand or whatever, you can do. Now, the same thing, if I'm representing in this way, what happens is my report will look like this one. There is a break for every year now. Again, quarterly breakup. If I go to the next level, so this means these are all discrete values. Discrete values are not continuous. So there is a break you're seeing between 2012 to 13, 14, and 15. It's not continuous. Whereas the moment I use this one as my continuous value, continuous from the start date, it can be 10 years, 20 years, whatever it is. It will be a continuous value from the start date to the end date. So this is the date is the one, either you can use it as a dimension or you can use it as a measure. So you can interchange it depending on what kind of report you are preparing. So we'll come back to this later, but I'm just giving an example how a dimension can be a continuous value by changing the data type. Okay, let's go back to this one. Now, by default, dimensions are discrete and measures are continuous. However, all four combinations are possible. If you are dragging a field from the dimensions area, so that is, if I go here, if I want to prepare a report, if I drag the dimension field, it's a blue color. If I drag a measure field, so the resulting field in the view will be discrete with a blue background. If you're dragging a field from the measures area, the resulting field will be continuous with a green background. So now you see the date. Date by default, it was a dimension, but you're using like a continuous dimension, that is with the dates. And discrete measures. You have a continuous measure, that is a profit if you're summing it up, that you can use it as a discrete by creating a slabs of your profitable profit. So like that, these are some of the scenarios which will appear when we are working on the calculations. At that time, we can use it. Now we learned the data types. We learned the field types. Now the next one is called file types. In Tableau, there are 6 types of file types available. And this is applicable only for the Tableau licensed version, that is called organizations who buy the Tableau desktop license. This is applicable.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Tableau Course. This course is specially designed to make you certified Tableau developer in just 1.5 months. Through this course, you will learn how to create interactive dashboard and perform data visualization with R and big data from the top industry experts. Not only that, this program helps you clear the Tableau Desktop Qualified Associate exam as well. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the growth in the field of data visualization with Tableau.
For that. Now, what are the 6 file types? First one is called Tableau Workbook. Second is Tableau Packaged Workbook. We call it as a TWB, TWBX. When you save the file with the extension of .twb, it will save the worksheets, dashboards, and the stories. So that is, when I complete my work, if I go and click on the file, I'm not seeing here, but it will show as a file save as. When you're saving it as a TWB file, it will save whatever the worksheets, the visuals you developed, all the worksheets, plus any dashboards you have and any stories. But underlying data will not get saved. This data page, you will not get a copy in the TWB option. Whereas a TWBX, along with what you're saving here, that's worksheets, dashboard, and story, you will also get an extracted copy of your data. This one also. And this one will save like a zip file. Packaged workbook. So this packaged workbook, it is an archive containing a workbook along with all data sources and files, whatever you're connecting. It will create a copy of that. And why do we need this one sometimes? When you're out of network and you're away from office location, you're in a remote location, you want to still work on your dashboards and all, you can simply open this package workbook and you can start working on your development. You don't need the internet connection to connect to your data sources and all because there is a data source extracted copy available. So that's the difference between TWB and TWBX. Now the third one is called Tableau Bookmark. This is the one. Tableau Bookmark is something I have created this particular chart, a visual, and there is a requirement. They want only this one, though this workbook has multiple charts, but the requirement is only this one they want. One single line graph they want to see. What you can do, you can go to the window. There is an option called bookmark is there. You click on the bookmark, it will save only the single worksheet of this one. It will not save the underlying data. It will not save other sheets, nothing. Only just a single view of this particular visual, it will save. So that is called Tableau Bookmark. The next one, Tableau Data Extract or Hyper. The fourth one, this is only the data. It's a local copy of a subset or the entire data source to share and improve the performance. So when you connect your data, this is a data source page. If you are using a Tableau desktop edition, you will see there is a live and extract options available. There are two connection types, live connection, extract connection. By default, when you bring the data into your Tableau, it's a live connection. So switch to the extract and then you click on the sheet one or something, it will prompt you to save. While you're saving it, it will save in the local system a copy of your data source. That is called Tableau Data Extract. Either it will save like a hyper file or TDE file, Tableau Data Extract file. That's the fourth one. It will not contain any of the dashboards, reports, or whatever you prepare. No, only the data will be available. And that too in your local system. The next is called TDS and the TDSX. It's called Tableau Data Source and Packaged Data Source. What does a Tableau Data Source will do? It will create a shortcut about the information, which data sources you have used, when did you do the modifications, that information will be available as a TDS file. Whereas a TDSX, along with this information, you will also get a copy of your data source. The same way, the TDE file is there, right? The copy of your data source and files also, it will save in the TDSX option. Now, when do we use all these things? To whom we have to give it? Okay. TWB and TWBX is for the business user. and TBM. First three are for the business user. Like, a salesperson or whoever it is, if they want to see their reports, they can see in either of these forms. But again, you're publishing it in the website. They don't need the workbooks. You just need to go and publish it in the servers. Whereas the hyperfile TDS and TDSX, there will be fellow developers like you. They want to understand, today you have completed it, you're handovering this project to the client. Okay. They will have their own developers. If they want to understand what you have done and all, that information will be available in this. You can publish it in the servers. They can, any point of the time, if they want to refer it back, they can see all this. So that's the difference between the file types, and all the 6 file types you will see only if you have a Tableau desktop licensed version. If you are using a public is simple. First, you go to the Tableau public website, log in there, and then go to your Tableau public application. Once you are ready with your development and everything, just go and click on the file, save to Tableau public. It will prompt you to log in. I'm already logged in, so you can give the name. For example, if this file is today's file, if I'm keeping it, I'm just giving the workbook name as this one, and I'll save. So it will publish in my account and everybody can see this workbook now. So this is my public account. And tomorrow, once, you closed it for today, tomorrow if you want to open it again, you just need to go to the, here, you just published it, right? You can see the published book. You can just click directly here, click on it and open it. Why? Region can be defined at a world level, at a country level, at a state level, at a city level also. So now in these scenarios, you need to define the geographical values. Whereas a country and state, it's all unique. So in the maps already it is defined, a country, US is US, India is India, whatever it is. But whereas a north can be in the world. I can keep the north location in the world map. I can also keep the north location in India map. I can also keep the north in one particular state also. So it will not understand region where to define that as a geographical value. So that is the reason when you bring the data, it is still a string. Now, how do I define this data type into the geographical value, the region? It is up to me if I'm using the data world data. If I'm using, if I'm working on a country level data, then my region should be defined at the country level. But if I'm working for one single country, I want the region should be at the state level. So that's the where, if I go, the fields, here I'll go now, I'll go and define now region, I'll click on this one. There is a geographical role, I can assign it. I will go and assign the geographical value. Create from where? You want to create from country, then it will become old. For the world map, it will become north, east, west, south. If I'm creating from the state, this will be specific to that country. It will define to the state. So this is the way you need to decide. When there is a geographical map is not defined, you can go ahead and decide it. Yeah. Okay, so now we'll go to the live and extract option. Though it is a very little far away slide, but you guys are interested. Let me quickly bring that. Okay. So what is a live and extract connection? Live connection means it connects to your data live. Live is nothing but real-time extract. What it does, it offers the convenience of real-time updates. With any changes in the data source, automatically gets reflected in the Tableau. However, live connections also rely on the database for all queries. So, unlike extracts, databases are not always optimized for the fast performance. So, best examples are when there is no need for the live connection, do not go for the option as a live. Like for example, stock market, it has to be a live connection. There is no other go. Right? If any financial related things like a credit card, transactions, those things, if you have to monitor, it has to be a live connection. At that time, yes. Rest all, like, suppose if I'm reporting a sales report, a revenue report, a HR report, or where there is no sensor data which I need to show live, you can always go with the extract option. What does extract will do? You can work on the extract mode. You can schedule the jobs. Every 1 hour, the data has to be updated. So those jobs, you can schedule it in the server. So what does the extract will do? Extract is an in-memory in your system. It presents a fast in-memory data engine to optimize for analytics. You can connect to your data and after that with one click, extract your data to get in-memory in Tableau. Because these snapshots of data optimized for aggregations and it will be quickly recalled for your visualization so that your system memory will not be overloaded. These extracts are much faster than the live connection. So especially in more complex visualization, which large data fields, filters, calculations. So when there is no need for the live data, always go with the extract mode. You can create the schedules. For the refresh schedules, batch schedules, you can create it. This is the way, like I mentioned, right? Click is one very good option in terms of performance wise. Click is good in this kind of live connections, real data, compared to any of the visualization tools. But again, architecture, this is an admin course separately. You guys can, after the developer course, if anybody wants to become like a Tableau consultant, you can learn the architecture also. Okay, so architecture, basically your Tableau desktop is the authoring and publishing tool. Here the Tableau desktop means your Tableau desktop license, which will be enabled for each user. You will be using it either in the laptop or desktop, whatever. This is the place where you develop. You have a license here, you will develop, and then you'll publish it in the server. This is called authoring and publishing tool, your desktop. Once it is published in the server, then you will enable logins for the end users. The end users can see their reports in iPads or mobiles or Safaris or Androids or PC browsers. They can access in any of these modes from the server. Tableau has a high scalable entire client server architecture that serves mobile clients, web clients, and the desktop installed software. Now, what are the components available in Tableau? Plus, how does the data gets connected? What servers you can connect? Yesterday, someone was asking me, right? Cubes data, or a file data, or a data marts, or data warehouses. If you connect to your data warehouses, there is a data connector inbuilt in Tableau that's called Tableau Data Engine. Using the Tableau Data Engine, the data warehouse data will be connected to the Tableau. For the data marts and files, there is a SQL connector, it is connected. Using the SQL connector, the data will be brought into the Tableau. For the cubes, it's called MDX connector. Using the MDX connector, your data will be brought into the Tableau. But are these things I can see? No, it's underlying components, connectors. So when you are actually bringing any Tableau data, I mean like your relational databases or from Hadoop or whatever it is, you will download the drivers. Those drivers, using those drivers, the data will be connected. Now, what components are there within the Tableau? There is a data server component, there is a SQL server component, application server. So the data server will manage the data, and your Visual SQL server is the where you will develop all your visuals and all. And the application server will connect to your gateway. Your gateway is the Tableau server. From there, the client can see the reports in the desktop or mobile or the web mode, any of these things. And this is the same diagram. It's in a different way. What is the benefits? It scales up multi-threaded, multi-process enabled, integrated clustering. It's highly available, always secure. It runs on both physical and virtual machines. And what happens is when you're defining it here, the views which you are creating it, there will be a row level access. What kind of access to be provided for the end user? Those things you can define it in the Tableau server. Like for example, there is a project where it is related to only the sales. You're preparing a dashboard. the sales from the client side that there are some 50 sales members are there, but not all the sales members require all the data or all the report views. Every state has one sales leader, so they don't need to see the other state's data. So that's the way you can create the row level restrictions. Depending on their access, they can see their data. As a sales head, I need to see the entire all the states data, but for a specific region, I don't need to, for the other person don't need to see. So that's the way you can create those access. Okay, so those are all again Tableau admin activities. You can take the support of Tableau admin and you can do. Okay, so with that we completed now a basic information about what is Tableau and what does it do and all. Now we have half an hour. What we're going to do is we will be working on the Tableau first, how to connect the data sources. I mean, like, how to bring the data. See, I had to rename it as ID. Tomorrow, if I want to understand, this ID is coming from where? It is from the orders table. It is the orders ID field. So that is the reason you will see a remote field name also. Remote field name is nothing but your database field name. Now, there are some changes, metadata we can do here. Not a real kind of like, too many things which we do it in the ETL activities. But there are certain things which we can do, changes. One, a rename. You can rename the fields. So that's what I've shown here, right? I can rename it. Also, if I don't want, I can reset back. It will go to the original database field name. You can do it here or you can do it here also, wherever you want to do. So our order ID, I have renamed it. You click on the rename. You can give it as ID. Now I don't want this one. I want to take it back. I'll go and click on the reset name. Now it is order ID. The next feature, what I can do with the metadata, copy values. I want to copy the values. Why do I need to copy the values? Because project is not about development. You need to do the documentation also. You need to create sometimes meta sheets all. So at that time, I don't need to type it. I can just simply copy values. You can copy paste anywhere, whether it is a Word document, PPT or Word, Excel, anywhere. If you want to keep it, you can keep it. So that is the copy values. Now the next one is called, okay. So whenever I want to know as a consumer has a alias name now, it will be CONS. Rename is something, the field identity of that particular field, I'm changing it to a different name. But in that field, if I want to change the data items information, then I will use the alias name. This is how I want to see the data. This is not a name change. This is just, I want to see how does the display should be there. But there, you're totally changing the name itself. Here, I'm not doing it. I'm just creating another view of my data items with a different name to show. That's all. I can associate back with this. Whereas there, I cannot associate. The moment I do the rename, I cannot associate back. Here, I can associate back with the actual name there. So now aliases are further. Now we understand a particular field. If I want to change the data items, you can change using the aliases. The moment you change the aliases, it will show the star and it says that there is an alias for this particular member. Like you all said, correct. It's a nickname or whatever it is. Instead of, calling your name, they will call you with your nickname. So that will remain, but your original name will never get changed. Okay. If you want to rename it, you can go and have to change the member itself here. My alias will remain same. From the consumer, if I'm changing that into the consumer 1, that's called you're renaming it totally. So this means you are no more identified as a consumer. You will be identified as a consumer 1. But whereas in this case, I am identified as a consumer only, but I am called as cons. A measure names. So what is this? Count of orders, discount, profit, quantity. Even if I want to, here because you are representing as a visual, here I want to change. Sales should be called as, I can create edit alias here. Sales value USD. But my original sales will never change. It just only for the visual, I'm calling out this name as a sales value USD. Okay, but if I go here, my sales is remaining same.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So Yuvraj, is this your question is clear or you still have doubts? So tomorrow you're not called as with your name anymore. So for example, my name is Leela. So tomorrow I've changed my name. Like, Anand, I think Anand said, right? That's the correct way. When I'm now called as Praveena only. So tomorrow if someone calls me Leela, there is no more Leela name is there. It's only Praveena now. But I am Leela. But again, I'm also called as a short name with something like, whatever it is. I'm creating a nickname for myself. Maybe I'm called as Pravs. So that is the short name of, or like a nickname for me. My Leela will remain same. But some of my known people or whoever it is, they want to call me as Pravs, they call it as that. But if I want to change the sales, then it will become rename. But the data as an item, I'm changing only for a particular period with a short name. Tomorrow, I don't want this aliases. You just simply go ahead and remove the aliases also. Now, for example, here, right, consumer and corporate you created. Segment. This is cons, corporate and home office. I don't want, and I'll go and just simply go ahead and change this one into aliases, clear aliases. Now it is gone. Then the moment I change it here, right? So it has a capability where once you split it, it will also go back and check what type of the data is in that particular new column. And it will assign whether it is a text column, whether it is a numerical column or whatever it is, it assigns that. The Tableau has a capability. Okay. Now one more question. What is, you're seeing now the fields where the split happened are the original fields. Can you spot some differences between these two? On the screen, can you spot some differences? You can compare it with any one numerical, the profit is there. You can compare it with the profit versus split 2 and split 3. I've deleted all the calculated fields. So this is the way you can identify if someone asks you whether it is a calculated field or not. 1 equal to before the data type gives you the calculation field. Second one, all the calculated fields can be deleted. And whenever you do a specific calculation on any of the particular data source fields, those data source fields will never change. It will create a new field altogether. So the way just now we have done the order ID split, the original order ID is not changing. It will remain as is. But there are new fields will be created. So this means you can never change your original fields. Always it creates a new one. Now, what is the use of split, Yuvraj? It's up to you. If you want a first name, last name separate, you can create it. If you don't want also, you don't need to. Or if you want order ID, you want to separate it out, keep it, otherwise delete. Sometimes in scenarios, right, there is a customer name is there. I want the customer name to be both first name and last name. So what I'll do, I'll just simply go to the customer name and select this field, do the split. Now I have a first name and the last name. Or if I want to use my full customer name also, that field also will be there, that will not change. So I can use it. Now, what is the custom split? Custom split is I can decide now, for example, there is a product name is there. I want to do the custom split. Instead of, Tableau decision, I will take custom split. What is a separator you want to use? Because here there are separators more are there. One is the space, one is the hyphen, whatever it is there. you want to use when you're doing the split? What separator you want? I want to use a space. Now, split of how many you want? You want, after the split, you want to see one column, two columns, or first one column, first two columns, last one column, last two columns, or all columns. This is the choice you have. If I want only last two columns after the split, I'll select and click OK. Now, entire product name you will not get. You will get last two columns. Bookcase and collection only I will get in the first case. See, bookcase and collection. So that is called your custom split. Custom split, you can define what do you want to see after the data is split. Suppose when you create, when you have an address column, full address column is there. Okay. In the address column, always the last is your zip code will be there. You want to separate it out. What you can do, select that particular field, give it as last one column split so that I can see all the zip codes in a particular field. So you will get the zip code. Okay. So there are three types of connecting multiple data sources. Sorry, not the connecting, joining multiple data sources. One is the cross database join. Second one is the relationship. Third is the blending. To start with, we will also see the differences between these three. We will learn individually what is what. First of all, database join and the blending. These two are available from the day one the Tableau was launched. Okay. The relationship is the recent addition to the Tableau. So this is introduced in the 2020.2 version onwards. Suppose if you are downloading the previous version before this, you will not get an option to see the relationships. If you're using your Tableau, the latest versions after 2020 onwards, you can see all the three options. So that's the point number one. Second, what is a data join? A data join, when do we do is when your source is the same, but you're bringing multiple tables. So what is a source for me? If suppose there is an Oracle source or a SQL, MySQL, or it is a Hadoop or whatever, you have various relational databases are there. Your source is a single source. At that time, the cross database joins are preferable because you're bringing the multiple tables from the same source. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying it is preferable. Okay. So when the source data tables resides in single source, data joins are 100% better. If your sources are different, like you're bringing some data from Oracle source, some data from SQL, SAP, or some tables from different sources and files. So you're bringing a combination of all these things. At that time, blending is the best option. With the new recent launch relationship, it is much better. Okay. So when the data source tables are from different sources, in the blending, what happens is one data will become your primary source. Rest will be your secondary sources. Okay. So joins, first of all, joins are of four types. One is a left join, right join, inner join, and full outer join. So these are the four types of joins are there. Any idea what is a left join, anyone? Do you know what is a left join or right join? What is the definition?
Union or intersection?
Yeah. Okay, so let's start with the first left join. With these two tables, assume that now table A is your left table, B is the right table. So when I say a left join, so what all the things will be picked up from both the tables?
ABC.
A, B, C,
Yes.
D, E. No, ABC, only ABC. Only ABC.
Okay. From the left table, I'm picking up ABC. What about the right table?
So that
A and B.
left
Only A
join
and
this.
B.
Right? It's a A and B.
Yep.
So what happens to the D and D?
It's not showing.
Null.
It will not be returned in the right join. If you are making a right join, so that will be like it will be ignored.
So why is it null? D and D it is not picking up. Why we have to say null? We don't need null, right? That there. So there is no question of null here. What happens is C data, whatever you have in the table A, in the table B, this will show as a null. Okay. So first step, if you want to do a join, you bring the first table, then go to that first table, click on the drop down here. When you click on the drop down, there is an option called open. If you don't do this one, you cannot do the joins. Okay, so go and click open. Then there is a window, it will open here like this. Here, what you do is just go and bring the now returns I want to connect. See, order table, first of all, let's understand. Order table has a 21 fields. 9,994 rows are there. So now returns table, just click on the small grid here. You understand what all the fields there. So the return field has the order ID and the returned information. So this means some of the products were returned. So that's what it is showing. It has some, whatever 236 or 240, whatever number of rows are there. The common field between the order table and the returns table is the order ID. So when you do the join, it will go and match with the order ID to order ID. If there is you're choosing inner join, it will give only the common fields. Okay, by default, when you bring another table, just go little far away from the existing table and leave it. Drag and drop, right? So just go and leave it. When you leave it, by default, it will give you the inner join. How do I know? Because of this symbol. And if you hover around there, it will show that it is an inner join of orders and returns. Order ID equal to order ID.
So
All of you, please go on mute. Yeah, please go on mute. I will repeat it. So please do not disturb the flow. What happens is like, I have to keep on answering the questions. Okay. We just wait for some time. Let me explain the thing. Okay. So when you bring it, by default Tableau, what it does is it will do the inner join. So this is the inner join happened. And if you want to understand what is this inner join, you can click on this. That circles, just go and click. Then you will see the options like inner, left, right, and full outer. Four options are available. Okay. Choosing of what we want to do, that's the second one. So first let's understand what is that actually it is combining. It is combining order ID equal to order ID. So we have not done anything. We just dragged and dropped. Tableau automatically going and checking which are the fields, common fields between both the tables. It is picking up and it is doing the inner join. Now, see the result. Earlier it was for the orders table, 21 fields with the 9,994 rows. After doing the join, it is showing 23 fields. Now, because your returns has two more fields got added. Order ID and return. So now 21 became 23 along with all the 21 fields of orders, two more fields 23. Now the matching fields between both the tables is 800 rows. Here also I'll explain. When someone asked me just now, here how many rows will be there? If it is a unique A to A comparison, then it is going to be one field. But if my left table has A multiple times, it is appearing. Okay. So what happens? This A will appear again. Here also. Maybe it is some different number, 15 or whatever it is. But because this is multiple times it is appearing, so it will also bring again the same value to this also. It will bring here, it will bring here. So that is the reason when I have the returns table, only 236 rows are there. While I'm joining it, there are duplicates. When from my left table, there are duplicates with order ID. That is the reason multiple times it is picking up. How do I know this one? Let me go to the sheet one once. Here, if I bring only the order ID, my 296 rows. So this means unique order IDs are 296. Whereas from the orders table, my order IDs are here also 296. Okay, so this is the inner join happened. One moment. My order IDs are 5009 unique order IDs are there. But repetitions, how many times it happened? See, each order ID, how many times it is repeating? Some orders 2 times. Suppose if there is a order which is returned, so it will take 2 times of this one. Because this is 2 times appeared. This is 4 times appeared. So that is the reason when I joined it, it shows that 800 rows. So don't worry on that because it's tend to give like that only the answer when you do the joins. How to remove the duplicates, we will see later. But when you join the inner join, it is giving you now 23 fields with the 800 rows. Now the next step is, if I want to remove the duplicates and if I want to make my order table because it is a fact table, I know that this is my primary table. What you do is go and choose the left join. When I choose the left join, my 9994 orders table, it is giving the same rows. Now with the 23 fields, 2 more fields added from the returns table, wherever it matches, it gives the yes return for this order ID. Otherwise, null value. Okay, so this is the left table join. Yeah, Ravi, did I answer your question now? What if more than one common field is there? It will bring the duplicates.
I have the sample store still visible, like just how we are showing right now. How can I see the crime data?
First of all, did you bring that add connection to here?
Add connection I have done.
Okay, so you see on the connections, one is a sample superstore, second one is a crime data or not?
Correct. I can see that.
Just wait, I will explain how to now join it.
Okay.
So I want all of you to confirm whether you can see both the connections in your screen or not.
Yes, I can see.
Yes, I can see.
Leela, can you please repeat one more time? I guess I missed that step. How to connect the US
First of
crime
all,
data?
do you have the crime data in your system?
Yeah, I do have that.
Okay, so go here, click on the add button.
Okay.
On the left hand side. Select the Excel.
Okay.
Wherever you have saved that file, just go and select it and click open.
Okay.
Okay. So now, crime data when you brought in, just go and click on this crime now. See sample superstore, when I click, I'll see orders, people returns. When I click on the crime, I'm seeing these are the options. Use data interpreter, sheet 1, and something is there here. Is that all you're seeing?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so here, why is that data interpreter has come? Okay, so when your data is very clean, means, usable data with all the options, data interpreter will not enable. But sometimes, when the data has some missing values and all those things, it will enable the data interpreter. If you ask me, it doesn't do much, but at least you can identify what are the null values. Okay, so one moment. So what does the data interpreter will do? So when you bring the data, it will show that there is an option, check option, use data interpreter. Once you select this one, it will go and see the Excel file which you brought in, any of fields, any of the rows which has a null values, what it will do is, it will say that this Excel file has a null values and it will populate that null values as a so that you can go back to your Excel and correct it. Okay. How it will show? It will generate an Excel file again. So when you go here, I click on the use data interpreter, for example. Okay, something it has done. So it will say that review the results. It is saying review the results. When I click on the review the results, it will open an Excel file. Okay, so this Excel file will give you the information of output. How to read that file? The data is interpreted as a column headers in this color. If it is a green color, so this means there is a data is there. It's a values. And light green is data derived from an Excel merge cell. If any merge cells are there, it will give light green color. If there is a white color, data is ignored. Okay. If it is a red color, data has been excluded. And if there is a null value, it will give you as A. But in our data, when I go and see, there is no null values. So it is giving all the data is there in the green color. So this means data is interpreted as values in your data source. Fine. And the headers are given in this color. This is also fine. So this is only for information. If suppose suddenly if the data is missing, it will give like this. A it will put. When the result comes, right, it will show like A. So this means you need to go and check all the A's and you either convert the null values into some value or you can ignore it also. But it provides you information. There is something empty there. If you want to fill it, you can go ahead and fill it. Okay, so that is the purpose of the data interpreter. And again, this is only for the files. It's not for your databases or whatever. When you bring in the file, it will throw that information that way. But all these things you have to manage at the ETL level. So better doing it at the Tableau level. Sorry, doing it at the source level is better than, bringing it at the Tableau level. Okay, so now we understood. From the sample superstore, we did the join of returns. We did the join of people. Now from the crime data, I want to join with the sheet one. So I'll go and drag this. Now before dragging it, you can check what all the fields available here. In the crime data, I have a city field, state field, population, and the crime. My order table has both city and state. So I can match it either with the city or state. Okay. People table has a region. It cannot be matched with the people table. Returns table has order ID. I cannot match with the order ID here because there is no order ID here. Okay. Only I can match it with the orders table. That is either with the city or state. But Tableau already decided which one to match. It is giving you city equal to city matching it is doing. So before we decide, it is deciding city equal to city. But however, if you want to keep two combination matching, even you want to match with the state also, you can go ahead and select state equal to state. See, I'm giving, Tableau by default, city to city it is matching. I also want to match the state to state. So I gave both so this means when both the combinations are matched, then only you do the join is what we are giving here. Okay. So that is what actually what does this mean? It means I can join multiple fields also if I want. Yeah. You have a question, Vikram? Go ahead.
Yes. So in this case, we did a join of orders and people, and then we did a join in a join with returns, and then sheet one. So when we did a join with sheet one, does that do a join with the output of orders, people, and returns in a join? And then so it's a iterative process, right? So
what is the diagram showing for you?
The diagram is
how it is connected.
Well, the diagram shows that the sheet 1 is an inner join with orders, returns is an inner join with orders, and people is an inner join with orders. So it shows more of a cumulative thing and not an iterative thing.
No, yeah, right. So everything is connected to the orders.
Yes.
Okay. So now here, if you want to change a combination of inner join or left join, for example, returns, I want it as a inner join, sorry, left join. People, I'll keep it as an inner join. And sheet 1, that is a crime data, I want to make it as a left join now. So what will be the result? I'm just hiding it. Now, how many rows it will be there? Tell me. With this combination, how many rows will show?
So it will show all of orders.
Fast. Everyone should answer fast this one. How many rows? Yes, Aditya, you're right. 9,994. Because what is happening? It's inner join, sorry, left join. By default, orders table has how many rows? That many rows only it will show.
Correct.
And you all can ask me question. These two are okay, but people you joined the inner join, why it is showing 9,994 only?
For the other
Because
rows, it will just show null then? For the
no,
No,
everything
all
is
the
matching
people are
from the orders to
present.
people.
All right.
Whether it is an inner join or left join or right join, full outer join, these two combination will be always 9,994.
Now,
Because
say
you-
for instance, yes, say for instance, if in the people we did not have all of the combinations, then it would have been
Absolutely.
whatever is the intersection of orders and people, that will be the number of
That's
rows.
correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So, Leela, would it segregate that to with whom it would join first and then second and then third? Now, for
Always
example,
orders.
so first it will join with the people and then return and then sheet 1, right?
No. See, your orders table is going and the other tables are going and getting added to the orders table. So always your priority is the orders only. Because you chose the left join.
Okay.
Got it?
Yes.
You change the combinations and see now. And there is an order, right? You're seeing orders is connected to people, orders is connected to returns, and next orders is connected to sheet 1. Now do the changes. The question is very valid question you have. Suppose I'll remove first of all this people. Okay, this is making, confuses. So remove it. Now take orders to returns. Okay, when orders to returns, I'm taking the left. Go ahead and do this one as an inner join. What is happening here?
We have 27 cities.
No, fields are okay, 27 fields. 4,764 rows, how did it actually give? Okay, I'll remove the returns. What is the answer?
Same rows.
Correct. Now I'll bring the
Same.
returns now. And this I'm giving now as inner join. So what is the result now? So which is the first, which is the second? Now I will bring the people. He asked a very good question. So this is the way it works. So what is the result for people? So the order of execution, whichever the table comes first it will complete that. On that result, it is going with the returns because that will become your orders result. If I change this combination into the left now, then this will become returns is going and doing the inner join with the orders result, that is 9,994. It is giving 422. Okay, so what you can do is, whenever you do this kind of joins, first go and take this result, go to your sheet 1. Okay, so what we did, 1 second, we have done with the people, correct? Now check the order ID, because everything with the order ID is happening the later, right? Go and check the order ID. You have the unique 5009 rows. Unique order ID is 5009. Now go and bring the returns we want to connect now with the inner join. So it is now became your 800 rows. Then go and check your order ID. 296 unique rows. And again go here, open it. Now bring the crime data, add it. Then this become 440 rows. Then go and check, because city is coming multiple times. This became 173 unique. Some of them are got eliminated.
So
Out of 296 now, it became 173 unique order IDs, because some rows are eliminated because of your inner join with the crime data, because some maybe city and state combination is not matching. Now, here, sorry, city only matching. Now, if I bring the state also into the picture, now go and check. 165 it has become. I'll tell you the reason where it is going. When your data has both okay, so when I'm giving a combination of city equal to city, state equal to state, what is the change is happening? Let's understand. There is a state. There is a city. Okay, so each state has one city, right? Because it has to go and match both the combinations. State equal to state should match and city equal to city should match. If I remove this one, state should not match. Then you see, one city is appearing in two states, the same name. So Arlington, it is in the Texas. Also, it's part of Virginia. So the same name has, the same city name is available in both the states. So when if you don't match city equal to city and state equal to state also, it will not understand which state it has to go and pick up. It will take both the times.
is sheet 1 connected to the data source? So, and how did you connect this? Make sure that all the output of data source changes reflects in sheet 1.
Yeah, it is, because it is connected, right, in the data source. I'm going to the sheet 1 because of this only I'm seeing the result here in the sheet 1.
Oh, it's that sheet 1. Okay, sorry. Got it.
Okay, maybe I'll rename it this one as our visual. Okay.
It's not the sheet 1 and sheet 2.
No, the crime data you got confused here. I understand. This sheet 1 is the way you're getting confused. This is a crime data basically.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the where you guys need to check my data. What I'm connecting is a primary is unique or not. If there is no unique, if it is like, then I need to match it with multiple combinations. That is the reason earlier when we saw 173 rows matching, 165 rows matching, this is the way the confusion will come. Yeah. In nutshell, joins are little complicated when you're trying to do. That is the reason the relationships are much better. The recent launch. We'll get into that. Okay, so but right now you understood, right? What the joins and all, how to do that. There are 4 joins. How do you bring it? What is the order? And then, what combinations you have to choose. Now let's go back to here. With the features now we understood, cross database joins, you need to use multiple data sets if you want to bring in. Always use the add button, and then you'll add the multiple. You can add as many as you want. Okay. Now, what is happening underlying is joins are always at the physical layer. Physical layer means you're literally combining the tables into one single table. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever the tables you are bringing right now, you're combining all the tables to make it into one table with all the data. So that is called physical joining. Because of that physical layer, the duplication occurs. Okay, so if you have a duplicate rows with the same name, for example, I'm buying from Amazon in a month. For example, some 5 times I'm buying. So when it calculates, when you do the join, because I have all the transactional table, all the transactions are everyday transactions are there. In a month, I bought 5 times. When I'm joining all the day-wise transactions into one table, how many times I'll appear? 5 times I brought it, 5 times I'll be there. But as a customer, I want to show only once with the aggregated value. At that time, this is the problem. Of course, you can do you can take as an aggregated one and then do it later. But at the time of joining, the duplication occurs. Because first the data gets joined, then only you can do the aggregation. So data is getting joined means first it is taking day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, like that it is joining. Or if I'm appearing in multiple tables, it is first joining the data. Then only it is getting aggregated. That is the reason the duplication occurs. But that's okay. We can deal with that later, but that is the way it works. So joins will have the duplicates. Now, if I'm bringing multiple data sets, all the data, you can see it in the same data source page here itself. Now I have the sample superstore crime data. I want to bring Amazing Mart. I'll go and bring it. Amazing Mart here. There is another third data set will appear here. Suppose if I want to bring another one, add again. I'll bring the bookshop data set. So now I have the sample superstore, I have the crime, I have the Amazing Mart and bookshop. So if you want to bring 100 data sets, all 100 data sets will be in the same data source page. If you click on the superstore, you can see the superstore. If you have other tables, crime, you can see the crime like that. And you can do all the joins here itself. If you don't want anything, just go here, click on the drop down, remove. Click on the drop down, remove. But one minimum, you cannot remove the one, rest all you can remove it. Okay. So that is what this means. One common data source page for all data source connected. Now the data is joining at the data source page itself. And we have seen 4 types of joins: inner, left, right, full outer. How do I know it is a join? You will see the circles that are join symbols. So this means the data is joined. Yeah, we covered till here. And requirement is one primary key is required to join multiple tables. So you need to have a common field between the tables. Okay, for what is this one? Why it is actually one order equal to multiple things? When I go to the product level, then I will see. All these things will be part of our visual later, but I'm just showing. See, this order has 2 products. That is the reason it is appearing 2 times. So the same way, I'm giving an example. Order ID is my name. I am 2 times buying with the 2 different products. So it appears like this. Okay. Okay, let's go back now. So primary key is the one which will help you to connect with the different data sources we are bringing it, you need a common primary key. How does that primary key will be attached to another table? It will identify. Tableau does it automatically. So we don't need to worry, go and check which is the common field between these two. When you're bringing the tables, automatically Tableau will pick up which is the primary key between the tables, and it automatically assigns as a join condition. However, you can do the changes like the way I've shown. Tableau took a granular level at the city to city is matching, but as a human, I know that city is there in the two different states. So with my knowledge, what I'm doing is I'm also combining it also has to match the state to state also while it is checking the city to city. So that is what you can do manually if you want to do the changes. Okay, so city equal to city plus I'm also saying the condition state is equal to state, it has to match. Then only you give me the result. Okay. Can I write the join conditions? Yes, you can write the join conditions. And flexibility of deciding the join type. So what is happening is I actually have some requirement where I have to do the join. So I've done at the data source page, the joins. Suddenly, while I'm doing the visual, I need to change the data join from the inner join to the left join. If I do that join, automatically everything will move to the left join conditions. So there is no flexibility here. So I cannot decide it later. First, I need to decide what join I have to do. Then only I can start working on my visual. So the flexibility is not there in terms of this. Okay. As a first step, first you do the join, then only whatever you want to do the work you have to do. Okay. Now, when to use it as required depending on your data. Mostly, if your source is the same source, like I said, it is Oracle, SQL or whatever it is, use the cross database joins and the data sets are not large. Why I'm saying this point is because there will be performance issues if you start bringing the large data sets and trying to join. Yeah, so that's about the join. Now, the next one is called blending, right? What is the difference between the Okay, now go to the data source first. Whatever the joins you have done right here, open and delete everything. Just keep only the orders here. Close this window. Here also, you brought in some connections, right? Just go and remove every connection except the sample superstore. It has to be clean like this, everyone. Now, first step for the blending. Blending is at the sheet level. So, if I want to bring another data source, I cannot bring another data source here in this page for the blending. I have to go to the worksheet. Sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, any sheet, go there. Click on the data menu here. Okay, so data menu is there, right? Click on the data menu. Now in the data menu, first option called new data source. Click on this. And here, select your file now again, Excel file. I want to bring in the crime data. Go and bring the crime data. The moment you bring in the crime data, the page will show in the data source page. I want all of you to confirm whether it is showing like this or not for you.
Yes, it's showing.
Can you show that again? Sorry.
It is showing on.
Okay. Whoever missed out, you go to your sheet 1 tab, sheet 1 tab. Okay. Go to the data menu, click on the new data source and bring your Excel file wherever it is there. The moment you bring in, automatically the page will show like this for you with the US crime as the first connection and the blank space like this. The first step is.
Got it.
Thank you. So now what you have to do is drag this sheet one here, this sheet one. Drag and drop here. Bharat, you don't have the data set.
Done now, ma'am.
Sorry, is it done?
Yes, I have done.
Okay, so wait for a minute. So let everyone complete this. Okay, everyone completed this portion now? The page should show only the sheet one here like this. Do you have a question? Okay, so shall we move on?
Yes.
So what happened to the previous data set? We have the sample superstore, right? What happened to the sample superstore? Go and click on the sheet one again. You will see on the left-hand side corner, top corner, there is a sample superstore, there is a crime. Hey guys, please go on mute. Thank you. Now you see, there is a sample superstore. When I click on the sample superstore, I'll see the sample superstore tables here, the dimensions and measures. When I click on the crime data, I'll see the crime data. So this is called blending. Blending your multiple data sources will happen at the sheet level. All those data connections you can see here, data source connections. This is a sample superstore, this is a crime data. Now if I add in one more, that is amazing mart data. If I add the amazing mart data now, again it will open a new data source page within the workbook. Okay, if I go back to the sheet one now, I have the amazing mart, I have the sample superstore, I also have the crime data. If I click on the amazing mart, I will see amazing mart information. If I click on the sample superstore, it will show sample superstore information. Crime. So what does this mean? This means for the blending, you need to get the new data source tool in the worksheet. Every time you have to bring it from the worksheet level. So that is, go to the sheet one or sheet two, click on the data, new data source. Always. A new data source will come from the sheet level. And which layer this feature is used? Like I said, it's a worksheet layer. So always in the worksheet layer it is. When you connect every data set, always it will create a new data source page within the workbook. So that is, when I'm bringing the amazing mart, it is, if you click on the amazing mart, you will see the amazing mart data source page. I'll go back to the sheet one again. If I click on the superstore, I'll go to the data source page of sample superstore. Okay, so let's stay on the course here. Now we have the superstore. When I connect and I click on the data source tab, then I'll see the superstore data. The same way for crime, if I click on the crime and then I'll click on the data source tab, then I'll see the crime data. Okay. Now the result is, from the data source of sample superstore, I want to see the sales value for each state, plus from the crime data, I want to bring in the population and the crime information. In the joins, what you're doing? First, you're doing the join, correct? Then only you're visualizing it. So here, these are two different ones. There is no connection between these two. Two different data sources. There is no connection at all. Now, in the blending, what happens is when you drag the tables here, go to the data, there is an option called Edit Blend Relationships is enabled. Click on this one. In the previous slide, what we have learned? Blending will always have a primary and rest will be secondary. So what is the definition of primary and secondary? Only the left table condition works here. Because primary is priority, that is the left table. So the definition for blending is always left table join. So what is the left table join? It will pick up all the data from the left. And if the right table matches, it will give the result. If it doesn't match, you will see the null value. So that's the condition. But the major advantage in the blending is I can change the primary table for every worksheet. So what does this mean? If in the sheet 1 worksheet, if I want my superstore as my primary, I'll keep that as a primary. In the sheet 2, if I want my crime data as primary, I can keep the crime data as my primary. So every sheet I can change my primary data source. So that is the biggest advantage. Whereas in the join, once you join it, okay, you cannot do any changes. It's not flexible at all. Here it is, flexibility is there. Every sheet I can decide which is my primary, which is my secondary. Okay, so now in the blend relationships, automatically the Tableau decided what is the common fields it identified. So here it is saying, because I selected on the crime, so that is why it is saying primary data source crime. I'll go and select, in this page I want superstore as my primary. So I'll select superstore. My secondary data source is the crime data. What are the common fields between these two? Automatically it is selecting city, state, state. So Tableau identified in both the tables, these are the common fields. We are good. If you want to customize it, you can go and click on the custom. You can go and add it. It will show the fields, all the fields from the here and all the fields from here. If you want to match it, always remember only dimensions it will show, not the measures, because you can connect with only the dimensions, right? Yeah. So it is showing these are the 2 dimensions in the secondary data source. These are multiple dimensions in the primary data source. If anything you feel that other than what Tableau suggested, you want to match it, you can go ahead and match it here. Okay, right now we don't have anything. I'll just leave it as is. I'll go with the automatic. Click OK. Okay, you can change it. That's not a problem. Tableau, if it is unable to identify, then it will throw the error. It means like it will not, if it is not able to identify, that time you can manually do. For example, state is there. In table, it is state. In table 2, it is state 1. Tableau cannot decide, right? Because it's not a matching field. At that time, you have to manually select state equal to state 1. Like that. Okay.
Lila, one question. Can you do multiple instead of 2? Can you multiple in blending in table?
You can do that. Not a problem.
How do we do that?
We'll do that. First, let's go with 1:1, and then we'll go to the 1:2 or whatever.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Next. Any more questions?
Can you just show the blending steps again? So if we go to data.
Blending means how do we edit blend relationships you're talking about?
Edit blend relationships, yes. Just if you just quickly.
You need to go to the data menu. There is an option called edit blend relationships. This is for information. So you don't need to worry much on this one. I will explain. Because automatically Tableau is giving you the fields, automated fields.
Right.
How do we use it? Only while you're doing the visual, you will do the usage of this one. As of now, it is creating a link between the tables. It is saying that these are the common fields. That's all. Okay. Now, how do I decide which is my primary in each worksheet? So sheet 1 now, I'm in the sheet 1 tab. Here I decided my superstore is my primary. That is to myself, I'm thinking, okay, I'll take my superstore as my primary table. So when you decide whichever is the primary, first you need to bring a field from that superstore, from that table only. So I decided superstore as my primary. So I'll bring the state. It is a common field between both the tables, right? So I'll bring the state onto the rows. So in the sample superstore, there are 49 unique states are there. It is giving 49 unique states. And I want to bring the sales value for this. From the superstore only. Superstore has a sales value. I brought in the each state, what is the total sales value. Now I want to bring some information from the crime data. Now, so I'll click on the crime data here on top. Now you see here, there is a state, there is a city. There is a, what do you call this, a staple pin, right? Or something link, sorry. There is a linking field it is showing. It is showing that because I brought the state as my dimension here, it is saying you can now automatically it is linked with the crime data, state to state is linked. Okay. And it is also showing you can even link with the city also, but right now it is not linked. That is why you will see the cross there.
There are only 33 rows in US crime data.
Right.
That's why you have less.
Yes. So now I'll tell you the easiest way to identify which is primary, which is secondary. When someone sends you a workbook, how do you know which sheet, which table is primary? On the data sources here on the left-hand side, when you see the blue color, in that sheet, that is a primary. If it is an orange or a red, it is secondary. Go to the sheet 1 now. Here, blue is superstore, so this is primary. Red is crime, so this is secondary. In the sheet 2, this is a reverse. So remember the colors. Blue is the primary for the blending. Red is the secondary. Now to your question, someone asked me just now, how do I bring in another table? Now go and bring the data. New data source. Click Excel. Amazing Mart. I brought in one more data set. Again, it will show the same new data source page. Drag and drop the orders or whatever. Now go to the sheet. You have 3. Now go and check. Is there any common fields in the blend? Yeah. There are common fields between Amazing Mart and Superstore. It is giving all the common fields. See, there are so many common fields are there. It is giving all. If you don't want any of these things, you can always customize it by, suppose day order date I don't want. I can close like this. If you don't want this, you don't want, just close it. I want to keep only few. I can always go and delete. Even you leave it also, that nothing matters. But I'm just saying, if you don't want, you can always go and delete like this in the custom. Now, if you go to the automatic, it will be there. In the customization, I'm deleting whatever I don't want. But go with the automatic, nothing matters. Okay. Now here you have 3. If you think your Amazing Mart data is your primary now, okay. So drag the state because that is the common between this and Superstore or something else also there. Order ID is also common. Segment is also common. So you can bring anything. So let's go with the state only. State I brought in. Now this has become blue color. For this sheet, this is a primary. Now when I go to the Superstore, it says that these are all linking fields. I can use any of the common field. Though state to state is already matched, it says that you can also link the other fields also if you want. Okay. Crime data, if I go, crime is also saying state to state you can match. Fine. Now let's bring the visual. So from the sample Superstore, I want to match with the state to state. And then I want to bring the, from Amazing Mart, I don't have measure values. So from the Superstore, I want to bring the sales. So we saw the new data source tool. layer it is in the worksheet. Every data set connected has a separate data source page. We saw that. When is the data gets joined? Only at the time of visualization you're doing it, it will get joined. Type of join, only left outer join. Now, how do I see which is right, which is left? Blue and orange or red tick marks. Blue is your primary, orange is your secondary. Primary is always left. Now, order of executing joins and aggregations. First, the data gets aggregated because two different tables. First, every table will aggregate the data and then it will do the joining. Yes, because of this, data first gets aggregated. That is why my duplications are avoided in the blending. Now, what do you need? Primary key, minimum primary key is required to join multiple data sets. Primary key, who will choose? Tableau will automatically does. If you want to do the changes like I've shown, you can go to the edit blend relationships and you can choose the customization. Whether I can perform the join calculation? No, it is not possible because blending has a different data source pages. That is the reason I cannot write any join calculation between the two different data sources. So it is not possible. Now, flexibility of deciding the join type. It is flexible because every sheet I can decide which is my primary, which is my secondary. That is why it is flexible. Data pane is like every data source will have a data pane page. This we will see later. It's not a very important one. When to use it? Earlier, there was no relationships. That was the reason. If the data is not from the same data source, blending was the best option always. Even now also, personally, blending is the much better because it will not load your. But with the relationship, it has come with a different features for the modeling and all. Relationship is like, right now it is the best one. But if not relationship, you can go with the blending. So yeah, when the data sources where the relationship also you cannot define, at that time you can use the blending. So that's about the blending. Now the last one is called relationship. We have another 15 minutes time to work on it. Okay. Relationship C is much easier. It's recently launched 2020.2 version onwards. It is called a logical layer. What is a logical layer means? Logical layer is something where it will not physically join the tables. It will create a link between the tables. That's all. So I have a table A, table B. It will go and check and link. It will create it. Only at the time of visualization, we will use that for the what needs to be done. Okay. Now I want all of you to go to your sheet 1 tab. Go to data, new data source. Right? I gave you the bookshop data source to all of you right now, right? I'm sending again in the chat window. Go and download that bookshop data source. So like I said, relationships are only a logical layer, right? Okay, first let's understand about this database. This is the bookshop data set where the information you have, there are some 13 tables are there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sheets, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 sheets are there. All the 13 sheets are treated like a 13 tables now. Each table has a different information. First one is the author information. If you click on this author, this grid, you'll see there is author ID. It's about the books. Authors are writing the books and it has a lot of information about author, about what awards they have got and which book they have written and the checkouts, how many checkouts happened for those books, how many editions were released, who are the publishers, what ratings the books got, and how much sales happened for each quarter. So these are all the information it has every sheet. Now we need to create a visual. Whatever the visual I want to create, first of all, I need to join all these things. So join will become pretty, cumbersome process. We will create a relationships now. So how does the relationship works? It's a logical layer, right? So First, I need to bring in what is my common table. See here, because we are learning right now, what we are doing is in this page, we are just going and checking which is the common and all. Otherwise, as a real-time projects, first of all, you will do the data analysis, correct? In the data analysis, you do all this discovery. You will get a report. If you want to create that report, what you will do, you'll go and check the data analysis. How do I bring that? Which table is coming from, which field is coming from which table. So those things you do the discovery first. So that portion right now, it is not there because we are directly getting into this one. So what you do in these things, author table has a unique ID called author ID. It also has a first name of the author, last name of the author. Okay, so like that you can see some of the fields whether you can match. This is a measure. Number of asks that particular author is writing itself, it's a measure. Now, next one is we also have the book table. In the book table, you have author ID is there, book ID also there. Each author, what book they are writing, the title name. So now, this author table and book table can be matched because there is a common field between these two is the author ID. So that is the reason. First, I will bring the book table. Drag and drop. So now the book table is there. You are seeing here what fields are there. There are 3 fields: book ID, title, and author ID. Total 58 rows are there. Now, author, I will connect it. You don't need to open now. For the relationships, you just need to drag another one. See, this is a line. This is called noodle line, we call. There is a line, it is getting generated. So this means it is a relationship. Go and drag and leave it. Now, this is the logical link. It is not joining like earlier. When you joined, both the tables became one table. Here it is not like that. You have a book table. When I click on the book table, I'll see book table fields. If I click on the author table, I'll see the author table fields. There are 6 fields in the author table, 41 rows. Whereas in the book table, it has 3 fields with the 58 rows. There is nothing is changing between the tables. It just a relationship is created. And that relationship, if you want to know, click on this link, this line. You will see here. For the book table is author ID. For the author table, it is author ID. So it is saying author ID equal to author ID. So this means a logical relationship is built. Nothing is changing. Okay, so now this is done. And then next is the award table is there. In the award table, what is the unique field here or whatever field I want to match it? Award name is there. I don't see award name in the book table or author table, but title is there. Title can be matched with the book table because book table has a title. So I'll go and match this one to the book table. So while you're dragging it, just little away from the book table, see the link, how it is connecting. Or if you want to connect here, you can go there. But again, author and book don't have the common fields. So I'll go and connect it here. Oh, sorry, book I bought in. My bad. Award. See, now this is linked. So what is linked? Here, click on this line. You will see title equal to title. From the book table, it is title. Award table, it is a title. Whether your result will show correctly or not, that's a different story. First of all, it is going with the field names. It is matching it. Okay. Now go to the checkouts. In the checkouts, what is the common field? It's a book ID. So easily I can go and match it with the book table. So go and drag the checkouts to the book table like this. Okay, so I've done for the 4. Rest all you complete now and let me know. Here, I am not saying anything. I am asking you guys to complete that, relationship build for all the other tables. Aditya, you're saying I need to merge 2 column book ID 1 and 2. We'll come back to that. You're one step ahead than others. That is why I wanted to know how did Ashwini completed when she said she completed. Okay, so now let's complete the why we are not able to match with the info. Okay, now see everyone, please stop doing whatever you're doing right now. I'll show how to complete the info table. So when you try to bring the info table has a book ID and book ID too. So everywhere the book ID is one field. ID1 and ID2 together, one field, like AY135, BB194, like that. But here what they have done is they have done the split. They separated the book ID1 and book ID2 with the alpha and the numeric values separately. Until unless I don't concatenate these two, okay, I cannot match it with the book table. So for that, what we have to do is, just see, I will show again, but do not do it at the same time, okay? First, drag the info table to the book like this and wait. And then it shows the exclamatory mark. When it is showing the exclamatory mark, you need to click on that exclamatory. And then here, bottom, it is unable to select the.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Tableau Course. This course is specially designed to make you certified Tableau developer in just 1.5 months. Through this course, you will learn how to create interactive dashboard and perform data visualization with R and big data from the top industry experts. Not only that, this program helps you clear the Tableau Desktop Qualified Associate exam as well. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to a new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the growth in the field of data visualization with Tableau.
Matching fields. So first go to the book table. We know that book ID is the one which will match. Select the book ID. In the info table, click on the drop down. Instead of selecting any of this field, go to the create relationship calculation. Click on the create relationship calculation. You will see this box. Okay. So in this box, we will write, in the info table, there are two fields, book ID1, book ID2. So what I will do, I will type book ID. The moment I click on the B, automatically it is prompting. Okay, book ID. Select that, plus, give the plus symbol. Book ID 2. Why I'm giving a plus operator is here, because I know that one is the alphabetic, one is the numeric. When you do the plus symbol, it will not perform any calculations because it just bring together, it concatenates. So that is why. Okay, so book ID 1 plus book ID 2. Apply. The moment I apply, now the relationship is built, and click OK. Okay, so I'm repeating it again. Now you do it the same time with me. First, go and bring the info table to the book. Everyone will see the exclamatory mark. Let me know once you see that. Please go on mute. Nagaraju.
Madam.
Thank you. Okay, so now you have the Q1 here. If you want to bring in the Q2, what you will do, you normally create a relationship between the tables. Now we will do the union. Why we want to do the union is because sales Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, it's the same tables, but different quarter data. I want to combine that into one single table that is called yearly data. So for that, for the union, what we have to do is first you bring the first table, click on the drop down, convert to union. Okay, so you will see the box like this. See, when you brought in the Q1 data, right, you have 7 fields with the 7,785 rows. Okay. And then now start dragging Q2 into this box. Don't here. Do not do it here. Just leave this one into the box. Q2. Apply. When you add the Q2, you see now same 7 fields, but with the 21,000 rows now. How do I merge these two? Because I know that ISBN and ISBN 1 are same. Item ID 1 are same. Order ID 1 are same. So one thing, yes, Vikram, you can go ahead and change it in the source. If it is an Excel file, small Excel file or whatever, you can correct it. Also in Tableau directly we can do, that is, select the ISBN and the ISBN 1 because I know these two are same. Select both the fields with the control button. Click on the drop down. You have an option called merge mismatched fields. So when I merge it, both ISBN and ISBN 1 became one column. The same way for item ID 1. With the control button, select those two fields, merge. Order ID 1. Merge. If you're doing it at the source level changes, good enough. But if you want to do it even at the Tableau level, this is the way we can do the changes.
Leela, actually, I have a doubt. For the item ID and item ID 1, is it like actually in the same Excel file, both the columns are there, or the unique?
No, in the same Excel file, there are sheets, right? Q1 sheet, Q2 sheet, Q3 and Q4.
Okay.
In those sheets, I've done the changes to understand.
So, okay, for example, if in Q1, it's item ID, right? Or item ID 1.
It can be anything. You can go and open the Excel file and see the clarity.
But we have merged like Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4, 4, right?
Okay. So, no, I'm not understanding. What is the question there for you?
No, actually, I didn't notice like you did union only for Q1 and Q2, sales Q1 and Q2.
I didn't.
Or Q3, Q4 also you did.
Everything. If you open it, one moment, sorry. So there are 4 here ones.
Okay. So my doubt is like if the name is different, like item ID and ID D1, for sales Q2 it should be D2, like that. It's like that, or
First of all, let's see. I brought all the 4 tables here.
Okay.
Now, which table has ISBN, which table has ISBN 1 does not matter to me now.
Okay.
When I brought in all the 4 tables, I see the data like this. I see ISBN and also ISBN 1 field is there.
Okay.
Which sheet it is coming from or which table it is, giving the details, we don't need to worry. Our priority is because these two are the same fields, due to the header difference, it is coming in a different column altogether. So I want to merge these two.
Okay. Yeah. So I thought like if it's for Q3 and Q4, for that also if the header is different, we have to merge it, right?
Yeah. If you know both are the same, then you have to go and merge the headers.
Okay.
You don't need to worry which table it has the different name, which table it is having the correct name and all. Just simply go. I know that these two are the same fields, merge it, that's it.
Yeah.
But those are all
No, I was just curious.
Yeah, because you're matching with the other tables, right? Okay. At that time, you can get that data. See, after merging, suddenly you don't want this merge to happen. You want it separate. See, this is called metadata. What is metadata is showing for you? It says that the remote field name and which table it is coming from, and this field name is from Tableau, right? Suppose here we are going ahead and changing, like merging these two, and then we want to give a new name as rename, new ISBN or something, you're renaming it for only Tableau. But the table which you're bringing from the physical table, this remote field name will not change. Why it will not change? Because tomorrow you can go and check back the history. This new ISBN is part of which fields altogether. So this information will remain as is. So suddenly you thought, okay, new ISBN, some issue is there, I want to rectify it. You can go back and check, okay, this is the remote field name and this is the table. Okay, you can go ahead and change those things. Now I don't want the merge to happen. So you can go and click on the drop down, you say remove the merge. When you remove the merge, automatically again, these two are separated. ISBN, ISBN1. Earlier we merged the fields, now it will, the merge will be removed if you don't want to use it. The same way again, go here, remove merge and remove merge. So this is the way you can merge the fields and also you can remove the merge. Yeah, Amrita, you have a question. Please go ahead. Amrita, I think I cannot hear you. You are not able to merge. Okay. So meanwhile, others you try and I'll give the access to Nagaraju and Amrita. Nagaraju, I'm giving you the access first. Let me know once you join as a panelist. For the merge, Amrita, what you have to do is you have to select both the fields with the control button, whichever the fields you want to merge it. Like the way right now I'm selecting the ISBN, right? The same way second ISBN is also there here. Take the selection, both the fields with the control button. And then click on the drop down here, any one place. Click the merge mismatched fields. There is okay, now let's go back to your sheet tabs. Any one sheet you click. Here you are seeing all the data sets now, correct? Whichever the data sets you don't want right now, you can close it by clicking on the drop down menu. Suppose now I don't want this sales Q1 bookshop. Right click, close. When I click close, that data set will be removed. I also don't want another bookshop I brought in. This one also. Right click, close. I want only one data set. That is a bookshop data set here. So that is the way normally, like, whenever you don't want those data sets, you can always go and right click on this, close it. Okay, so, yesterday we brought in the sample superstore, right? If you have the sample superstore here, just click on that or else you bring it. I closed the yesterday's file, so I'm bringing it again. Now you can see the relationship. So here now it will not physically join the tables. It's just that the relationship is created. When I need it, I'm going to use the relationship option. Now for the relationships, let's understand. There are 4 options available in the relationships. It's called performance options. If you click on the line between the orders to the people, there is a line is there, right? Noodle line. If you click on that, here, there is an option called performance options. Click on this one. So there is a cardinality it is deciding. The Tableau, when you bring in the 2 tables link, it says that the cardinality is many to many. So what is many to many? So this means the primary key, whatever it is there, if it is repeating, so the cardinality will be built as such. The same name can be many times, it will be there. So many to many, it is creating between the orders and the people. That is called your region, right? Region is appearing many times in your order table also. It shows that in the people also, it is the best combination in the cardinality. It is giving many to many. But if you know your people has only unique, because I know that only 4 regions are there. If it is unique, you can say that many to one relationship you can create. Okay, so the direction is from people is 1 and orders is 1 to many. So that's what many to one we are creating. Now for the orders and returns, I also know that from the returns also it is a unique. Like for example here, from the returns table, if I bring the order ID and see the count of the order ID once, any point of the time it is only once it is appeared. Okay, so this is also only each order ID only once appeared in the returns table. So if I want, though it gives you many-to-many relationship because it is the best way to match it, Tableau. If you know that definitely it is going to be a unique one, you can always make this into the many-to-one relationship. Okay. So what does that actually mean for us is, why do we need to give one-to-one and many-to-one? If you create a star schema for your modeling, so how does a star schema works? All your dimension tables are, your keys are all like unique keys. And fact table will have the multiple records. Repeated records. So at that time when you're using it, your fact table will become your center, and then your star schema will actually pick up the dimension tables which are unique and it will connect. So at that time it will be always one-to-many because your fact table is many. Repeated records. So as a customer, I am buying 5 times, I am appearing 5 times with my customer ID. Customer ID is a unique ID, right? But whereas a customer table is the unique table where my customer ID only once it will be recorded there. This Leela, it's a customer ID number and only once the record will be there. But whereas in the fact table, my record will be many times because how many times I purchased, those many times I will be in the fact table. So that is the reason when you're giving the directions to your cardinality, whether it has to be many-to-many or many-to-one, if you don't know, anyways, Tableau suggests what is the best relationship. That is one. And second one is, if I have the multiple combinations I can choose, it also suggests you can pick up the multiple combinations. It is saying it can also match. So that is the reason, instead of superstore, if we go to the bookshop, for example, here. Okay. For a book table to the award. So what it is suggesting, it is saying that there are many. So what does the many will do? This will aggregate data before joins during the analysis. So it is suggesting that it may have the same records appearing. So the best example is, again, in my fact table, I have brought some 5 times the purchase. So I'm there 5 rows. 5 purchases, 5 rows are there. While I have to create analysis, that is, if I want to provide how much sales value Leela has done. So what it will do, it will join all my row data, and while giving the measure value, it will give the overall one value for one record. That's my name with my record, it will give the total value. So that is the reason, if there is a many, then it will aggregate so that the duplicates will move away. So when this is basically the data modeling part. If you are not familiar with the data modeling part, so what you have to do is simply go with the flow what Tableau suggests in the performance options. Or normally what happens is, in your organizations, you have a data modeling team will be there. They will provide you the data modeling for your, date, that's a reporting data. And then you can bring the data and then you can create your visuals. But if you have to do both the roles, then you have to learn the data modeling and then you have to work on this one. Otherwise, this is because it's a small data, this will be managed within the, Tableau and all. That is fine. You're not only in the Tableau, even Power BI also. If it is a small set of data, the Tableau suggests or Power BI suggests which is the best relationship between the tables. Okay. Sometimes you need to go more than that. It's always better to learn the data modeling. So that is So if I go and see this one, book data, is book has a author ID, right? Sorry, book IDs, right? So I'll go and check in the book table. This book ID I will bring in. And I want to see whether this book ID is repeated or not. So this book ID is unique here for me.
Yeah.
Okay, so this will become 1. Now, this is connecting to the which table? Suppose if it is connecting to the award. Okay, so go to the award. And you bring, because you already created a relationship right now with the many to many. Each book ID has how many titles are there? Okay, it's giving 1 to 1. So this is okay. You can go ahead with the 1 to 1 also. Or if you want to test it with the titles, just bring the title and see the title count. How many times this title appeared in this data? Okay, so okay, not only doubt, like you don't know about your data. That time it is always best with whatever the Tableau suggests, just go ahead with that. Modeling is a very big thing. See, it keeps on, like the requirement changes. Today, what they're asking, the report requirement you already prepared and you're presenting a view. But tomorrow there are some changes required. Okay. So that changes needs to be incorporated. Right? So at that time, right, like what is the best option to bring the model to even in future also, even there are changes, it should be able to cover. So that way you need to think through. If I know that my dimension tables are unique tables, you go with it. Normally there are 2 types of schemas, snowflake schema, or you will go with the star schema method. So choose the one which is the best option and go ahead. But I suggest always sit with the data modeling team. They are the ones who are the best in terms of designing it.
Thank you.
I'll show how to save it later. Okay. So this is the relationship cardinality. If you want to change it, you can do that. And second one is when I have the data with the null values, I want to change that null values into the zeros. Okay, so first of all, why do we need to change it into zeros? So null value is something where in the data, either it is intentionally zero, intentionally blank, or there is a missing data, right? Sometimes there will be a missing data. Sometimes people keep it as because they want to keep it as a blank. First of all, what is that? Why is that we need to actually convert that into the... So that's a cleaning up of your data. If there are any data values are missing, that they will do. After cleaning up also, there is a null value. Then you need to ask the question, if suppose average, you need whether you want active average or non-active also to be included. These are some of the scenarios which you need to consider. Now, that is for the business. If they say that, yes, I want to convert my null values, I want also that average. So then how do I convert the null values into the zeros? For that, if you go to the bookshop data set, click on the data source. In the sales data, you have a column called discount column. In this discount column, you are seeing some rows has for the discount null and some has a value. Few of the rows has a null value, few of the rows has a value. Now I want to convert all those nulls into the zeros. So what you can do is click on this particular column, click on the drop down, create calculated field. Anyways, these calculations we'll be learning in the module 3, but for the null values, at least we'll see here now. Whenever you write a calculated field, it will always create a new column. It will not disturb the original one from what you're bringing in Tableau. So that is the reason this is called user defined field. What you do, give a new name, new discount I want to give. You are writing a calculation for the discount column. So that is what is giving discount. Here, put Z and Zn function. So when you're typing Zn, it is prompting, just select this. Zn of discount. So what is this formula will do? Zn function will convert the null values into the zeros. So it will return wherever null is there 0. If there is a value, it will give the same value. So for this one, this row, what happens? There is a 0.15 is there. The output with this formula, it will become 0.15 only. But for the null, it will show the 0. So now click apply and OK. Now you see this is a discount column. This is a new discount column which we created. Wherever there is a null, it is converting into the 0. Wherever there is actual value 0.15, it is giving the same value. So it will not disturb the original column. It will be as is. It will create a new user-defined field, a calculated field. And this calculated field, I can use it anywhere. Entire workbook, I can use it anywhere. Okay. So this is in the sales Q1, right? We have a discount. We have a new discount also. And user-defined fields can be deleted. The original fields which are coming from the data source, it cannot be deleted. So if I want to delete this field, I will not even have an option. Whereas user-defined fields, if I click on the drop-down, there is an option called delete option is there. So I've created, now I don't want, I can delete it off. Now that field is gone. So that is the difference between a user field and it's called a calculation field. Calculation field versus the original fields. Okay, just take 2 minutes time and complete that. And for Nagaraju, you have a question. How do you save it? First of all, you need to go to your Tableau public account. Log in your web. Okay, log in into your account. After that, go to your Tableau public, whatever the file you have done, completed, click on the file option. Save to Tableau public option is there. When you click on the save to Tableau public, it will prompt you to sign in. If you're already signed in is fine. I'm in the workbook. You can see in the open, this page, when you open the Tableau, you will see an option called open. Here, just now I saved this file, Tableau book 2/4/2024. If I go and click on this one, I can open this. You're saying Tableau public account in. Yeah, you have to search in Google only. Go search in Google, Tableau public, and create your account if you don't have an account and save it there. Okay, so are we good? Can we move to the next topic now, everyone? Okay, so in this team, anyone is using the Tableau desktop? Any one of you using the Tableau desktop or Tableau public only you're using?
I got an option like Tableau public desktop. I'm using that.
No, it's a public only still.
Okay.
I remember Amrita, you're saying that you're using the Tableau desktop, right? Okay, fine. So I just wanted to show the live and extract option. If any one of you can download the Tableau desktop 14-day style version, maybe next week, let me know. We will complete that portion. So we have completed what type of, how to bring the multiple data sources. These are all how to load your data, whether it is, cubes data or Excel data. These are all examples. You can always refer back. See, what is a cube, right? In the cubes, actually, basically aggregations and hierarchies will be created. Okay. Instead of bringing the row level data, we create already the aggregated data and that we reuse it. Why it is faster than the relational? Because you don't need to do the row level kind of work because it's already grouping is done. That is the reason. And if you want to bring the Excels, cubes or PDFs, what is the process? Everything is same. If it is Excel, select the Excel. If it is a JSON, select the JSON. If it is cubes, you have to select it as other files. That's all. So try it out if you have, whenever you can connect to your organizational Tableau desktop, all these options, you can check it out. So live and extract are two options. Live connection means it connects to your data live. and it is nothing but your real-time extract. So this means you're connected live to any of the data sources what you're using it. It's a live mode. But always remember, we don't need to go with the live because only some of the requirements, like if you're working on the stock market companies, that has to be in the real time. So those kind of things only you should go with the live options. But otherwise, the data that does not require the live, like if you have to send the report every 10 minutes or 30 minutes or 50 minutes, whatever it is, at that time you don't need the live. You can schedule the jobs that you can convert that into the extract. First, you work on the extract and prepare your reports and keep it ready. And whenever you want to go back to the live, you can always go back to the live and refresh it. And how to schedule the jobs in the server? That server you can always choose. In a day, how many times it has to be refreshed, the report. So those kind of things. At a server level, those activities you can schedule it. So we will see a real option when we are using the desktop. Data interpreter I've explained. Pivot, I will bring the separate data. We don't have the data set right now. Split and custom split we already saw. I think Vikram and Amruta, you guys have not seen the split and custom split, right?
Yes, not seen.
Yeah, that I will show later. Fine, not a problem. Now you have the null values, which just now I've shown. This is the details. Null values are blanks that often appear in certain database columns. Either it is intentionally blank or representing zero or incomplete data. If it is blank intentionally, convert them into the Zn function using the nulls to zeros, by converting nulls to zeros, so that it will avoid some potential mistakes in your calculations. Okay, so this is the joins. This is a diagram, pictorial diagram, to understand how the data will be joined in various 4 options. And this is about the data blending. Like I said, data blending is the left table join it supports. Only supports left join in data blending. You must change the order of data source for right join. So this means I will go to the next sheet and I'll change which is the left table. Inner joins, this one we will see later in the filters, how to tweak it so that we can see the inner join. And for the secondary data sets, primary data set, you can use the cubes data summary, but not for the secondary data sets. So this is what actually the representation. In the blending, you can use data warehouse, data marts, files, and cubes for the primary data source. But while in the secondary data, you cannot use the cubes data because aggregated data cannot be used with the row level data. So that is it. Okay, so when to join, when to blend, like I already mentioned, if your data resides in the same data source, join is the best option to improve the performance and filtering control. Okay, so these are some of the examples you can check. Data extractions will come back because we need the live and extract options to see this how. But I want at least one person next week, please download the Tableau desktop, 14 days trial version. We will see this, how to do the full refresh, incremental refresh options. We'll be working on the module 2. And then there is a parameter. How do we create the parameters? Parameters, what we will do is we will do the mix and with the module 3, and we will do the parameters because parameters has the calculations. So calculations are part of module 3. So we will bring that calculations and then we'll move to the parameters. So 2 and 3 will be like, we use it as a combination. So first of all, before getting into the filters, let's understand this worksheet all about. So this worksheet is a place where we will start drawing all the visuals, bringing the required information, creating graphs and all. So we have we call it as a shelves. So these are all called shelves: column shelf, row shelf, filter shelf, page shelf. Okay, so we call it as a shelf. And this is called marks card. We can bring either any dimension or a measure onto any of the row or column so that a visual will be populated. So this means, for example, if I bring the subcategory and a measure. So one dimension, one measure. So by default, it is a bar chart, it is created. Okay. So on the right hand side, there is an option called show me button is there. In this, there are 24 predefined charts are there. It will give the visuals depending on what dimensions measures are we bringing. We can choose. Some will be highlighted, some will not be highlighted. For module 2, we will be working only on the text table. That is the first one. Without the visual, we'll be working on the text table first, because to understand, get familiar with all this filters and whatnot, everything. So this is a pivot table kind of thing. Now, in the previous one, when we brought in the visual like this marks card is getting enabled. What does the marks card will do? Marks card has a color, size, label, detail, and tooltip. So depending on if I want to change the colors, I'll choose the color change. If I want to do the size change, label, and all these things will happen here. So this we will deal with it later. Now let's go to this one. This is our text table. We have a subcategory, which is a dimension, a measure, which is on the label. That's nothing but your text label. Now we are learning the filters. Filters means what happens is whatever the data you have as a part of your data source, when you start creating your visual, the entire data will be there. I don't need the entire data for my visual. For example, I'm preparing a product reports. There are 100 products available in the data, but the report require only 10 products. So I want to display only 10 products. So that's the way the filters will be created. I want to show only 10 out of 100 products. So I'll show it in the filter, only 10 products. So that data will be shown on the visual. So these filters are various types of filters available. In Tableau, there are 7 types of filters. So what is a filter? Tableau filter changes the content of the data that may enter a Tableau workbook, dashboard, or a view. So though my data source has a full data, what information I want to bring, want to show, so those things is what actually the filter does. Whether it is at the data source level, or at a worksheet level, or a dashboard level. And Tableau has multiple filter types, and each type is created with a different purpose. It's important to understand who can change them and the order of each filter is executed. Now, if you see on the right hand side, the visual, what it is showing is a filter tab for a dimension filter. Okay, so this looks like this. So now, the 7 filters are each one of has its own purpose. So what is a dimension filter? A dimension filter is a filter where in the SQL, if you are aware of SQL queries when you are writing it, there is a where clause we give. So it works like a where clause. Okay. So this means it will be applied on the dimension where you will give some kind of like contains. All those things we will write. So if I go here, I will bring this is subcategory, right? Which is a dimension I'm bringing. So I'll go and drag this subcategory onto the filter box. So this is called the filter box. The moment I put on the filter box, it will show this particular filter box. So what all the information available? One is the general, wildcard, condition, and top. So in the general, I can choose manually what products I want to show. For example, I have 17 products are there. In this, I don't want to show, for example, bookcases, furnishings, appliances. Some I don't want. So I'll just deselect it and then click apply. Here you're seeing now what selection I made, selection 13 of 17 values. Okay. Now, if I want all, select all, again apply. Now all selected 17 of 17 values. So what is this exclude button? Exclude works in a reverse. When you select exclude, whatever selection is there, it will exclude at the time of giving the visual. So I'll click on the exclude, apply. So all are excluded. If I remove this one, it will be all include in the visual. Now it is included. So that is just as like a opposite combination. Now, this is a selection part. You have also a wildcard option. In the wildcard, what will say that it has to match a value in the either 4 forms. Contains, starts with, ends with, exactly matches. So I want to identify products which contains in the name, right? Here envelopes is there, fastness is there, furnishings is there. If I give in the product name, if there are ES letters are there, it should match and it should display. That is my requirement. Only those products you display with the letter ES next to each other are there in the product name, display that. So I'll give ES apply. So out of 17 products, 8 products are matching with the ES category. So that is accessories ES, appliances ES, bookcases ES, envelopes, machines, phones, supplies, and tables. Okay. Or I don't want this combination. Clear, apply. Now everything is back. Starts with. Instead of that, I want the products which are starting with the letter C. Apply. There are 2 products which are starting with the letter C. Okay, this is the way you can choose the, and this is not case sensitive, so you don't need to worry. For example, C in the small letters, if I give, in the smaller case, lower case if I'm giving, still it will apply. Or let's give E, apply. Envelopes, though it is in the proper case, but while I'm selecting matching value when I'm giving in the lower case, still it will produce the result. Okay, now clear it off again, apply. It ends with. Now it will go and check the condition. Whichever the product is ending with the letter R, I want to see those products, apply. Only a product that is a paper, it is ending with the letter R, it is giving the result. Next one, exactly matches. This exactly matches has to exactly match the name of the product, then only it will display. So this means if I give tables is there, table if I give, it will not match. It has to match exactly the name. If you give tables, apply, then it will display. Here again, case insensitive. So you don't need to worry whether it's a proper case or uppercase or lowercase. You just need to give the full name. Then it will pick up. So apply, it's a table. If you don't want again, click clear, apply. Now all the products are back. So this is exactly exclude also the same option. While we gave the tables, right? What is happening? It is selecting only table. If you click on the exclude, it will exclude the table and shows the rest of the ones. It's the opposite effect. If I select exclude, it will become does not match with the tables you display, this meaning. So except the tables, rest of the products are displayed. This is like include exclude option. Okay. Now next is the condition. So far the general and wildcard, you're applying on the data item of the dimension. That is a subcategory. Whereas what is the condition? Condition will be applied on this dimension for a particular field. So my field is a subcategory. For that subcategory, I'm applying a condition. That is, I want to give by field where each product sales should be greater than or equal to 100K. This is my condition. Okay. I'm giving subcategory products. All the subcategory products should go and check wherever the sales is greater than 100K, you display the result. Apply. Now, out of 17 products, 10 products has the sales value greater than 100K. That is what the result. Or if you want to give, though you're showing sales, if you want to give profit condition, you can also go ahead and give profit. Profit is greater than 100K, for example. There are no products which has a profit greater than 100K. Now you change it to 20K. Yeah. We have some 7 products which their profit is greater than 20K. So it is displaying. Condition. Now in this condition here, you are giving single condition, sales or profit, whatever. I want to give 2 conditions. Okay. So now go to the none first, apply so that the condition is changed, whatever you have given already. Now go by formula. Here you write it. Sum of sales is greater than or equal to 100K. 2 conditions I want to give, and or whatever you want to give. Sum of profit is greater than or equal to 20K. Apply. So what you are giving here, you are applying 2 measure conditions on a subcategory where both the conditions has to match and then you give the result. So it is matching with the 6 products. These 6 products has a sales greater than 100K plus profit also greater than 20K. Let's see whether it is correct or wrong by bringing the profit also into this view. See, profit should be greater than 20K, sales should be greater than 100K. So 6 products match with the condition. Now again, go to the subcategory in the filter, edit filter. Instead of and condition, I'll give or. Apply. Now what is happening? Either one of the condition matches also, you should display the result. That's what our requirement. That is the reason if you see the book cases, though the profit condition is not matched, but the sales condition is matched. That is why it is giving the result. The same scenario for the paper. Paper profit condition is matching, but sales condition is not matching. Still it is giving the result. So because we have given the or condition here, either one of the option matches, it should throw the result. So what does that mean? If I want to choose, for example, sometimes people will ask, right, top 10 customers, you give us the list. Who are those top 10 customers? Or which are those top 5 products which are going well in the market? So these are the things that you want a report to be prepared. So you can create the top option. Now again, go back to the none, apply. Now it is cleared. Okay. I'll remove the profit from here. I don't want the profit, sales only. Now go to the filters, edit filter. Top option. I want to give by field top. You can give the number. Top 5 products only I want to display. 5. By sales. So it has to check the sales condition and it should display. Okay, so I'm giving top 5. For the subcategory, base is the sales value. Apply. These are the top 5 products as per the sales value. Okay. Or bottom. You want to know the lowest value products. Bottom 5. Apply. So these are the least value products. So this is the lowest value. This is the highest value within the data what you brought in here. For example, if you bring the customer name here, your start value will be whichever the customer has the lowest sales value. Now in this, I want to select the range. I'll give 50K to 100K. Between 50K to 100K products, I want to see. Apply. Only 2 products are fulfilling that condition where 15K to 100K. Okay. Or if I want to give 50K to 200K. Apply. Now I have few more products, which is to 200K. So this is the range. Or you want to give a start value or end value, you can choose. At least. So least value I can change at any point of the time, but highest value I cannot change. So least value right now it shows 50K. I want to give the least value as 100K to start. This is to start. Apply from 100K to 330. Whatever the highest value, it will not allow you to change. Gives you the, what is the least value here? At most least value you cannot change, but highest value I can change. I want to display up to 250K. I can do that. 330K. I can do that. So the filter will happen on the range, that is between values I can show. I can also restrict my highest value, I can restrict it, or lowest value I can restrict it. Special is nothing but if you have null values, non-null values, you can use that.
Okay.
I can change any dimension here now. If I'm seeing subcategory now, later I can change to customer name. If I want to see the state, I can keep on changing my dimensions there. But the filter is applied on the measure value. So the measure sales value or a profit value, that filter will not change. In the previous scenario, you're applying the sales on the dimension. If that dimension changes, your filter also will go away. Yeah. And much more here. Like you can do averages, you can do min values, max values, those things also there here. So another one is called, now whatever the dimension or measure filters you have seen, I want to display that. That is called quick filters. So subcategory is there. I have given subcategory like this in the filter. Apply, okay. Now, if I enable this one for the end user, this will become my show filter. If I go and select from here, there is an option called show filter. If I select this one, the right hand side, you'll see the filter box. This is for the end user. Now they can interact with your report. If they want to choose, they don't want all the products, they can deselect. They want to see only furnishing and chairs, they can see only those two. So you are enabling this for the end user to interact. Or if they want to choose appliances. In this scenario, you cannot provide access for them to choose the range. If you bring the sales also on top of it, the sales filter, they can choose that. See now, show filter. I have all here. In this, I can choose even sales value also. For example, these are the products. In this, I want to see only the binders, fasteners. Some products I'm putting it. Now between this one, I want to choose again 50,000 to the something like, I can give 163K to 330K. Between those, I want to see. Though we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 products are there, but out of 5 products, with my measure filter, I am seeing only 3 now because of the condition. Got it? So like this, if you enable for the end user, this is called quick dependent filters. The first one filter, if you enable, that is called dependent. If you're enabling another filter on top of it, it is called quick dependent filters. So you're adding filters onto the filters. Like you're giving multiple filters for the end user to interact with it. Okay, so now you not only 2, you can keep as many filters as you want. But the problem is dependent quick filters, the performance will become slow down. Reason is because you keep on adding the filters. So that is the reason. So now how does it work? There is 1,000 row data is there. Correct? So filter 1 is applied now on this. After the filter 1 applied, the data is now, we can see 800 rows. After the filter, now the output is 800. Okay. Now again, I want to apply. How does the system works? Filter 2 I'm applying. Whether the dimension, measure, any filter you apply, it will go and again check on this data. The result you may get 600. But while searching, it will go and search on this one. Again, it may give the 400 as a filter 3. But the data will search when you apply the filter, it will go and search on this 1000. So this is called dependent quick filters. Every time it will go and check on the total data. Because of this, to give the result, it takes little time. Performance will be little slower because it has to go every time, go and check and come back, go and check and come back, right? On the total data, of course, it has to search the data, but on the total data, that is the reason we have another filter called context filter. Now, what does a context filter will do? It restricts the flow of data. Means I have the 1000 rows. When I apply the filter 1, I got the same result. When I'm applying the filter 2, it will not go on the 1000. It will go and check on the 800 and it will give the result. It can be the same result, but the data will be filtered on the filtered data. Okay, so due to that, the performance is much faster in the context filters. Now, the third filter, if you're applying this third filter on filter 2 again, or if you're applying on the filter 1, you have a choice there. If you want to apply on the filter 2, then you have to make this as a context. This is a context 1. This will become your context 2. Then if you're applying this filter 3 on the 600, though the result is same, but it will search only the 600 data, not the 1000 or 800. If you're applying this filter on this, then the search will be on the 800 only, not on this one. So this way of the control, we will get in the limitation of context filter. What does it mean? Are you asking the question or you're saying that one, Isha? It's not called limitation. It is limiting your data to search. It's not a limitation. It is limiting your data to search so that the query performance will be much faster. Okay, now how do we apply the context filter? The first context filter, if you want to apply some context here, first filter you're doing it, edit filter, I will give 100K to 330K. This is my filter requirement to apply. So now how many rows are there? 10 rows. The filter data has 10 rows. You go here, sum of sales, click on the drop down. This one you make it, measure filter, we cannot do this one, sorry. First, let me keep the subcategory, okay? Subcategory I brought in now. And I'll go and convert this into the context, add to context. So the moment you make it as add to context, it will grade out. So this means now the data is restricted. Okay, before that I want to filter some data, then let me remove some products. Okay, I have 12 products only. I've limited the data now. On top of it, I'll bring the sales now. So what is your data showing here? What is the minimum value you're seeing here? So the minimum itself is only the 12,000 because you have already restricted the data there in the subcategory. You removed some of the products. Now those products it cannot go and search on that. Now the sales value will apply only on this. Now click OK. This you give it as show filter for the end user. They can only play around with this data. So in the add filter, if you click on the add, here if you want to filter it out, you can do the filters. Means normally what happens is when you bring the data warehouse data, your databases, if you connect, how much data is available, every data will be connected, right? It can have 10 years of data, 15 years of data, or how much ever is the data. But we don't need the entire data for our visual. Your reporting purpose, hardly even 6 months is enough. Normally 1 year is enough, but 1 year data or 6 months data, that is sufficient. It should not be more than that. Unnecessarily, if you connect to the entire database, it actually tends to lower the speed or performance of your data. In this scenario, what you can do, here in the data source itself, you can restrict the data how much you want. So go and select. I have the order date. Considering this is my years of data, order date I'll select. I'll go with the years. I have 4 years of data. I don't need the 4 years data. So what I will do, I'll go and select the Only 14, 15, 1 year data or 2 years data I want. I'll select only this, apply. It keeps only the 2014 and 15. So now if you see out of 9,994 rows, it is only 5,899 rows now.
Can you show that again?
Yeah, go to the filters here, add. Here you have all the options, fields options available. I'm choosing the dates because I want the total number of years data. So,
okay.
Like that, anything, like if you have 4 regions, I don't want all the 4 regions. I want to see only 3 regions. So go and click on the region. Take only South and West region I want. I'll select only South and West, apply. Now it will keep only South and West. So because you're doing it at the data source level, the data source filters, that will give you the data source will help you in reducing the size of the data which is coming into the reporting, plus it is a global filter. Nothing can bypass the data source. Okay, so nothing can be bypassed with the data source filter. Just go ahead and check now. Now it is only 2,831 rows. So now if you go to any one sheet, each sheet will have only the whatever the filtered data, because this is a starting point, right? You're restricting at the starting point itself. That is the reason you cannot see in the entire workbook, even if you want also. Okay, so now the next one is there, that is called user filter. Is it a user filter? The last one. Yeah, user filter. So this is not here. You need to create the row level security for the data what you're presenting. Like, if there is a salesperson is there, if you want to show only the region 1 to that salesperson. So those kind of filters, this will be applied on the server. Okay, with the login IDs. So you need to first create the user IDs there in the server, and those user IDs you will apply on the filter to provide the access to them. So this will not be part of this, but this is what the user filter does, which will be for your web logins to get the data. Okay, so that's all on the filters now. And what we will do is, yeah, date. Date also has a filters. How do we apply the date filter? Okay, I'll go to the data source. I'm removing all these things. First of all, date in Tableau is can be used as a both dimension and also a measure. By default, as a property, it is a dimension because it has a hierarchy thing where date parts are there. But I can also use it like a measure also. So to create as a measure, we need to convert the formatting, that's all. So when you bring the order date or any date for that matter, it shows like this. It's a blue color, which is a dimension. It has a natural hierarchy. When I click on the year, next goes to the quarter, next is the month, and next is the date. That is a day. If you have time also, hours, months, and seconds also, you can see that. Next step is, if you see the format, it is always your Q1 starts with the January. Okay, so your date, it's a Q1 starts with the January. But sometimes what happens in some of the countries like India has the financial year starting from the April onwards. That will be the Q1. When for the books, all those things, it will start from the financial year, that is April onwards. If my reporting, I want to change that physical year to the financial year, the format change we have to do for that. The properties changes we need to change. Those property changes, how do you do that is, go to the date here, whichever the date is there, click on the drop down. There is an option called default properties are there. This default properties is the one where we will do the changes. So this default properties, as right now the physical year starting is January. I want to change this physical year starting to the January to April. Now automatically my view also got changed now. Now my Q1 is starting from April onwards. You want to know that? Just click on this one. Your month is Q1 is April. So when there is a need, you need to do the changes. You can go ahead and do the changes here. Okay, so this is on the date. Suppose if I want to change that into the next physical year, the quarter, which I want to change this into the June, that also I can do. Now my Q1 starts from the June. So this is the way it works. Okay, I'll go back again. I don't want, I'll just go and change this order date. Default properties, I want a physical year only, that is a January. I'll keep that one. Now it is back to Q1 January. Now the next option is filter. How do I do the filters? So right now you are in this filter mode. You are bringing the sales. It's in the dimension mode. Okay, so this is the data. I want to do the filter, date filter. So what I'll do, I'll drag the order date onto the filter box. So these filters are basically this portion, the first relative date and range of dates. This is applied to the measure date. Years to the individual dates, this portion is for the dimension date. If I select the years, let's take a dimension date right now. Years, next. 4 years, okay. Show filter. See, if I want to choose 14 and 15, I can choose 14 and 15. If I want, this you're enabling for the end user. They can choose whichever how many years they want to see the data. Or if you're going to the Q quarterly, I don't want year to show here, or I want to put it on the columns. See, this is quarterly, this is years. I'm just changing the view only. I'm bringing year on top of the onto the columns, and rows I'm keeping it the quarter. I want to see only 2012 and 14 and 15. I can see 14 and show filter.
So
For the end user.
makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah. So anything you can go up to the day level. Again, you want to bring in. So this is the quarter mode. Now you want to bring the months also. Okay. Again, drag the order date. Now this time this filter should be on the months. Okay. So enable this also. Show filter. So you're giving all the options. They can choose any combination. They can choose 2015 if they want to see 2015. All the months they want to see, all the months are there. Or they want to choose only the Q1, Q3, Q4. And that too, in that, I want to compare January, July, and October. You can remove that. Like this also you can give. Or in the Q2 also you want to add April. Just add. Here also you need to select because we have not selected. So like this. Any combination you can give. So now this is a dimension, right? You're bringing like a dimension, you're using a dimension filter here. But what if I want a measure filter on top of it? Okay, so go here first, bring the date. And the sales, right? Now, when you're bringing the order date onto filters, choose this one, range of dates. Now it's the same range of dates. You can give start date, end date. You can give starting date restriction, ending date restriction, starting date restriction, and click OK. So show filter. Now, if you show the report like this, if I'm giving the range, see, base is the range, it is showing the result. I'm giving up to 30th June 2013. So that is why you'll see only till Q2. From the start is fixed, right? So let me change that also. Edit. I will choose range of dates option, apply, okay. Now this range of dates, I can choose how much I want to show the report. You can go even clearly like this also, you can see.
On alphabetical.
Alphabetical order.
Alphabetical order.
Yes. So it's not in the numerical value sort, right? It's not showing anywhere here. Number. It's only the alphabets. And that two alphabets as in the ascending order it is giving. A to Z. Normally this is called the data source order we call. By default, whatever the data source you bring in, first it will go with the data source order. That is because A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, right? O orders people and returns. So that is in the data source order. And our data source order plus also our alphabetical order also same. So when I convert this into alphabetical, it will be the same scenario. Now, I want to convert into the field order. Field is nothing but any measure I'm bringing. I want to go with the measure. So that measure order sort, depending on the number, highest to the lowest, lowest to the highest I want to give, I will choose. So now how do we do the sorting? First of all, sorting will happen only on the dimension. Here, dimension is customer name. I'll click on the drop down of the dimension, customer name. Click on the sort. One is the data source order. That is what we are seeing. Next is alphabetic. The same thing. Third is the field order. Next is the nested. Manual is something I will explain. Field is something where for this particular customer, I'm choosing by field descending order with the sales value. So now how the sorting happened? Wherever the sales is there, highest to the lowest values for each customer, it is sorting it out. Now this is highest to the lowest sales value. Or if I want to change it to profit, the customer should be sorted out by profitable values. Though here it shows the sales value, but the sorting happened as per the profit, which you are not able to see. Bring the profit field, then you can understand whether the sorting happened as per the profit or not. See, highest profit to the lowest profit. Okay, so now this is also done. This is called field sorting. Whichever the field you want to choose, you can choose that and you can do the sorting option. Manual sorting. What is the manual sorting? I want to decide on my own. Here, as per, okay, first let me go with the field by sales, descending done. Now, I will go to the manual order. In the manual order, I want to bring Tom Ashbrook onto the top. Though Tom Ashbrook sales is 14K, but still I want to bring him onto the top position. So I'll just move up this one. Irrespective of whether the value is higher or not, I'm just placing some of the customers on the top position. So manually I can choose it. So this is called your manual sorting. Next is Andy. I want to put Andy into the next position. Or Keith. So this is the manual sorting. Nested sorting I'll explain later. When I have two dimension sorting I have to do, we'll use a nested sorting. That we will see later. But sorting, how it will happen only on a dimension.
Now what happens in this case, say for instance, now we put Tom Ashbrook on top and Keith on the second. Now, if there is a data source update, right? And if there is, like right now in the current state, we are able to do it, right? But now if there is an update on the data, or if it's a live data, does that sorting get reset, or does that rule still remain intact?
Can you repeat that question? Sorry, I missed out. Yes. So what is happening is here, even though we have like this, you're seeing the fields by tables level. Sometimes what happens is we need that kind of organizing thing so that when we are working on the data fields, suppose I have the customer data in this, I also have the marketing data, product data, and all the information is there. Normally what happens whenever you bring the data tables, it will be 100 to 120 minimum. You will see those many fields, columns will be there. Searching in those fields will be little tedious job. So what you can do is you can create your own folders for these fields. You can create like customer folder, we can also create a location folder so that all those related information you can put it. Like the best example is when you join in an organization, what does the HR do? They'll create a folder for you as an employee, right? In that, what they do normally they keep about, your appointment letters, when did you join? And then from there, what kind of trainings you are getting it, what projects you are in. So those are all things. Literally, they are not keeping a physical folder, even if also they do, but yes, that is the way they organize it about a person they want to identify. So the same way, like, you can also keep the folders. If suppose if I want to keep separate a customer information, I will keep it a customer fields all into one particular folder so that while retrieving that information, it is easy for me to go and search. So to do that one, how do we actually create the folders? The first step is, right now we are in the table mode. We need to convert this into the folder mode. For that, just go and click on this drop down here. Okay, so this is the drop down. Here you will see the options, group by folder. Right now it is group by data source table. So we need to choose group by folder. Until unless you don't choose this one, what happens is...
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Tableau Course. This course is specially designed to make you certified Tableau developer in just 1.5 months. Through this course, you will learn how to create interactive dashboard and perform data visualization with R and big data from the top industry experts. Not only that, this program helps you clear the Tableau Desktop Qualified Associate exam as well. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to a new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the growth in the field of data visualization with Tableau.
When you try to go and create a folder for a customer, for example, your folder option is disabled. Only when you enable that one, this will be, enabled so that you can use it. So first convert this into the group by folder. Now it is not tables anymore, it is folder option. Then let's see what are the customer fields here. Customer ID, customer name, correct? Now we want to create a folder for this. Any one you go to the customer ID first of all. Now see the folder is available. Click on the create folder. Give the name as the customer. So now I've created a customer folder. There is a customer ID in that. I want to bring in even customer name also. Just drag and drop into this folder. Now I have a customer ID, customer name. And also I want to bring segment also. The segment is related to customer. So I'll go and bring it here. See, my folder is ready. Along with that, I have the customer ID, customer name, and the segment. Now, I want all of you to go ahead and create a product folder, a location folder. Okay, so groups are something where when I want to create a summarized information, basically summarized means one level up, not in terms of measures I'm talking about, in terms of dimensions. If I want to take it a one level up, okay, I can do the grouping. The best example is you have the cities, correct? Cities, I want to put some cities into one state. So that state is what the higher level group for the city. For the states, a region is a higher level group. For the region, it's a country is a higher level group. Okay. So why do we need this one? So that we want to see at a macro level. That is a drill up level I want to see. So for that, how do we create the groups? Groups can be created only on dimensions. Okay. And we can create in two ways. One, we can do directly onto the visual itself. So when I bring some information onto the visual, I can directly create the group there. Or what you can do is you can go to the particular field, whichever the field you want to create the groups. There you can create the groups too. So let's go to the first fields here. Okay, so in this fields, I have a customer name, which is called individual names. So now I want to group these customers. some set of customers into one group, some set of customers into another group. So I want to define that as, for example, all the customers whose name is starting with the letter A or letter B. I want to create a groups for that. Okay, so I'll go to the customer name, click on the drop down. There is an option called create. Okay, so there is an option called create is there. In the create group option is available. Just go ahead and click on this one. When you click on this, okay, so you will see a window where it has all the information about the customers. And there is a small find option is there. If it is like this, you just expand it. Okay, just go ahead and expand it. Now, the requirement is I want to create a customer group as a name, field name. And in this customer group, I want to check all the customers whose name is starting with the letter A. First, I need to identify, right? First, I need to find. So go here in the find option. Here is the option called starts with, because I want to search every name which is starting with the letter A. So starts with A. I gave here A. Now I'll click on the find all. The moment I click on the find all, it is highlighting the blue color. All the names which the letter A is there, it's all highlighted. Okay. Now click on the group. The requirement is only with the names which are starting with the letter A. And this is not case sensitive. So that is why I've given even the lower case also. That is fine. Group. Now there is a grouping done. It is giving you, these are all in the group. 61, 62, 60, 64 names are there. So all the 64 customers are part of one group now. You want to name it, you name it. I'm giving A letter customers. This is a group for that. Now you have a letter customers data. Now I want to create a group for B. So I'll go do the same thing, go B, find all. Now all the B letter customers are identified. Now click on the group. I'll say B letter customers. Want to do the same thing for C? I'll stop there. Find all. Now the C, group it, C letter customers. Okay, so now we have 3 groups and rest of all are the individual names. We have not created any groups. So if you want to create all the rest, okay, rest of the one manually. Like I said, right, you can do manual selection. You can, with the control button, if you want to select some names into one group, you can go ahead and select like this. You can give it as is the option. This is the grouping. Okay, click on the group. Then in this, it will become others. Rename it. Okay, so we just created others. Now the point is, why are we doing this one? So what happens? When I create a group, do I need this category information first of all? In a normal scenario? If I have the product names like this, do I still need subcategory information here? Yes or no?
Yeah, furniture can have multiple types of subcategories, right?
But what is the reason? Why do you need this one?
Well, if we want to get some data based upon those subcategories instead of categories, so we can use that as a level of hierarchy for that.
Correct. So when I have the information about, all products are available in my company. Okay. Some 100 products are available. Okay. Or for example, take the phones. Okay. Let's not give a brand name. I'm keeping all the phones. Okay. Someone asks you, how many Samsung phones are there? How many Apple phones are there? How many models are there? So what you will do normally? You need to go to the all the phones and you have to start searching 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you take it out and you keep it. Okay, these are all iPhones. These are all your Samsung phones and all. So why are you creating that one? Because you're differentiating something. Why is that differentiation required? If someone asks you some information, you tell me about Apple products, I can go to the group of Apple and identify how many products are there, how many versions were launched, and what is the sale. I can still go ahead with the product name, right? I launched some 100 products in the company, all the 100 products I can keep it. But why I'm tagging it as a group? Because so that it is easy to identify the information. And I can also give it at a level, as a brand level, what is that information, how many products are there, how many are getting sold and all. So the same way, group is for that. Group you're bringing at a summarized information so that when I need at a granular level, I can still go ahead and show the granularity. If I don't want, I can just go ahead and show the level. The best example is your location. Location is also the same thing, right? If I say my country is this, okay, and then people will ask you, in that country, which state are you from? When you go to that state, people will ask you, in that state, which city are you coming from? So why is that actually those steps are needed? Because you are identifying a particular location as you. So I'm tying it back to the city and then the state and then to the country and then to the world map. So that's the reason you need the grouping. Okay, for your data to be tagged to certain information, that's the way you need the groups. Is it clear now? So the example I have given here as a customer, you can create a customer groups with a segment. Okay, segment is already there. That is why I don't want to create the group as a segment. Here in this segment, we have 3 segments. Consumer segment. I'm bringing customers who are all part of consumer segment. They are buying only the consumer products. How many customers are buying the corporate products? How many customers are buying home office products? So this is a group. Under this group, you have these customers. The same way I'm just giving customers who are with the A letter customers, how many are there? B letter customers, how many are there? C letter customers, how many are there? This is just to bring a summarized information so that now if somebody asks you, you give only this information, I don't need to bring the customer name. I'll just go and give at this level of information, I'll just give the sales. The customers who are A letter customers, they are giving the sales of 168K. B letter customers are contributing to 144K. Okay. Either you can create the groups by going to that field, click on this one, create a group, or you can also do manually by selecting the fields on the screen. Like I want to create one group for this one. Like this. I can just go ahead and create the groups. Right click. And then you, sorry, not the right click, that. Here you have an option called grouping. Group members. Then it will go to the members and just rename it here. Edit alias, you can say D letter customers. So now we have 3 groups in this one for the customers data. If you want to use only these 3 group customers data, what you can do, just bring the customer name here, make this as your filter. In the filter, I want to choose only A, B, C, and D. Apply. Out of 793 customers, 193 customers are falling under this group. And then you can show this as a filter. You can just simply go and play around. I want to see only A letter customers, or I want to see B or a D. So once it is created, you can use it like, however you want to use that. Now with this grouping, you can create hierarchies. Okay, so what is a hierarchy? Hierarchy is a logical grouping. So now the logical grouping is for a location, the granularity is the postal code, right? And then when you go one step up, then it is a city. And another step, it's a state, region, and then your country. Region will play in dual roles. If suppose if you have multiple countries, you can use a region before the country. When you have only a single country data, you can use the region after the country. So it depends on how you want to represent your data. So first of all, why is it hierarchy is required? Hierarchy is basically from top to bottom approach, wherein we can see from what is the highest level to the lowest level information, right? While we're doing it, it has to be a logically connected ones. So that is why it's a hierarchy. I cannot bring in, for example, in an organization, I have a associate level employees. Then next level is, you can call it as the team leaders, and from there to the managers, from there to the CXOs and the your organizational heads. Instead of that, I cannot keep the associate in the middle position and all these things. So there is a logical hierarchy, right? From top to bottom approach. So now you need to see in your data, your fields, which has a logical connect from top to bottom, you can create a hierarchy. And what is the purpose in Tableau? In Tableau, once I bring that hierarchy, I don't need to bring the multiple fields. Today, when I want to create a product report, what is happening? I need to bring the category. Someone asks you, I want to see the subcategory. Then what you have to do? You have to drag the subcategory so that the subcategory information is there. Someone else asks you, add the product also. So I'll bring the product ID. And then they say that product name I want to see. Then you'll bring this one. So what am I doing here? I'm actually adding multiple fields so that I can go to the granularity of my product name. What is the value? So it is like, multiple times I need to bring the fields. Whereas when we learned the date as a hierarchy, date has a natural hierarchy in Tableau. What it is doing, whenever you bring the date, I don't need to go and bring the year, month, quarterly, whatever. Just when I bring the date, it is created as a natural hierarchy. When I start the drill down, I can see the quarterly information, I can see the month information, and I can see the day. Suppose I don't want to see, I can still go do the drill up. So this is enabled for me. Only once I have to bring in, all these things are connected. I can go up to whatever the day level information. So the same thing, I want to do it for the different dimensions also. For that, you can go ahead and create a hierarchy. So while we are doing the folders, there is no order there, correct? In this, I'm going with the customer group, customer ID, customer name, and segment. So there is no order, like logical order is not there because it is not needed in the folder. Now the hierarchy, I want to create a logical order. So first you need to go and see in my logical order, category is the first place. So I'm creating a product hierarchy. I'll go to the category, click on the drop down first. Hierarchy option is there, create hierarchy. I'm giving the name as a product. If you see, there is an icon called hierarchy icon now. So first is the category. Next is the subcategory. So you need to know the sequence. You need to talk to the business users. You get that sequence, or if you have domain knowledge, good enough, you can go ahead. So go and drag the subcategory after the category. Now, after category, this is subcategory. If you find it difficult to drag and drop, what you can do, the next one is after subcategory, product ID is the next position. So what I'll do, I'll go here, click on the drop down, hierarchy, add to hierarchy. You can go and choose like this also. Either you do the drag and drop. If you feel it difficult, then you can just go ahead and select that particular field, drop down, hierarchy, add to hierarchy, product. Now next is after subcategory, it's a product ID. Next, we need product name. Go and drag and drop. Now the product name is there. So we have now product hierarchy is created. I don't need to bring all the 4 now. Just only one you bring it. The first one. Automatically you will see the drill down option. See. Subcategory, product ID, and product name. In the earlier scenario, I have to bring all the 4 fields. But now I don't need to. So this is called the hierarchy. Yeah, just take 5 minutes time, practice the hierarchy for the location, product. Yeah.
If it is already inside a folder, can we create hierarchy like that only?
Yeah, you can still go ahead and create.
Okay.
And the best thing is now whatever you created the group, that group also you can put it as a hierarchy. Now I can go ahead and add these two, customer group and customer name, into one hierarchy too. Okay, so next one is sets. So while groups are for dimensions, sets are for you can use both. Okay, but anyways, the set will be created on the dimension only. But what we can do is we can use multiple options, multiple dimensions. Let me bring that PPT. Just give me a minute. Okay, so what is a set? A set is a subset of your data that meet certain conditions based on the existing dimensions. So we need to create, okay, we are working on some data. I want to create a subset of my data so that I can check something like, how the behavior of this set of customers. Okay, so those kind of things, if I want to do the check, I can create the subset of my data and then I'll start observing it. Now the sets are of two types, not the two, three sets are there for us. Okay, one is called constant sets. Another one is computed sets. Third one is the combined sets. Okay, so while constant sets are also called as the manual sets, we call. What is a constant set means? It is the data elements what you are creating as a part of set will not change with underlying data changes. Means, for example, there is a customer, I created a set. Okay, for this customer, there is a sales increase, there is a profit increase, there is a product increase. Number of products is buying, that is increasing. Still the set, whatever I created for that particular customer to tag it, he will not change, he will not move out of that set. So the best example is, suppose if I created the customer set as the high value customers. Okay. Tomorrow what happens is he's not purchasing that much, whatever we expected. Still, that set was created as a high value for this customer. He will remain in the high value only. So that's the difference. Whereas the computed sets works on the logic. The logic is the moment the value is going down, automatically that particular customer will move out of that set. So that is the logic we are creating. So computed sets are dynamic. It runs on the formula. Okay, so whereas constant sets will not work on the formula. It just goes with the manual selection of what you're doing. I want to create some customers into one set. Manually, I'm doing it. That set will remain as is. So first of all, why do we need to create those sets? Because it will provide us a greater flexibility to, like suppose if you're doing A/B testing. Okay, so you want some set of customers into one group, some other customers into another group, so that you can run the program and see whether it is working fine or not. So these are the things which, when you want to work on the data, you can create like that. And sets also the same way. You can go to any field, whichever the field you want to create the set, just simply go there and create your set option. Now let's go back to our data. So in this data, I have the customers. I want to create the sets for the customers. One set I want to create a general. I want to manually select some customers. I want to put them into the set. And sets also need the dimensions only. On the dimensions only, you'll create the sets. So go here, go and select the customer name. Where is the customer name here? Click on the drop down. There is an option called create. Okay, so go and click on the create set. You have three options: general, condition, and the top. The moment you go to the top, this will be a formula based, condition is a formula based. General is the one where you can select manually. If I want to create some set of customers into one, you can go ahead and do this. So randomly, I'm picking up some customers. So I'll just go and pick up like this. Now, how many customers I selected? Say 13. Okay, two more let's pick up. Total 15 customers we picked up. Okay, so I'll create a set name as the focused customer list. These 15 customers. And click OK. The moment you create a set, sets will show like this. So that is with the circles Venn diagram. So there is a manually created set. This is now available. The row, for example, what happens is set can be displayed in two ways. You can choose to show as an in and out option, or you can show as a set members. In means what? Whoever we have selected, those people part of that set. Out means who are not part of the set. So that is the meaning of in and out. When you show like this in and out, you go and put the measure if you are giving sales. You also want to see those customers. You can bring the customer name to next to this. These are the customers who are part of in, so they are part of the set. Those customers are not part of the set. So it shows that rest of the customers are out. Now, how do I use this one in and out? I can use this one into the columns so that each customer will be either given in and out. Like this representation. Or you can use this in and out into the filters. Choose both. Click OK. Show filter. So if somebody asks you, they want to, like, end user wants to see the in customers, they can click on this one. They can see only those. If they want to see out customers, they can see only those customers. So this option, like representation in the visual, you can put it in any way. If you want to show it as a columnar level, if you want to show as a filter level, you can create as per the client requirement. You can go ahead and present it. This is in and out option. Suppose if there is if they asked you don't show as a in out option, both the options don't give it to us, give us only those people who are part of the set. We want to see the report. So for that, what you can do is you can remove this. Instead of in out, right, click on the drop down, select as a show members in set. The moment I select show members in set, only those people who selected will be the part of your report. Okay, so this will become only those which are part of this report. This is the way you can represent. In and out you can show, or you can show only those which are needed to represent. This is a constant set. Now, for example, Bill, he spent 10,500. As we created as a manual set, there is no condition for that customer whether should be part of this set or not part of the set, because I manually selected. Tomorrow there is a drop in the sales. Okay, or altogether he stopped buying. Still he will not move out of this set because there is no condition attached here. This customer will remain until you go and delete from the set. Otherwise, as a by default, it will not change because of the behavior of the customer, purchase behavior of the customer. Whereas now computed set, I'm going to the same customer name, create a set. Computed set, I'll go with the condition or I'll go with the top approach. Suppose if I'm going here, by field I want to give sales value. Wherever the customer sales value is greater than or equal to 10K. I'm giving a condition here. Okay, so I'm giving customers with greater than 10K sales. Now bring this one. Again, the same steps. If you want to show as only those customers information, you can show, or in and out. So I'll go with the customers only. So show members in set. These are the customers whose sales is greater than 10K. Suddenly tomorrow, Edward Hooks, whatever he purchased, 10,300, some of the products were returned. Now his net sales value to the company is 9,000. He will move out of this set because we need the sales value 10K. And he's not part of 10K because there were some products which were returned back to the company. So this customer is not the 10K value customer. Like that, any customer, even Sean Miller, whatever, if he brought one particular big product, he's not satisfied, he sent it back. And he's not taking the new product. He's looking for a refund. So when they give the refund, the process, this means now the customer has not purchased anything from the client, right? So he will be moved out of the high value customer. So this is the computed set. Plus in the computed set, you can also go ahead, another set if I want to create. Here what I'm doing, I'm taking the top condition by field, top 10 customers I want every time. Okay. Even if I run today, tomorrow, whatever it is, top 10 customers I want. So this top 10 customers, this is the sales value. So next day sales got added. Suddenly Greg purchased another 3,000. So his sales now will become 14K. Automatically he'll move to the in. Christopher will move out of this list. He'll go to the out list. Because the condition is I need only 10 here as a count, not as a value. I need only top 10 customers. So base is the sales value. Whoever has the sales value highest, this will keep on changing. So now if we go back to the definition, constant sets are sets that once created do not change. What is it will not change? The membership. Membership of the set will not change. These are all called manual sets. Whereas computed sets, they use the logic to dynamically update the membership of the set. This is the distinction between the constant and computed. Changes to the data will change the set itself as it recomputes what gets classified as a in the set and what gets classified as out of the set. Constant sets you can work on the 2 dimensions, whereas the computed sets can only use a single dimension. Because for that dimension, you're writing a measure. That is the reason you can use only 1 dimension. Okay. So that is the difference between the constant and computed. And combined sets. If you want to combine, you can combine 2 different sets, 2 sets into 1 single set. But when you're combining it, the dimension should be the same for both the sets. So what does this mean? If I'm taking 1 set on the customer name, 2nd set on the state, it will not work. Both the sets should be the same as the customer set, then I can combine it. So that is called combined set. Okay. Now we understood how to create the sets, how to display the sets. I want all of you to go ahead and create top 10 customers, top 20 customers, top 11 to 20 customers by sales. I'm just putting it in the chat window, the question. Just go ahead and create the sets. Okay. So now,
and there is a union also available, which is very cool.
Correct. So that's the way you need to choose the union, then you will get the 11 to 20. Because you're combining the sets. The output should be the 11 to 20.
Yeah, I got it.
You see all of you, the 10 is already created. Just go to the customer name, click on the drop down. You all must have created 20 also. That is by field. Instead of 10, you are giving 20 here. Okay. You have now 10 and 20. Now we need to create 11 to 20. Go to any one set. Click on the drop down. There is an option called create combined set. So my 11 to 20 is from the 10 and 20. So I have to select top 10 customers, top 20 customers. This will become 11 to 20 customers by sales. Now tell me which option I have to choose, not the one who just now completed, right? Rupashri, you don't say. I want others to answer. Which option we have to choose for 11 to 20 in this? Top 20 customers except the shade members. Why?
It removes the top 10.
Right. So the reason is between the top 10 and top 20 customers, the common customers are 1 to 10. So we don't need the 1 to 10 customers. We need only 11 to 20. That is the reason we are choosing the fourth option, which is top 20 customers except the shared members. So whatever we are doing right now, whether the groups or sets, or for that matter, even folders, everything is dependent on, okay, folders anyways you can create for both hierarchy, sets, and the groups are based on dimensions only. For that dimension, you're creating a logic as a value. Now, the bins are for the measures. Sometimes it is useful to organize the values of a measure into bins. For example, suppose you have a measure that holds the ages of customers ranging from 18 to 90. If you want to analyze how customer value breaks down by different age groups, you would bin the data. So while you're binning the data, what happens is it will become the class intervals. If you all remember statistics when we learned, while we are doing the distribution frequency, the intervals we create 1 to 10, 11 to 20, 21 to 30, 31 to 40, okay, to understand the distribution frequency there, right? So the same way, what happens is in the bins, it will create the intervals. Like how in this example, the age group they're talking about, you can say that 1 to 10 years, how much population is there? 11 to 20 years, how much population? 21 to 30 years, how much population? Or like children, teenagers, adults, like that. If they want to create the population groups, you can create, because as an age is a numerical value. So when there is a numeric is involved, you can create the bins to group those values. In Tableau, how can you create is, you can go ahead and choose directly, there is a histogram is available. The histogram charts will give you the groups. You can also manually create it. So both the ways are possible. So we'll go with the histogram first, and then we will also change the updation of values. The first option is called histogram option. Histogram is a chart. Okay, when you go to the show me, click on the show me button on the right hand side. There is a histogram chart from the last to the next row on top, middle one. This is the histogram chart. This is purely for a measure data set where you can create a chart. So I want to create a quantity. There is a quantities in the unit. So I'll go with the quantity. I'll bring the quantity onto the rows, and then I'll select the histogram. See, this is enabled now. I'll just go and click on this. Okay, now there is a histogram created with the class intervals. So let's understand what it is. 0 to 2 is the quantity. So this means products which are brought between 0 to 2 count, 2 to 4 count, 4 to 6, 6 to 8, like that, there is a class interval is created. On top of it, how much that quantity is sold is what you're getting here. You can give the value, sum of the quantity. If you want, you can bring the sum of the quantity on top of it. So this means between 0 to 1.77 products, there are 899 products are getting sold. Between 1.77 to 3.5, there are 12,031 products are getting sold. Okay, so that's a sum. You can make this as a count of quantity. You can also go ahead and change the sum into the count. So 4,811 products are getting sold between the 1.77 to 3.5. Okay, so how this bin is created? It's a formula based. When you go to the left hand side, there is a new option called with the histogram. There is a quantity bin, new field is created. Click on this one, edit. You can see the size of the bins. Each bin size is 1.77 units. Okay, so this is automatically Tableau is deciding based on your data what is the best bin size to create the class intervals. I want to do it as, instead of like, that decimals and all, I want to create the bins 0 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 6, 6 to 8, 8 to 10, like that. Exact one. So I'll go and change this one into the 2. Now 2 is the bin size I want. And this minimum is the count of this one, quantity count. Minimum, maximum you have 14 products people brought. 14 different products. So that is why it is giving 14. Automatically it is picking up. So you don't need to worry. Click OK. Now see the bin size. It got changed from 0 to 2 now, 2 to 4, 4 to 6, 6 to 8. Suppose if I want the bin size should be 3. Edit. I'll give it as a 3. Okay. Now the bin size is increased. 0 to 3, 3 to 6, 6 to 9, 9 to 12, and 12 to 15. So like that, this bin size, you can change it as you want. If you don't know how to do that, automatically Tableau anyways, it gives you the best option. Just go edit, suggest the bin size. Tableau is suggesting 1.77 basis your data. You can go ahead with that too. But manually you can change it if you want to provide proper size of the bin. You want to keep it as a round figure as 2, 4, 6, whatever. You can choose this way. You can even give 2.5 also. Like I want to give 2.5, 2.5 to 5, 5 to 7.5, like that also I can do that. This can be done. So this is through I just brought a measure where I want to create a bin. Okay. And then I have selected the histogram. So instead of histogram, I want to create manually the bin. What you can do is, first I'll remove this. This also I'll remove it. Delete. Go to the quantity, click on the drop down, create bin. This you are doing it manually. Go and click on the create bins. You can give the bin size. I want to give bin size 2. The same steps again. Rest all are same. You will build the visual. So I'll bring the quantity here, convert this into the count. And then the quantity bin I created, I'll put it here. Only thing was when it is histogram, it is in the continuous value. Right now, this is a discrete value. I'll convert this into the continuous value. I'll go and convert this into the continuous. That's it. The same, whatever we have shown earlier through the histogram, that is a direct way of taking it. When we are bringing a dimension, right? If there is a measure added to this, then what happens? You can either put it here, which will become a text table, the one which we are doing currently, or the moment you bring this measure onto the columns or a row, then this will become your graph. So this is the graph right now. So this graph, what is happening is this sales value is enabled by this marks card. This means the measure is enabled by the marks card. This is called your swapping of rows and columns. Suppose if I want to change it, I can swap by rows and columns. Dimensions and measures, you can place it anywhere, either in the columns or rows, up to you. Only thing is, the way you place it, the visual look will change. Now this is the vertical. If I convert this into, this will become horizontal. Now each one of this marks card, let's understand. The color is something where we will change the colors. By default, it is a blue color whenever you bring in. I don't want this color. If I go and change it, it will become green or whatever you want to choose. So this is a standard color which you are changing it. You can also apply dimensions and measures onto the color. One dimension color is each and every data item will be given one color each. So this means if I bring in a dimension onto the color, accessories will have a different color. Appliances will have a different color. So go and drag and drop. You can see each of the data item will have a different color. And I want to change these colors, individual colors, not all the colors I want to change. Suppose phones, I want a darker color. And appliances, I want different blue because it's already blue is there. These things, how we do? We go to the color again, you click edit colors. Now go and individually you choose a data item. Appliances, I want to change the color. So I'll select the appliances. Currently, these colors were picked up from the automatic palette. Go select any other palettes you want. There are various options available. Maybe in the blue thing I want. So I'll go and search for different blues here. So this blue is already covered. So I want to put maybe this. Now this is changed to teal blue. So for the binders, I want to give a little darker teal. So like that, individual data items, you can go and select whichever the color you want to choose. Go ahead. So this is the dimension color. You're bringing a dimension onto the color and then you're assigning each of the data item in that particular dimension. You're choosing one color. And this view is called standard view. If you want to change this into the entire view, you can click on this one, entire view it will be. Go to the next sheet, or if you want to duplicate the current one also, you can do right click on this tab, duplicate. When you duplicate it, as is, the graph will be duplicated in the next report. If you duplicate as a cross tab, it will become a text table in the next sheet. Suppose if I'm choosing duplicate as a cross tab. Now sheet 3, the second part is there. It will give you the values in the text mode. Or if I duplicate as is, then I'll get a copy of the same chart. Okay, so that is the difference between duplicate and duplicate as a cross tab. If you don't want any of the sheet, right click on that sheet, delete. That sheet will be deleted. This one is a dimension color we used. Now this one I want to use it a measure color. Okay, so instead of subcategory, remove this subcategory from the color now. Take it out. Or you can go here, click on the drop down, remove. Now one single color has come. So what you do, go and drag the sales onto the color. In the previous chart, we have taken dimension onto the color. In this chart, we are taking measure onto the color. Because measure is a continuous value. So what happens is whenever you bring a color, a measure color, it will give the gradient of a single color, dual color, and 3 color. At max 3 color variant it will give. The variant will be in the same color, it will give from light to the darker color. So that combination, you can go up to 3 color combination. So this is a single color, right? From one blue, from dark to the light it is giving. Darker is the high sales value. Light is the low sales value. There are steps in this one. So those steps, if you want to know, click on the color, edit colors. If you see the edit colors, this box is different. Whereas in the previous one, the edit colors box is different. There, each data item has a color. Here, start value, end value, you have the different shades. Now, in the palette, like I said, there are 3 color choices you can go. So if I go with the sunset and sunrise diverging color, or a red, green, gold, it's an amber, this one, right? Rack tracker we call. If you want to present it in the rack tracker, you can choose this one. Suppose if I'm choosing sunrise, sunset diverging, it has a 3 color combination, red, orange, and the blue. But multiple steps are there. So these steps you can control it if you want. Stepped color you can choose. How many steps you want in this color? 3, like 9 steps, whatever. Depending on the continuous value movement, its steps colors will show that. Now if I choose 3 step color, apply, you can see blue, orange, and the red. Depending on the sales value, between 3K to 330K, it is assigning it. The center value is decided by Tableau. If you want to change the center value, advanced, go here center. By default, between 330K to 3K, the center value is 166. I want to make the center value as 100K so that I want to, instead of blues, right, I want to show more of orange and yellow. You can change it. If you don't want, reset it. Apply. And then go here. If I want to take red, green, gold, I want to properly show the rack tracker. So this is the color choices you have. You can drag the dimension onto the color. Each data item will be assigned because it's a discrete value. Every data item will have one color. Or you can bring the measure onto the color. Measure is a continuous value where you can give a continuous value color, which is a 3 color choice or 2 color choice or a single color choice with the gradients. Okay, now we learned about the color. Next comes is the size, right? Size depends. This is the width of your each bar. Suppose if I want to increase it, I don't want to give the gap, it will be like this. Or if I want to create as a thin bars, I can choose thin bar. The visual I want to represent it like this, I can choose, or like this, or like this. You can choose the size of this one. Okay. Now next goes is the label. Label is something where anyways your dimension will show the labels here. Always. If you want to bring in the measure label, drag the sales onto the label. Then you'll see the sales values. You can also bring the subcategory onto the label, nothing wrong. But only problem is you already have the subcategory down. It doesn't make sense for you to bring it here. But the different charts like pie charts and all, you need the dimension also onto the label. You can bring both dimension and measure whatever you're representing. If anything you don't want, just go click on the drop down, remove. Now this is gone. This label representation you can do various ways. When you click on the label, first of all, this is the font. Text we'll learn later. This is automatic. Like when you brought the sales, it is automatically picking up. This has a different uses later point of the view. We'll check that. Not now. Font is there. Font you can decide. Right now it is in 9 points. If you want to reduce, increase, whatever you want. Colors, anything you want to do, you can go ahead there and do the changes. Next is alignment. Your label alignment. Right now your chart is the vertical chart. So in the vertical chart, you can choose these 3 things, or automatic you can select. By default, it's an automatic. You can choose down, that is a bottom, middle, or up, or the top. Whereas for the horizontal chart, if you are showing horizontal chart, you can show left, right, center labeling. And the label directions, you want a normal direction or an up direction or a down direction, you can choose. And then wrap. Wrap is something, if your label is a little big, you still want to show, then you can go with the wrap option. So that is on the alignment. Now marks to label. Currently the marks to label, it is giving you the all. So this means the display is for all the labels. But however, I don't want to show all the labels on the display. Only when someone selects, only someone highlight it, or someone wants to see only min and max values. You have those options. So when I choose min and max, so min and max will give you only the lowest value and the highest value. Within that, it will display only those labels. Or if I select only the selected ones. So what does this mean? Whenever I select something, then only the label will display. So go here. Suppose if I'm selecting chairs, then only the label will display. When I'm selecting phones, then only it will display. So that is called selection. The 4th option is highlighted ones. When something is highlighted, then only the label will display if you select this option. Okay, I'm selecting highlighted. Then these are the subcategories. If I highlight envelopes, then the label will display. If I highlight suppliers, then the label will display. So that is called when you choose to highlight something, at that time only the label will display. We get confused between the selected and the highlight, but a little difference. Selected is when you select on the bar, it will display the value. Whereas a highlighted is something where you have a color legend available on the right hand side. When you go and highlight something in that color legend, then on the screen also it will highlight it. Okay, this is on the now the labeling. The next comes is the detail option. So what is a detail? A detail is something when I'm presenting a graph, on top of it, I want to detail out some information for that particular graph. So this means there is an accessories. In this accessories, typically I want to see what is a regional level breakup. So I'll drag the region onto the detail. Okay, so when you hover around, you'll see the detail information like this. See, each and every product further detailed out with the information with the region. Earlier it was not there. I'm removing it. If you go, this is only one bar. It doesn't have the region breakup. The moment I bring it onto the detail, the another level of dimension, then it will display the detail or customer. You want to bring in the customer, that also you can do, but it is too much of information. So you need to be mindful what we are doing. Suppose if I bring customer, see every customer is plotted on this one, but it's just that it doesn't make sense to read. Okay. Yeah. So whatever you need to bring it, you need to be like, understand the situation. What is it you want to display? Accordingly, you display. Now the next one is called the tooltip. This is the most interesting one in Tableau. You can do many things in tooltip. First of all, by default, the tooltip will provide you whenever you bring a dimension and measure on the view. When you hover around, the tooltip information will give. On top of it, in the tooltip, when you're using the level of detail expressions as a calculations, you can represent those data onto the tooltip. You can also represent other charts on the tooltip. So those things we can do it on the tooltip. We will do it later. Now the last one in this section is marks card with the graphs. The last one is on the visual, that is your graphs. When you bring in rows and columns, there is a particular graph defined and you're seeing as a bar graph or something. Instead of bar graph, this is an automatic. It will always select automatic. If I want to change, I can change line, square. Whether it makes sense or not, that's a different story. But you can change all these things. Map. It doesn't make sense, right? Map to bring. Nothing is there. But it's an optional. You have the options available here. When to use it, we will learn soon. So these are the things. Polygon, density, and all. Now, out of all these things, the interesting one is the shapes. So shapes will define sometimes, if you want to go as advanced charts or something different you want to represent instead of going with the regular way of representing your charts, you can use the shapes. Okay, so when we watch news in the TV, what happens is when they show the weather reports, right? On the weather report, they bring the map, and on the map, they'll plot it. When it is raining, they'll show nicely the clouds or the rain and all these things. Those things you can also do it on your charts. So how do you do that? You select the shape and go here. There are the shapes options, more shapes. Suppose the weather report, if I'm representing, I'll go and just select this one as a rain. This you can put it on the map. I'm just showing on this here, but map the way how it. Then you go and increase the size if you want a little more bigger ones like this. You can go whatever the, how much ever it can actually, you can show as a proper way, you can choose. Or I want to show in a different one. I want to show some images. Like a player, I'm preparing a sports dashboard where I want to plot all the pictures of my, players. So that also I can do. Or something else on the icons. See, like for example, this is the player icon, right? I can keep each one of player, their pictures, I can bring it here. Or I want to go and select something like a rose which I want to represent. Go ahead and do. On top of it, suppose if the roses are there, I'm providing a report on how much quantity sold at each region, right? So maybe instead of subcategory, let's bring the region wise, how much quantity sold. So this sale quantity is there. Remove this one. Okay, now detail also you remove it off. I want to know how much sales value or how much quantity is sold. Instead of the sales here, I'll bring the quantity. See, this is 8,780, 10,618, 6,209, and 12,260. But the size is not represented as a value. That is why every rows is in the same size. So I'll go and change this one now, quantity onto the size. Okay, and increase a bit so that you will understand. This is a bigger rows and this is a bigger rows. So this means these two sales are high or quantity sold is high compared to the other two. So like that you can represent. Or something different. I want to give each one of data item a different picture. That is, I do have the category. Yes, I'll bring the category here. Each category I want to give. So go and drag the category onto the shape. Click on this. I downloaded some of the images from the website. So category images. For furniture, I I gave furniture, office supplies, I brought in one, and technology, I brought in another picture. See, furniture, this is the image, category and technology. I can also do one thing by removing the names now. I don't need the headers. I will go with the images. That also I can do. So like that, the shapes are something which will bring the liveliness to your visual. Instead of going with the regular ones, you can choose the images to represent your visual. Okay. So now how do I add? There are standard shapes available. How do I add all these images? So that's the where you need to. You can even bring your client logos also. Logo also you want to represent. There are products which the brand is their brand. You want to bring the image. Those things you can do. But how do you bring it? First thing is you will collect the images from your client if at all you have to use it, or if you want to use different outside ones, you are preparing on it your own. You can always go to the website called Free Icons Gallery. Remember, there will be royalties, so you need to be mindful. So go with the free icons. You have a lot of options available, free icons for your practice. Just go and click. Give the name, whichever one, like, we have the segments, right? Home office. What are the segments? We have consumer segment. I want to give a consumer picture. I want a consumer icon. So I'll go click on the consumer search. So these are all consumer icons. Any one icon, if I want to download, I can choose that. Maybe something like yeah. So this is interesting. Okay, color one I want. So I'll go with this. Okay, so right click, save image or download image or copy image, whatever you want to do, just download it. Now the image is downloaded. I'll go to my downloads. I'm picking up from my downloads, that is in the downloads now. Copy. Okay, so in the documents, whenever you download your Tableau, in the documents, it will create my Tableau repository. Click on this one, my Tableau repository folder. Here in the my Tableau repository, you will see a shapes folder. Go to the shapes folder. There, either you create a new icons one folder you create on your own. So I have a new icons folder already there. I'll just go here. I'll go and add it here, paste. Did I copy? Yeah, paste item. So this is the consumer icon, it is created. I'll rename it. Now drag the segment onto the shape. Click on this shape. First of all, you need to say reload shapes, always remember. Whenever you apply a new one, just click on the reload shapes. Now for the consumer, select the consumer. In this new icons, I brought a consumer segment, this one. Apply. For corporate, something different, I'll put it as of now. Home office, I'll put the image. Okay, see, there is a new icon has added to this. Size you want to reduce it, just go ahead and reduce it. So this is the way you can bring your icons or images or pictures, whatever. It has to be in the JPEG or PNG file so that it will be displayed on the visuals. Okay, so this is about the marks card. While marks card is something, when I bring one measure, it will be one marks card. If I bring two measures, it will be two marks card. So for example, for the subcategory, I want to show the sales and also the profit. So sales is this. So there is one marks card. It will not change anything. The moment I bring in the profit, then there will be two marks card. Sales card, profit card. Plus you also have the all. When you do changes in the all, it will be applicable in for both the charts. When you do changes only for the sales, it will be applicable for sales, profit only for profit. Let's see the difference. So now in the all, I'm going here and clicking on the color. If I'm choosing a color here, it is applied to both. If I want to change the color in the sales, I'll go to the sales color. I want to give a different color for sales. See, this is only for sales, it is changed. For profit, I want to give a different chart, a line graph. I can give line. I can also do the color change. Size also I can increase. Whatever you want to do, the same thing which we applied in the marks card, individually you can apply on each of the measure too by clicking on that particular marks card. The more you bring the measures, the more marks cards will be added. For example, if I bring the quantity now, there will be another marks card that is the quantity. So like this, you can change as per your measure, whichever the one you are choosing, you can change it. Okay, so with this, we learned what is a marks card and all. Filters we already saw. Pages is the one where we can create some of the motion to the picture, motion to the visual. So it can move continuously. So that is called pages. And the show me button is where you have the multiple graphs are available for our use. We will be seeing in the module 4 that. So that we will come back. Okay, so now let's move on to the calculations, which I want to start now. So let's start with the calculations. So module 3. So module 2 we completed except the parameters. We start in the module 3 to learn the calculations and then we'll go back to the parameters. Okay. In the module 3, we will be working on the various types of calculations. So the various types of calculations are basically the basic calculations, table calculations, level of detail calculations. You can use it in a different ways, like you can write as a calculation syntax, or some of the calculations are already available as a predefined calculations. You can use those things. So we will select the best calculation approach for different problem types. The basic calculations and the LODs are whenever you write these calculations or whenever you bring these calculations, that will be the part of the query on the underlying data. That calculation will be applied on the data and it will create a new user-defined field whenever you write the basic expressions or LOD. Whereas the table calculations, it will calculate on the results of the query. So this means you have dragged something on the view. Okay, on the view, it will calculate and it will provide for that particular visual. Whereas the first option, when you're creating it, it is going to be available for your entire data source. You can use it in multiple worksheets because it's creating a new column. In this case, it will not create a new column, but it will apply on the visual what we have prepared. So that is the reason it is limited to only to that particular. So that is the difference between the basic calculations and the table calculations. So this is like a workflow to understand. If your basic expression has the granularity of the data source match the question you're trying to resolve. If yes, we are good. If no, then you'll write a level of detail expression. And in the level of detail expression you can write, also you can change the layout also. We will see that one. So don't worry on this particularly. So first of all, when we will start learning on the text table and then we'll move later on the visuals. First calculation is always at the granular level. Suppose if you bring the total sales value, it is giving you 2.2 million as a sales value. Here, I'm not bringing any dimension. That is why there is no granularity. It is giving my whole as a sales for that particular country. It is giving the value. The moment you start bringing the granularity or a dimension to it, if I bring the subcategory, each of my subcategory is aggregated and it is giving the sales value. Now, what if I want the total sales value? Those called table calculations. So you will do the table calculations here now. How? Go to the analytics tab on the left-hand side. Right now you're on the data tab. Click on the analytics tab. So this analytics tab here has the totals. Only totals is enabled. So drag it. So now when you drag it, on the visual what you have right now, you can do only column grand total. That is why this is enabled. Go and leave it here. Now your 2.2 million is displayed. Now I'm bringing another dimension on top of it. That is a region onto the columns. Then automatically my granularity is increased. So now my total sales value is further divided into central, east, south, and west. Now I want row level also, total. Now go to analytics tab again, drag the totals, go with the row grand totals. Now this is enabled. So you have row grand totals. You also have the columnar grand totals. I'm bringing another dimension. That is category before the subcategory. So I want subtotals. This is a grand total only we have. Either it's a column or a row. I want subtotals. Go to analytics. Now drag again the totals. Now this is enabled because it saw there is one more dimension has come. Then the subtotals is enabled. Go and leave it. Now you have the subtotals too. Subtotals, column totals, row totals. Everything is done. So by default, Tableau, the aggregation happens at a summation, which is addition. I want to show averages now. So what you can do is go to analysis menu here. On the top, you have the menus, right? File menu, data menu and all. There is an analysis menu is there. Click on that. You have options called totals. You see, because we brought in the grand totals of row and column, it is already enabling tick mark it is showing. So this means already row totals are there, column grand totals are there. Even add all subtotals is disabled because we already have. That is why it is disabling it. Now here, totals all using. Currently it is in the automatic mode. That is a sum. Automatic is sum. Change this into the average now. You will get averages. What averages you got? On the totals only the average is applied, not the individual ones. Your individual levels are this one, 24K, 43K, 10K. These are all individual values. It did not apply on this. It applied on the total, it gave directly the average. So it took 24 plus 43 plus 10 plus 36 divided by 4. That is what the average you got.
In this
So your
case,
total, yeah.
in this
Go.
case, if instead of having absolute numbers, if we had percentages, so would it do the absolute average of those percentages? Would it be like a weighted average?
There is a calculations are there. Quick table calculations. We'll come back to that. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
First, let's understand how the totals and subtotals are getting calculated. Okay. If you want minimum values, median values, you can choose. That is, sorry, minimum and maximum values, you can choose that also. So if you select minimum, out of this 4, what is the minimum value it will display? Out of 4, what is the minimum value? In this row, sorry, in this columnar, which is the minimum value it will display. So like that, minimum and maximum. So you can choose sum, average, min and max values for your totals and subtotals. So these are the table calculations that happened. In the totals and subtotals, there is another option called column grand totals, right? You can bring, right, by default, what happens when you give the row grand totals, it is always on the right. If you want to the left, you can take the left. Now it is on the left. If you want this totals to the top, this means column totals to the top, you can choose column totals to top instead of down. So first it gives you grand total, second it gives you the subtotal, and then it will give the breakup. So like that, these options you can try it out from here, totals. If you don't want the totals now, just go here, totals, remove all subtotals. Everything will be removed. And then go here again, totals, remove these things. Then even grand totals also will get removed. So this is simple total calculations. Now the next level is called, at a data item level, I have the sum here. So what it did, it went and checked all the bookcases in the central region, how much sales value is there, it displayed. But I want average, I want minimum, I want maximum. Okay. I want standard deviation, variance, all those things. Those things, what you can do is go to the measure here, click on the drop down. There is an option here available. You can do sum, you can do average, median, count distinct, minimum values, maximum values, percentiles you can choose, standard deviation, and the variance. Suppose if I'm choosing average. Now the average is different. In the earlier scenario, the average was on the total, it was average. Now in this scenario, each and every data item has an average now. Okay, so let me remove this and explain. Book accessories is there. Okay, if you want to know the total sales values, go and drag the sales again. You will see your sales value is 167K, but average is 216. What is the meaning of this? It is taking all the appliances sales value divided by number of times accessories is appeared in the data. So 167 divided by number of times accessories appeared, and that is the average you are getting here. It is taking all the 4 total divided by 4. So that is why you're getting 40K as an average. Whereas in this scenario, it is also doing the average for each and every subcategory level. So that is the difference. So that is for the total average. This is for the individual data item average. I want to change this into the median values, for example. Every time you bring the sales, you bring the measure and then you do the changes. Right now you did average. Now you brought in again sales, sum of sales. Click on the drop down, measure. You want to show median. Now it is median sales. Again, you bring the sum of sales. Go here. Select. What is my count? 775. Again, you bring the sales. So 167 divided by 775 is what? 216 is your average. So this is the way you can bring in all your, whichever the measure you want to choose. You can, out of this one, you can choose the measure and you can create. This is a predefined calculations already. Okay, so now take 5 minutes time and practice it, and then we will go to the quick table calculations where we'll calculate all percents of total, running totals and all. Yeah, take 5-10 minutes. I think, even the colors and all those things we did, right? Just go and practice. Thank you. So now let's move on to the next one, that is called quick table calculations. So quick table calculations are little, detailed calculations, and these are also predefined ones. And these calculations you can create like a user-defined fields also, but already it is predefined available. You can use it. Now let's start with one by one. So the same thing, I'll take the subcategory because that is 17 items you can show easily. But you can use it on anything, like you can use it on the customer, state, or whichever the dimension you want to use it, you can use it. So the quick table calculations, how do we see is you go to the measure. Here you have an option called quick table calculation. There are two things, add table, quick table, both perform the same. Quick is something you don't need to go add and choose and all. Directly you can pick up from the quick table calculations. Total 12 calculations are there. Is it right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus 4, 11. There are 11 calculations are there. The last 4 are not enabled. The reason is those are all date. When there is a date field, then you can use it. So that is the reason the last 4 are not there right now, because I'm using it on subcategory. When you bring it the date, then you can use all those 4 also. So let's go with the first. There is a running total. Do you know what is a running total, anyone? What does a running total mean? So running totals are the ones which we do the cumulative values at every level. Suppose if you are at the position 2, if I want to know at the time of position 2, what is my cumulative value? If I'm in the position 3, what is my cumulative value? Position 4, what is my cumulative? So how does it calculate? You're in the position 4, your cumulative value will be 1, 2, 3, 4. Fourth is a cumulative value. When you're in the position 3, it will calculate 1, 2, 3. So this means all the preceding values will be added to the current value and it will give the running total. That's what your cumulative value. So in this scenario, we will consider that accessories in the first position, appliances in the second, and so on. So total you have 17. So at every level now I want the cumulative value. So when I'm at the accessories, because accessories is a start position, even the cumulative value also will be 167K. Whereas appliances, cumulative value will become 107 plus 167. So it is adding the preceding value to that and it is giving the result. Okay, now we understand what is the cumulative and all. You just need to go here, select the sum of sales, click on the drop down, quick table calculation, running total. Whether it is properly done or not, you can do the testing. by going ahead and drag again the sales here and see. Now check whether the calculation is properly done. 1, 2, you can check it out, because while you're doing first time, you will have your own doubts how it is calculated and all. You can simply go and check this way. Is it done? Can anyone quickly check 1 or 2 line items and tell me whether the calculation is correct or wrong? Is on the
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Tableau Course. This course is specially designed to make you certified Tableau developer in just 1.5 months. Through this course, you will learn how to create interactive dashboard and perform data visualization with R and big data from the top industry experts. Not only that, this program helps you clear the Tableau Desktop Qualified Associate exam as well. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the growth in the field of data visualization with Tableau.
Calculation, and now I want to change something. This is in the data, I mean like data source order. Suppose if you change the sales order into the highest to lowest. Now check and tell me whether the calculation is correct or wrong. My running total is correct or wrong? It is correct, right? You just change the order, but the calculation type is the same. It remains as is. Okay, so now this is how the calculation works. Now let's go back to the next calculation. Every time you bring your calculation and then go to the next one. Click on sum of sales again, quick table calculation. Now this time we are doing difference. So what is the difference here? Difference is something between the current value versus previous value it is giving. So drag the sales and see. 107 minus 167, negative 59. 27 minus 107, negative 80K. Like that, every current value minus previous value, the result is giving. This is called your difference. Now go to again this sum of sales. Every time you need to change the sum of sales only. Click on the sum of sales. Quick table calculation, percentage difference. Now the percentage difference works as, this is in the unit values, this is in the percentages values. Again, you drag the sales, sum of sales. Go here. Next is your percent of total. You got the percentage contribution of each of the sales. So drag the sales and check. Your phones has the highest sales value, 330K. That is why the contribution is 14.37%. Okay, so next is again sum of sales, ranking. Phones again has the highest sales value. That is why rank 1, followed by chairs, rank 2, and so on. So now go again. Click on the drop down. Quick table calculation, percentile. So these are the percentiles. What is it, whether it is a fifth percentile, 10th percentile, 15th percentile, and all those things are here. Drag the sales again. You have a moving average. Moving average works like a Windows sum function in Excel. It will take two preceding values with the current value, it will do the average. Okay, again you bring the sales. Now we have done all the calculations for sales value. So this is your sales value. Just drag it. If you want in the front this sales value, you can bring it in the front also. Like this, when there is a red arrow mark shows, that is the position of the placement. So first is the sales, next is the running cumulative sales, is the different sales. I want to bring the ranking. Where is my ranking missing? Okay, let's bring the sales again. If I want to bring my percentage contribution in the next position, I can bring it here. So first is the total sales value for each subcategory product. Next is the ranking I'm giving. Next is the percentages I'm giving. And then running total cumulative figure. Difference in the percentage and the percentiles and the moving average. Now for all these things, if you want to know how the underlying formula is calculated, you can always go to your module 3. In the module 3, see what is the moving average formula. Underlying formula. This is what it works. Percent of total, how the calculation happens. Percentage difference. Difference. Running total. So if you are curious to know how the formula is calculated, you can always go to your PPT and you can identify here. Okay, just go ahead and complete your quick table calculations. You don't need to do on the subcategory. You do it on the customer or you can do it on the state and you can see how the calculations are changing. And one thing you have to remember is whenever you do a new calculation, which you are new, you always test it out whether the formula is done or not as per your expectation. What is it you're looking for? Whether it is calculated accordingly or not is what you need to check. So that was the reason initially I asked whether our cumulative figure is correct or wrong. When I change the position also, whether it is calculated correctly or not. So these are the checkpoints you need to look into when you're creating your calculations. Or if you want to test it out in Excel also, you can just quickly check the testing in the Excel. What was intended and what was actually resulted is what you have to check. Okay, just go ahead and complete your practice and then we'll move to the next topic.
Leela, I had a doubt on this row total. So
row will not be there, only columnar grand total, right? Okay, let's start then. Yesterday we have learned the quick table calculations, and totals and subtotals. Today we will be doing the YTD calculations with the date. And then we will go to some of the logical calculations, date calculations, and then we'll move to the parameters. Okay, so while we have done the quick table calculations, the kind of a running total or a difference or percentage difference and all, we also have, there are 4 calculations which we can work on the date, which comes in the format of physical year, right? It starts from January to the December. Whereas if we need that as a financial year, like the way, for India, we calculate the financial year for the finance reports. So you can change while going to the properties that we already discussed. You can go here and click on the default properties and physical year start. You can change it into the whichever the month you want to start as the year for that financial year or physical year you want to start. Now, for example, if I start with my sales value, if I want the running total of this one, right? Normally what happens, you can go here, quick table calculations, you can choose the running total. But this running total will be again, because it's a discrete, it will go with the 2012, 13, 14, 15. Along with, if you click on the quarterly, then what happens is, it will continue with as is. That is, if you see, right, how the running total is happening here. Q1 plus Q2, again Q1 plus Q2, Q3. Like that, it is continuing till the end. That is why you see 2.2 million. But for the dates, it should be in a different way. Every year it is a cutoff, right? Every year cumulative you need to see. So for that reason, you will go ahead and change this into the YTD total. So it takes the cutoff at the year. Now see the difference between these two. So for the YTD total, how it works is Q1 plus Q2, Q1 plus Q2, Q3, Q1 plus Q2, Q3, Q4. This is here. After that, again, it will restart from 2013. Whereas in a normal running total, it will go whatever the level you give, it will go up to the continuous running total. Whereas for the dates, that is the reason you will choose the YTD total, so that every year it will restart for you to start the cumulative figures. So both the things are there. If you want to show it in this way, you can directly choose the running total. If you want to restart it every year, you can go and choose the YTD total, this option. Okay, so the next is the compound growth rate. Suppose if I want the compound growth rate, I'll just go. This is a financial formula, right? You can see the compound growth rate. Every year again, it will reset. Now again, if we want to do the year-over-year growth. Yeah, support is there. Tableau help. Click on the Tableau help. So now go to the Tableau desktop. This is where you have the Tableau desktop option. You can see how to connect the data, charts, and analyze the data, right? Click on this one. These are the year calculations. So you can get like reference if any time you want to check, you can see these things. Okay, so that we'll come back later. But this is the way you need to go to the Tableau help where you have the Tableau desktop and web authoring help. There you can check these things. All the formulas will be there if you are curious to know what is a formula. Like otherwise, you can double click also on this one. What is the formula it is actually created? See, you can see. This is running sum. Like we know that it's a calculation, it's a running sum. So this is the difference with the year difference, how it is calculated, the formula. Okay, so this is on the formulas. Whenever you are interested, you can just pull in here or you can also drag it here. See, there is a new calculation. When I dragged it with the control button, it is created a calculation, edit. You will know what formula it is created for this one. So this is the compound growth rate formula. You can always go and check like this. Now, because I brought in from here to here, what happens is this one, I can use it in any of the worksheet. Though I created for this worksheet, but the moment I created like a user-defined field, so I can use it in any of these worksheets. Okay. So this is the way we can do. Next is let's move on to the syntax calculations. How do we write? These are all so far you already have the predefined calculations. We're just using it and we are building our summary aggregation. Now what we will do is let's write on our own. For example, there is one in this you have only sales, quantity, profit and discount. Okay, I want to create a calculation that is cost. There is a new column I want to create a cost where I don't have the natural field, means it's not coming from any database. So using the existing measures, I want to create a cost column. Can anyone tell me which are those fields I have to use it to derive the cost column?
Sales minus profit.
Sales minus profit, yeah. Right.
So sales minus profit is the cost, right?
Right.
Okay. So it's a simple formula. You just need to go ahead. We don't need to go and check on the functions and write it. It is very simple to go give sales minus profit. So now how do we write? We need to have a calculation field box. So where do we see that one? One, you can go to the analysis menu. Here you will see a create calculated field, or you can also go here, this drop down here. There is an option called create calculated field, or you can go to any of the fields and just click on this one drop down, create calculated field. Why I'm showing like this is because in your certification questions, these things will come. In how many ways you can open a calculated field box. Okay, so you can go to the analysis, you can open it from here, create calculated field, or you can go here, drop down, you can choose a calculated field, or you can also go to any of the dimension or measure, just simply you click on the drop down, you can create a calculated field. So this means there are 3 ways of picking up the calculated field from the list. Okay, so now I'll go in a traditional way. Just I'll go here, click on the drop down, create a calculated field because I'm writing it. If I'm deciding on a particular field, then I'll go here, like just directly click on the sales, create calculated field. So automatically, because you're defining it on the sales, it will give you the field also. But I want to write it on my own. That is the reason I'm going here, create a calculated field. I'll give the name. So my way of actually creating the user defined fields is always with the metadata C dot. This is not a compulsory, or this is something like you have to follow. It's up to you. Why I give C dot is so that I can identify which I have created as a user defined field in my Tableau workbook. The reason behind is when you're creating, you can decide whichever the identification mark, whether it is a C, B, or whatever it is. The reason is when you have a lot of fields, It is always difficult for us whether it is coming from your databases or you have created or someone else actually developed your workbook and you took the handover. Okay, so then it is a big struggle for you to go and identify, because always KT will not be everything, right? So that is the reason I always put that as a C dot so that I can identify these are all calculated fields. Okay. Now I'm giving C dot cost. Cost is the field name for me. Like the way sales we have, profit we have. And I'll go here. Sales minus profit, right? So there are two things here. You can give aggregation, or you can give it the individual row level calculation also. So let's go with the sales minus profit directly. Sales, when you're typing it, it will prompt because you have already the fields, it will prompt. You pick up from there, minus profit. Okay. So when you write the formula, it will give you whether the calculation is valid or not. So this is the calculation is valid. If you remove the square and then leave it like this, it says that the calculation contain errors. If there are syntax errors, it will show here. Okay. So when you see like this errors, just go and try to understand what is an error. It shows that column name missing. That's a square bracket. So you just go and fix it.
Yes.
I think you have to go on mute. Thanks. Okay, now sales minus profit, click OK. So there is a new field created that is called cost. C dot cost is a user defined field. Okay, now I want all of you to go ahead and create the cost column plus a new calculation field I wanted, that is a profit ratio. So how do we derive the profit ratio from this list? Can anyone tell me? Okay. So why it should not be aggregated is, suppose a company has some 100 customers. Every customer, they have a different discount. One customer is getting 5%, another person is getting 7%, another customer will get 10%. So first go here, instead of sum of profit, click on the drop down, convert into average. The same thing for discount also. Convert this into the average. After that average, I want to see this in the percentage mode. So now here is the where, how do we change the formatting? Because sales is a dollar value, quantity is a unit, discount is percentage, again orders is a unit. So how to do that is, you need to go to the each and every measure. Click on the cost now. Click on the drop down, format. Okay, so observe here clearly, I will give some time to practice. What happens is by default, it will give you in the number format. These are the fields you have right now. If you have the same field for everything, I mean, for example, all has to have only dollar value, I mean currency, then you can choose all measure values. At one shot, you can do the changes. But in our scenario here, cost require the currency, profit ratio require the percentage, count of orders require the units, discount percentage, profit again currency. So this has a different formats. That is the reason we are dealing with one by one. So let's start with the cost. Cost is the currency. So what I'll do, I'll go here, click on the drop down. Instead of automatic, I will choose currency standard first. The moment you select the currency standard, if you are based out of any country, that country related local, it will come, local currency. Means if your laptop is brought in India, it will be Indian currency, it will show. If it is from US, it will be shown US. So I brought it from India, so it shows that for me also English India. But I know this data is United States USD currency. I'll go here, click on the drop down, just go and select English United States. So when you type it like this, it will show, go and select the English United States. The moment I select English United States, this is now the dollar value. Second part, currency custom. Now this is okay, this is sufficient for me, but sometimes I want to show it in the form of decimals, Display units. Display units I want to show in the form of millions or thousands or whatever, billions. You can choose. I want to go in the form of thousands. So I'll click on the thousands. I don't want decimals. If you want, you can add the decimals, how much ever you want, up to 9 decimals or 99,999 decimals, whatever it is. You can check this out later. Yeah, so you can go ahead with the decimals. I don't want decimals, so I took the 0. Suppose if your data has a negative values, how do you want to display? There are 4 formats. With the brackets, before the number negative symbol, or after the number negative symbol, after the dollar symbol negative, all these things are there. So whichever the one you want to go, you can go ahead. That's it. So now this is done. So my cost has now the currency, USD currency within the thousands. I'm giving the value. Now go to the discount. Discount I want in percentage now. So what I'll do, instead of numbers, I'll simply go to the percentage. With any decimals you want, I'll keep 1 decimal. So I have given discount percentage. I want to do it for the profit ratio. I'll go to the profit ratio here. This also should be in the percentage. I'll select the percentage with 1 decimal, 12%. Count of orders are okay because it has to be in the units. Now profit and the sales we have to change. Quantity is also fine, it should be in the units. So go here for the profit, the same steps. Currency standard first, change your currency standard. Whoever is in United States, you don't need to worry this step because it's already, United States, it will show. If your laptop is from here, of course. The display units thousands and I don't want decimals. You can always, suppose if you want dimensions to be added, that's the later part. You can simply drag any dimension, like subcategory I want. Keep subcategory. Everything will be shown for each of the subcategory. Or you want for the customer, remove the subcategory, bring the customer name. Each and every customer, now further divided by the cost, discount, profit ratio, everything. Okay, so let's move on to the next topic, that is how do we write the functions? These are all simple ones, right? We just did a sales minus profit, or just operators, you're using it and you're creating it. Now we want to use the existing functions, already available functions, how to write the formulas. Okay, so let's start with the date functions. When I go to the create calculated field, so there is a date functions available. In the date functions, we have the date add, date difference. I'm not going to teach all of these things, but the most important ones I teach, and the rest are self-explanatory. If you go here, right, you will know what is the formula all this about and what is the example they have given. You can choose using that formula, you can write. But I'm going to teach the important ones now. Okay. So the first one is called date add function. So what does the date add will do? Date add will add an increment to the current date or a specific date. So this means I do have an order date in my data for each product. Okay, so for that order date, what I want to do is I want to add an order expiry to that. So there is order date 1st January. I want to give specific time for that particular order. If this order is within 3 months, it will get expired. Within 2 days, it will get expired, or within a year, it will get expired. Like that, I want to give an expiry date. Plus, that expiry date will not be a common expiry date. It will be dependent on the order date. If suppose today, if I want to give order expiry for each of the order for 3 months, 1st January 2024, I want to add 3 months expiry. It will become 1st April 2024. But someone ordered on 3rd of January, then the order expiry should be 3rd of April 2024. So like that, it has to be a dynamic one. So for that, what we will do is we will create a date add function. So I'm giving c dot order expiry date. So date add is the function What will the date add will do? You can choose the addition, the one which you want to increment it, either in the form of month you want, or a day you want, or a year, quarter, weekly, anything you can choose, the date part. Okay. So we'll start with the month as is whatever it is showing here. When you're writing the date part, it has to be all the lower case only. It says case sensitive. Whatever the date part is there, it has to be the lower case. So the lower case is here month I have to give within the quotes. Single quote or double quote you can use it, but it has to be either single quote or double quote for both the ends. So go month. Okay, so month part is what we want to choose. Comma. How many months you want to add to the existing date? To the current date, how many months you want to add? So I want to add 3 months. So I'll give 3 as a numerical number. For which particular field you want to do these things? I want to use it on the order date. So I'll give order date. When you're typing it, it will prompt, go and select this one. So now you see the calculation is valid. So date add will add 3 months to the order date. That is the simple explanation for this one. Now go and order expiry. Click OK. So there is order expiry is created, but somehow it is created with the date and calendar. But in our data right now, you don't have the timer is there. So this means you don't have time information. So go and click on this one, convert this into the date only. It's just now only the date. First step, whenever you bring the date, because it is a dimension date, what happens is it will give you the hierarchy. But if you want to see actual date here, you need to go and click on the drop down. First thing is exact date you select so that you will get the entire date. Exact date like this. Then click on the drop down, convert into the again discrete. Now you see the dates. Every date now it is given. Now just drag the expiry now, whatever we created. We want to understand whether it is done correctly or wrong. Go and drag the order expiry next to the order date. Same steps. I want to see the exact date. Click on the drop down. Exact date step. Wait and then convert into the discrete value. Okay. So we have given 3 months. So 4th January, 4th April, 5th January, 5th April, 6th January, 6th April, 7th January, 7th April. So this means 3 months added for my order date as an expiry. Again, that difference, you want to see it in the form of days, months, years, the same way. I want to see in the form of days. So I'll give day in the quotes, single quotes with a lowercase. My start date is order date. I want to see difference between order to ship. So I have order date, comma, ship date. So I'm identifying between the order date to the shipping date, how much time it is taking. I means how many days it is taking. So that is what my requirement. So date difference will give you the information. Because it is going to be earlier scenario, you are adding a number of days or number of months to a date. So the result will be in the date format. Here you are identifying the period between the two dates. So that is the reason it will give you in the numerical number. Now click apply. Okay. So you have that is the reason now it is a measure. Okay. Now order date we have, bring the ship date also. Where is the shipping date? I want to only show the first purchase date only for each of the customer or a last purchase date of the customer. So what you can do is you can write a formula, min formula, max formula. Min is the first date, max is the last date. Or you can go here also directly. Click on the drop down. In the measure, there are 2 ways to write. Go to the directly measure. Where is my measure? Yeah,
Down.
measure. Yeah, just select minimum. So the first purchase date only it will show. Though each customer has a multiple dates, but I want only the first purchase date. That is a min you can take. Again, you bring the order date. I want to take the last purchase date of all these customers, so that I can see the difference between first purchase to the last purchase, how many days it is. Or you can check even with the current date versus last purchase date. So those kind of combinations you can create. So Aaron Bergman, first purchase date was 19th February. Last purchase date was 11/11/2014. Now, if you want to understand today versus last purchase date, now how many days in between the customer is inactive or customer did not buy from your company, you can create one field called create calculated field, which is the current date. C.current date. The current date you can give it as a today. That's all, nothing else you can write. Today is the date, which is a dynamic date. If you are today, then it shows I'm still in the 11th February, right? Yeah, 11th February it will show. Tomorrow when you open this workbook, it will show 12th February. Like that, you don't need to worry. This will become dynamic. You just create a current date. Click OK. Now, when you're creating this particular formula, just bring the current date here. Yeah, 10 years. So between the last order date to current date, it is 10 years. But actually, you should put it in a day so that you will get a right number, because it's a day wise we are giving. But it's okay. Year wise, right now we are checking. So this is 9 years, 2015 to 2024. Because why I had to change from the order date is because I am checking with the last order date. That is the reason max I took it. If you are checking with the order date, it will give multiple results because number of times this customer is purchasing. So for all those things, it will try to calculate. So I want to, from the last to the current date, how much time it is now, is this customer is buying or not. So this is the way you can calculate further if you want to identify. And this one is there, the current date, you don't need to show on the screen. If you don't want to show on the screen, right, the current date, you can simply, in the formula, what you can do is edit. Instead of creating a new calculation, directly you can input as a today date. That is today. That's it. Still, you'll get the same result. I don't need to create a new calculation field for the current date. Directly, I can input as today and apply OK. Still, my answer will be the same. You can remove this date also. You can just show that this is the last order date. Even you can remove the min. You can say that from the max order date to the current date, how much time it is taking the customer. One dimension and one measure will give the bar graphs. First of all, to understand how the visual works is, there is a guideline here in the show me on the right hand side. On the top corner, you have a show me button is there, right? So what it will do is it will show you the number of predefined charts are there. So there are 24 predefined charts are there. We can use it. Out of that, first one is a text table. The rest all are like, we have the charts available. Now, in this predefined charts, how do I know which one I have to use it? Whenever you bring in, like, if you hover around, you're seeing here changing. So if it's a packed bubble, you need one minimum dimension, one minimum measure. But one or more, you can go maximum dimensions, but measures should be only 2 for the packed bubbles. So like that, when you go to the bar graph, it says that you don't need a dimension. You can still, even with one measure also, you can create a bar graph. Okay. But you can go as many dimensions as you want, but minimum one measure is required to start a bar graph. Like that, it will be a guiding factor for us to understand. So I will bring the subcategory. The moment I bring the subcategory, because this minimum required for the bar graph, minimum requirement is a measure. So that is the reason it is not highlighted. Only text table is highlighted. So the moment I bring in the sales, it is saying that these are all the charts, whatever the highlighted, I can use it. Okay. But this is the recommended one. If you see, right, this shows that this is the recommended one. Go and select this. The moment I select it, this is called horizontal bar graph. This horizontal bar graph This is the option for standard, fit width, fit height, entire view to design like, how do you want to show your view? So normally it is a standard view you will get. You can change it. I want to keep it as entire. So this is in the horizontal mode. I want to show it in a vertical. What I will do, I'll go and swap. This small icon is there. Swap rows and columns. I'll click on this one. Now the horizontal one has become the vertical representation. So this is what we have seen. This is now a normal bar graph. Now on top of it, yesterday we learned some colors, whatever the colors you want to add, you can go ahead and simply, add the colors. If you want a dimension color, you are a measure color, whatever you want to do, you can do it. If you want to put the labels, drag the sales onto the labels, you can use the labels. Now this labels again, if you want it in the form of currency, because it's a value, right? It's a currency. It's the same step, the earlier one which I was showing to you all. Go to sum of sales, click on the drop down format option. In the format number, because it has the bar, so that is why it is giving font, alignments and everything. I want to go with the numbers. Just click on the numbers, drop down, currency standard. Currency custom. I don't want decimal places. I just want to put thousands. Now this is in the currency. So now we are showing the report. A simple bar graph for the subcategory, product wise, how much sales for each of the product. And then I want to go ahead with a different color. I want labels to be bold. I want to put labels in the maybe red color. Yeah. This looks simple, right? On top of it, if I want to do some formatting to my chart, so what I will do, go to format. These are the formattings. I choose any one to start with. Shading I want to take. I'll go with the shading. Worksheet right now is in the white color. So I want to change this color into some blue background or something like this. Okay, I've taken some color. Now there are white grid lines are there. I don't want these grid lines. Okay, so go here, click on this one. This is for the lines. The zero lines I don't want. None. And the axis rules, none. Reference lines, none. Is it this one only? White drop lines, none. Axis text, none. Okay, sorry. This is one more. Yeah, rows, right? Sorry, grid lines is in the rows, not the sheet. So go and select this one, none. So the underlying white line color, the grid lines are gone as a rows. So these are small things. How do you want to represent it? You can choose, make it more beautiful and all. And then this is the worksheet. You want title also in a different one. You can always go ahead and change this title into different color. Fonts, all these things, and the alignments and all. Yeah, we will learn one by one, but yeah, this is the place where you can go to the analysis, format. You have these options for the view. Okay. And title, if I want to change, this one is a bar graph, right? I want to say double click on this one, give a name. This title can be changed in two ways. One, if you give the sheet 2 on the tab here, if you write product report, product bar graph, if you want to give like this, you can write here automatically. This will also change my header. I mean the title here, sheet title. But you want to keep this as a product bar graph, but here you want to change something else. You can double click here, give it as subcategory. You can write a different name and then you can make it bold, center. You want to give font, you want to change whatever the font you want to choose, you can choose. And then you want to color it. You can give a different color. Apply. Okay. And this also, if you want to format it, format title. Shading, if you want to give a different shading. can go ahead and do the different shading altogether. Okay, so this is a simple bar graph we have created. And this is the sales we created, right? So I want to add now profit to that. What I will do? I want to put it in a horizontal only. I want to add profit also. I'll just drag the profit next to this one. So this is the sales and this is the profit. But if you observe clearly, sales values are displaying on the profit also. I don't want the sales values here. I want profit values. So go to, like I said, two measures. Go to profit measure, remove the sales from here, bring the profit. Now this is my profit values. And this profit values, formatting again, click on the format, convert this into the currency. This is now sales and this is now profit. Okay, so now the logical calculations are something where if else conditions, if I want to use it, you can write those logical calculations. For example, if someone asks you like, to create a grouping, a bucketization basis the numerical values, we can go with the bins also. Bins is a very straightforward, but I also want to create the, some names for those things. Like, I want to create 1 to 5,000 if there is a sales is happening. I want to give it as low value sales, mid value sales, or high value sales. So these kind of things I want to create a dimension bucket. So for that, what you can do is you can go and write the calculations. So create a calculated field, if else condition. So I'm writing a loop function here. If my sum of sales is greater than or equal to less than or equal to 5,000. So whoever is actually, it can be on any dimension. I'm not specifying a specific dimension here, whether it is a customer or whether it is a subcategory or a state. I'm just writing a bucketization for the sales group. If the sales is greater than or less than, I'm taking less than or equal to 5,000, I'm giving low value sales. Then low value. Else if. Because if I write only if and else condition, I don't need to write the else if because only two conditions, either yes or no. But here I'm writing more than two conditions. So that is the reason what I'll do is I have to write the if else condition. If you see on the right hand side, this box, it shows that if expression then, and then you're returning the series, second one. I want to put another one and on top of it, another one. Like that, we are writing the series of, the loops. So that is the reason you need to give else if. Otherwise, you can directly give if sales is less than 5,000, low value, else high value. So only two conditions it will check, but here more than two conditions. So else if, again, you give sum of sales is greater than 5,000 now. And because here between values I'm choosing and sum of sales is less than or equal to 10K. Then I'll give mid value. Yeah. So any questions here? Okay. So you need to just put this arrow. Okay. So this small arrow will open the formula box. Mid value. Else now, because I want to close it, whoever is now greater than 10,000, I want only one bucket, that is high value. Here I don't need to write anything. Else high value. And then close the statement with the end. So what are the logical functions if we picked up here? If function, then, else if, and else. So three buckets we are creating. Less than equal to 5K, it's a low value. 5 to 10K, it's a mid value. And greater than 10K, it is high value. So now this will give it as C dot aggregated sales buckets. Click OK. So because these are all sales buckets, so it is a string. 1 second, why this is not moving? So this is a string now. So I'll bring this one. Okay, this. Now I will bring the sales value. Now tell me, is the formula has written the correct values or not?
Okay, but attribute we would need, right, to check
So
the
why do you need, first of all? See, your formula, what you have written, sum of sales only you have written. So we are showing sum of sales only.
Okay.
As per the formula, whether the result what I'm showing on the screen is correct or wrong.
Yeah, as per the formula, it's right.
So what is it you have written in the formula? We have given simple formula. 5 to less than 5K, low value 5 to 10K, mid value and greater than 10K, high value. So you just go and see the sales value, whether the tagging is correct or wrong. So what is your criteria there?
That we have mentioned that if the sale is less than 5,000, then it should come under as a low value.
Okay, so how do you know that it is not less than 5,000? Your assessment is right, but how do you know that it is not?
We should look at the product level.
Who said that?
Jay.
Jay, okay. So product, right? So good. What is the product I have to check?
The dimension.
Dimension. Okay, dimension means product means what? I already brought the subcategory here. What product you want to see? Guys, take it like, because I'm probing, because if someone asks you to create this kind of reports, right, you should know what you're doing. That is the reason. Okay. This will be helpful for your future thing. Yeah. So just go ahead. What product we have to bring? I already brought the subcategory here and someone is putting it in the chat window. Okay. No is fine, but why you say no? You're right. Product is right, but what product level? You're closer to the point, but the way you are trying to understand is not right. Okay, I'll explain. See, this is also correct. Why this is correct and why the earlier one is also correct? Because when you're doing the calculation, the previous one, it is a aggregated sales. You're doing the aggregation there. So first aggregation means what? It will collect all the, whichever the dimension you're picking up. If I'm picking up subcategory, first it will take all the subcategory and sum it up, and then it will tag whether it is a high value, low value or a mid value. Whereas in the non-aggregation, instead of first checking it out whether as a sum, it will take the individual level. Every row level, it will go and tag whether it is a high value, low value or a mid value. And then all the low values will be added as a sum and it will give the low value tag. The sum can be anything. The tagging is totally different here. So how do we represent this information? When I'm showing the subcategory wise non-aggregated buckets. Okay, so high value means let's go and see the copiers. Okay, just click on this one, view data. Whether really high value or not, let's see. There are 4 copiers were sold. Each copier is 13K, 10K, 17K, 11K. So what is our formula? If greater than 10,000, it should be the high value. So that is why it is properly tagged high value. Now go to a low value product, which is same copiers. View data. Full data. See, this copier, whatever brought was 959K. So it has to be a low value. So that is why low value. This copier is 1799, less than 5,000, low value. So each and every product less than 5,000, it is tagged as a low value. And then it just summed it up. As a value, it summed it up. But these are all these products. 62 products from the copiers are still low value only. As an overall value, maybe it is 82K. But here it is going at the non-aggregation level. It is taking the individual row level. Now the same thing for the mid value. Your mid value is greater than 5K. These 2 products are greater than 5K. So it is giving mid value. As an overall, sales it can be anything. But my individual row level, whether it is properly tagged tagged or not, we need to check. So when someone asks you, if you want a customer level, you want to tag the customer as a high value customer or a low value customer, what you have to do? You need to take the full month. How many times this customer purchased? As me, if I go to the Amazon, my purchase behavior will be, I buy 10 times in a month. But every time I'm buying, I'm spending only 500 rupees or 1000 rupees. I'm actually a low value customer in every purchase. As a month purchase, my behavior is a high value customer because I'm spending 10,000 rupees. I'm a high value customer. At a product level, I may be a low value customer, but as an overall to the company, when I'm actually spending amount, I'm a high value customer. So that is the difference. When someone asks you to provide the report, are they looking at a customer level or are they looking at a product level, the behavior of the customer? So these two are the things very important when you're working on the marketing reports analysis. That is why the aggregation and non-aggregation will come into the picture. Both are right, but depending on the scenario, which scenario you're representing what data. Make sense? So that can replace the constant values in calculations, filters, and the reference lines. When you create a parameter, as a parameter, it is a static, but the values which will pass in the parameter will be the dynamic values. Now, these parameters you can apply directly on the filters. Plus, you can write your own parameter create. You can define your parameter and then you use a calculation field to make that parameter dynamic. So two ways of doing. One, you insert the parameter within the functionality of your filters or sets or whatever, or you define a parameter on your own and that parameter you use it on the calculation field so that it will work. So that is what it means. When you define your parameter, it is a static value. To make this as a dynamic, you need to write a calculation so that it will become dynamic for that. So let's start with the filter parameter first. So whenever someone is asking you to create a parameter, I mean a report where they want to know customer wise top 10 products. Okay. So what you will do, you will just go to you bring the customer name and you give the sales value. Then you bring the customer name onto the filter. And then you're giving an option called top by field top 10. So this gives us the report top 10 customers by sales value like this. So these are the top 10 customers. And this you will show that as as a show filter or whatever it is for them. Here is the top 10 by sum of sales. This is a limit for them. Though I have all 793 customers, but our formula is limited to top 10 by sum of sales, right? Now the requirement is next day. They want to actually change this one into, top 20, they want to see the customers. So as a developer, what you will do, you will go and change again. You will give this as edit filter. You give the number now 20 they want. So, you go ahead and do the 20, click OK. So this is 20, but next day they want to see 15. So it's like, every time they want to do this changes. Instead of you going ahead and doing the changes, you can enable this one for the end user. They can input whatever the number they want to see. So that you can create a dynamic one. So that dynamic one will be, go to customer name, edit filter. Instead of the numerical values, go here, click on the drop down, create a new parameter. So when you create a new parameter, this is what actually will open the box. The parameter one, again, calculation fields, I'm giving C dot. Now parameters to identify, I'll give P dot. Okay. So this is a P dot. What is a parameter I'm giving? Top n customers. So the nth value can be anything which the end user can decide. If they want to give 3, if they want to give 2, 1, whatever is a number, I'm enabling for them to decide whichever the number they want. Now, I am also limiting the values, the min and max values at any point of the time they can see. I'm limiting it. Though I have 1,000 customers, I cannot give all the 1,000 customers to see top 1,000 customers, right? So I'm limiting at any point of the time they can see only maximum 100 in their view or 50 in their view. So that you can check with them how much ever they want, you can put it. So as of now, I'll go with the 50. Now, what is this integer data type properties? Because you are writing this calculation on a numerical value because it's a number, right? Top 10 is a number. So by default, the data property is integer. And this is disabled. I cannot do any changes here because you are inputting the parameter on a numerical value, automatically it is picking up. But while you define your parameters on your own, at that time, you can change any of the data type that we will see later. Format, display format. Earlier I took the 20, that is why it is showing as a 20 as a display format. This is okay. Current value, okay, you don't need to worry these things. It will keep on changing. It is auto values. Because it's a numerical measures, right? So you can have the ranges also. 10 to 100, whatever it is, like range, you will get this option. Whereas a string, if your data type is a string, you will get only all or list. Range will not be enabled because a dimension cannot be a range. It can be a list, but it cannot be a range. A numerical value can be a list or a range. Both is possible. So that is the reason you cannot see for the string. If you choose the data type string, this option will not be enabled. But date will have both. The reason is because date it's a dimension property. It is also a measure property. That is the reason date can choose the range also. Now, what is the step size? When you give the parameter, the end user, you can enable them to input the number, or you can also give a slider. When the slider is moving, how many steps the slider has to move every time when someone selects. So that is the step size. As of now, we'll not take it anything. As is, like, will not select. Later we'll select it. Now click OK. So the moment I created the parameter, here you see on the left-hand side, parameter section is created. P.top and customers. Now that is what it is getting selected here, and then click OK. Now you have a parameter. Go and show the parameter. This will become for the end user, they can interact. Now 20 we gave, this is a slider, right? So slider, when you're moving it, you can move anything, or you can give a type in option for the end user. Instead of slider, type in. Now they can give 5, suppose. Top 5. Because we gave the maximum 50. So if you give 70, it will get stuck to 50 only. Over and above one number also, it will stop at 50 because the max value you allowed is only 50. So now 1, if they want to see top 1 customer, they can see that. This is a report they have asked you, but they want you to enable a radio button where if they click on the sales, they should see the sales report. If they click on the profit, they should see the profit. If they click on the cost, they should see the cost report. Not everything together at one. So they want to see the each graph when someone clicks on that. So that is the requirement. For that, first we need to define the parameter. What is that we want to do? Go here, click on the drop down, create parameter option available. Click on the create parameter. Now my parameter is P dot choose a measure graph. Choose a measure or whatever it is. Okay, this is what my requirement. I want to choose a measure. Here is the one I talked about. Now I can decide whether I want to give my data type as a string or a numerical value. Anything is okay. But I want to go with the string now. Though it is I'm creating for a measure, but still I'll go with the string. I'll show what is that I'm doing. I'll go with the string. Rest all you leave it. The moment I select the string, you see now only all and list is there. If I go with the float, you can see range. If I go with the integer, you can see the range. If I'm going with the date, you can see the range. But string will have only the list, and Boolean values will be true or false options. Okay, so I'm going with now the string option. I have the all and the list. Now in the list, I am choosing, because 3 options. One is sales. Whenever someone clicks on the sales report should display. Profit should display, and the cost should display. So this is the 3 requirement for us. Nothing, that's it. My parameter is created, click OK. I just gave name as a choose a measure, or I'll say select a measure. I'll write it as I'm giving this end user select a measure. Click OK. Now you have a parameter with a string. Now go and enable this parameter. Show parameter. See, like the way earlier you faced the issues, right? When I'm selecting profit, nothing is working. Because this parameter will not understand what needs to be done. It's a static one. Now we need to create an action for this parameter, which allows the dynamic values. That's the where we will write the calculation field. Now go create a calculated field. This calculated field I will write as a C dot select a measure. Why I'm giving the same name but with a little change? Because for this measure, the input is this parameter. That is why, so that I can easily identify. For this parameter, what is the measure I have written? So that is why I'm giving C dot select a measure. Now here I'll write. What is it I'm going to write? Case statement, a logical statement we need to write. I'm writing a case function, case. It works like, your if condition only, but it's a different case. When someone is selecting sales, because it is a string, you have to put in a single quotes. Sales. One thing you have to remember, whatever you're defining in the parameter, exactly the name should be the same. It is case sensitive. You have to follow whether it is uppercase, lowercase, or proper case, whatever you're writing, you need to be mindful on that. Okay. When someone is clicking on the sales, then it should display sum of sales. So now what happens? When someone is clicking on the sales, then my report will show the sum of sales only. When someone is clicking profit, it will display profit report. I am not inputting any dimension here. I don't need to. This can apply on any of the dimension, but the dynamic is the thing is whether it should show sales or profit or the cost it will be. So now we are done with the formula. Click OK. Now test it whether it is working or not. Drag this now the new measure next to here. Display the result I'm showing in a different color. Now see, when I'm clicking on the cost, these two are same. When I click on the profit, the middle graph and this one is same. When I'm clicking the sales, the first one and this one is same. Now my parameter is working. I don't need the individual measures now. So just go and remove it off. I also want the values. Whichever the one I select, that value should display. So what I'll do, go and bring the new measure which we created on the label. This also will become dynamic. Now this is the cost. If I select profit, then it shows profit report. If it is sales, it will display the sales report. Okay, now even header also I want. Right now header is subcategory sales, but when I'm selecting cost, it should display cost here. So what I will do, double click on this. Instead of sales, select this portion, go insert. There is an option called parameters is there. This one you select. Parameters p dot select a measure. So this will become dynamic now. Greater than, lesser than values, whenever you see, the input will be a dynamic one. So click apply. Apply. And you want to give a different color for this one to understand whether it is working or not. Just go instead of white, you make it. So we created three dynamic charts by giving them the input of their choice. So you can say that instead of compact list, you can put as a single value list also. They can just use the radio buttons like this, or you can choose the slider option. They can use the slider here, or they can also use the type in. They can type it, the name. Which are the options? Basically, like, depending on the view you want to create. Just go with a single value list. They can choose whatever measures they have. And if you go and put it on this one, you're seeing the sales, profit, and the cost. You have used C.sales one. You can search always, right? There is a search option is there. If there are too many fields, you can go and search.
Okay, yeah, this one.
Okay, so now here you're saying region, okay. Yeah, so you see the difference, everyone. In the calculation of measure when we created, we have to give the aggregation there because sales has to be aggregated. But in this scenario, we don't need the aggregation, right? It's a dimension. We need to bring as is a dimension. So that is the reason we are using when it is a region, automatically your dimension region has to display. Okay, now we will make it more dynamic this. So what you do is, how should I call you? By the way, I didn't get your name. Shruti. Okay, yeah. Shruti. So Shruti, what you do is now bring the previous parameter also. Show the parameter, the measure parameter.
Oh, for the same thing, right?
Yeah, the same sales, profit, and cost. What is this parameter p dot choose a measure? I think you created both the ones are same.
Yeah.
But calculated field, what did you write for this one? I mean, which parameter you used for your calculated field?
This is, I had created one more that did not work out. So now I can't remember exactly which one.
P dot select sales you created. Because now if you go to the C dot select sales, just close this one. See, whenever you want to see your parameter, which one you have written, after the case, it
this
displays
one.
that. Okay.
Select
So now what you
sales.
do is go and bring the P dot select sales onto the screen. Show parameter. Click on the show parameter. First one. Yeah. Show parameter. Now what we are doing is, everyone see this one. We are creating this one as more dynamic, meaning I'm also using the dimension parameter also and measure parameter. If you start like this, right, then it will remove the total this period and then the rest of information. So this means after the end date, whatever you have the values, selected end date, that is 1st March 2014 onwards, that is 2nd March 2014 onwards, the end of the 31st December. So like this, you can use a parameter in your calculations and use it like a Boolean value. For the same thing, you can also use it in the reference lines. Okay. Suppose your reference lines, something you created a date parameter, sorry, a normal report. Okay, so I want to use a reference line. I'm going to the analytics tab. Okay, so we'll call the reference line here. You can use the reference lines for either date reference or sales reference. Measure or your dimension, whatever. Suppose I'm using it on the date. Okay, so here the date is there. You can use a parameter, the reference line. You need to define your parameter. You create a new parameter. You define it. You want to give between the values. And then let's use the same parameter. Already P start date is there, right? Okay, what label you want to display and all. So this is a parameter line. So your P dot start date, show parameter. This is to identify the location. Suppose if I want to see 6th, okay, so for example, I'm in the January month. I want to see June month first. Your line is here. So it shows that where you are searching for that information, it shows this line is here. So your 6th January 2012 is here. Or if I want to choose 2015 June, 1st June 2015, I want to see. So your line is here. So here in this one, you can put, suppose you what label you want to show, value you want to show for that. So this is the identification, like, when someone wants to search some information, they can identify from this one. See, this is the first. Why the label is showing as a date? Because you selected the date while you're giving the reference line. See, this line is for the date. If you're choosing it on the sales value, then here it will display the sales value for that. Like add another reference line. Now you put it on the sales, on the table sales. Okay, so you're giving sum of sales, create from the top end customers. For example, if you want to choose top end customers, then you can apply that one. Otherwise, a sales parameter, you'll create a measure parameter and then you can use it. So here I'm using it on the date parameter. That is why I brought in the date as my parameter input. And then whenever someone is searching for a particular date, it will display the line. This is here. So we brought in the quantity and then we went ahead here and histogram we selected. While we selected the histogram, automatically there are bins created. So those bins we are seeing in the dimension here. Quantity bin. In this quantity bin, this is Tableau suggested bin, correct? Or else we give manually, like whether I want to see the period is 2, 2.5, 3, whatever it is. More than that, we can make it as a dynamic one. You can go and click on this, create a new parameter. In this parameter, because bins are coming with the 1.77 like that, so that is why by default it is taking the floater. So we are good there. So because it's a numeric value, it is a range. Minimum value, you can choose a minimum value. I want to start a bin minimum, like the range I'm giving, right? It should start from 0.5 or 0. So I want to take it from 0. A maximum size of the bin, we are deciding whether 4, 2, 3, 1, whatever it is. I want to decide maximum 4 only. Every step, every 50 points, it should change the step. So I've selected 0 as a starting point. So that is here, the 0. And maximum this bin size, the distribution frequency, sorry, the class interval, I'm going to take up to 4 points. So that is why at any point of the time I can go 0 to 1, 0 to 1.5, 0 to 2, up to 0 to 4 I can go. 0 to 4, 4 to 8, 8 to 12, like that it will. And the step size. So when I'm doing the change, so whenever I click on the slider, it will take 0.5 steps. So that's what I here, 0.5. Now click OK. Now you have a parameter created by default that is called parameter 4 because I did not name it. So that is why it is showing as a parameter 4. Let me name this one. P dot quantity bins. Okay, so in this also, let's see whether it is properly updated. Yeah, P dot quantity bins. Now go and show this as a parameter. Because you are using directly on the bin here, you already brought that bin. So that is why you don't need to bring it again here. So now you see the difference. 2.5. So now your class interval is 0 to 2.5, 2.5 to 5, 5 to 7.5. Now if I change it to 3, 0 to 3, 3 to 6, 6 to 9, 9 to 12. Every step size 0.5 I have given. So that is why step size it is taking 0.5. Now you see max is 4 I gave. After 4 if I try it will not go. Now my class intervals are maximum 4 only I defined. So that is why it stuck at the 4. I can go up to 0. I gave 0, right? So that is why it is showing 0. 0 is the starting point. So this is the way you can make the bins also dynamic. You can give this to the end user. They can input what is the bin size they want to create. Now the last one is on the sets. We have used the bins on the reference lines. We have used it on the, parameters, right? Parameters on the bins, reference lines, calculations, filters. Also we used it on the, filters we used. Now the last one is on the sets. How do we use the bins on the sets? The procedure is simple, the same. How we are using it on the calculation, filters. Go to the top or condition. You can create your dynamic parameter. By field, instead of top 10, you're saying here, create a new parameter. You can choose a parameter. This is same as your filter. Just go and create your parameter and use that parameter on the set also. How the set will change? Set is, first of all, sets are constant and manual and the dynamic sets, right? Computed sets we call. So those computed sets already, it's a dynamic one. You add the parameter to that, it will be more dynamic. So this means when I created a computed set, I gave the top 10. So the top 10 on the sales. So what happens whenever there is a sale change, the membership of the set will keep on changing, but it is limited at only the 10. That's a dynamic, value dynamic. What we are going to do with the parameter is along with the value dynamic, even the membership of the set, the count of the membership also you're changing. So today I gave as a 10, tomorrow I can change that into the 20. So that you're enabling to the end user. So that is why in the computed sets, you can also bring the parameter that will become dynamic to the two values. One is the count, one is the value also. So this means two numerics you can make it as a dynamic value. Okay, so tomorrow Adrian sales got dropped. Can increase the sales. In a normal scenario, how does the computed set works is, because we chose only the 5 as a top 5, tomorrow if Ken increases the sales value, then he will be part of the set. Adrian will drop out of the set because the limit is only 5. Now what we did was this, we made it as a change. Then I'm giving 10. What happens? All the 10 customers it will display. So the limit is gone. As a set normal scenario, you can only limit it by either 5, 10, 15, 20 like that. But now that you are making it as a dynamic, this input they can give whenever they want to change even the set values also. So this means the membership of the set also now the end user can change it. Tomorrow they're running a promotion only on those customers, top 5 customers. Tomorrow they want to extend that promotion to top 10 customers. At that time, they can change using the parameter condition. They can take now 10 customers, 15 customers like that. Okay, so that is on the now parameters. So with that, we covered all the parameters. We'll go back to our calculations. Okay, so in the calculations, what we have learned is we have learned the date calculations. We did all the logical calculations. We have your order ID, customer name, category, subcategory, whatever it is, which are in the blue. Those are all your dimensions, right? So we can apply the functions on that. So the same procedure, go to the calculations, calculation field here. In the calculated field here, you see the string functions. So these are all your string functions. The regular expressions, we will do it later, these 4. Okay. First of all, let's start with important ones. Length. So what does the length function will do? The length function will return the number of characters in the given string. It will count and it will tell you how many characters are there in that particular data item. So I want to know the customer name, each of the customer, what is the name, customer name length. So you can give it as len c dot. Okay, customer name. So what is the formula? It's simple. len, choose the dimension, which is the customer name. That's it. Click OK. Now go and bring your customer name here. Because it's a length, it is calculating, it will give you the numerical values. Though it is a string function, but the result is the calculation of the character's length. So that is the reason it will be in the numerical values. So you go and bring it. Okay, so this is what actually the result. Now this result is right or wrong, we need to check. First of all, is it correct? It is showing the sum value, correct? So what do we want? And how did the sum out calculated?
I don't want to guess.
What happened? Still you can guess, that's okay, nothing wrong.
No, I was trying to guess ASCII or something, but I might be wrong also.
So to give the information, it is not ASCII.
Maybe we need to take average.
We need to take the count.
Count, right? So why average should not be?
Oh, okay.
Do you think there's like spaces as a part of the names, and it's counting those like the blank spaces?
No, there are no blank spaces. Okay. I'm telling you the data is clean, so there are no blank spaces here.
Okay.
The count has to be done, but that count is what? Why it is summing it up? Function is correct, length function. It's easy to guess. Okay, other than that, first tell me what should be the answer for first customer? If someone checks the length of the characters of the name, what should be the value? I mean, what should be the number there?
I think 12.
Yeah, 12 between plus 1 space is there total.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Tableau Course. This course is specially designed to make you certified Tableau developer in just 1.5 months. Through this course, you will learn how to create interactive dashboard and perform data visualization with R and big data from the top industry experts. Not only that, this program helps you clear the Tableau Desktop Qualified Associate exam as well. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to a new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the growth in the field of data visualization with Tableau.
It should be 13.
13.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so now 78. How it has become 78?
13, 6 or 78.
Absolutely.
Maybe it has multiple records.
This means Aaron Bergman is repeating in the data. So whenever every time it is repeating, what it is doing? It is summing it. There are two ways to change this one. One, instead of sum, go and change this into the discrete. Okay, so now remove the measure. Oh, sorry, my bad. Go and change this into the attribute. What does the attribute will do? If the result is same, it will count only once. For Aaron Bergman, if the customer is appearing 100 times, the length of the customer name is the same. Correct? So that is a 13. So when you convert into the attribute, it will give the result as only once. We also have the char. Okay, so the converts the given integer ASCII code into a character. Suppose if you have instead of the names, if you have the ASCII characters, that you can convert using the char integer, it will give you the result, whether what letter it has to be assigned. Now contains. Suppose some information I need to pick it up from my particular field. For example, there are names. There are some 100 names are there. In the 100 names, if I want to see how many are the last names are the same. So I have some last name which I want to identify. So you can give the contains. This calculation is nothing but your particular dimension. So this means here if we write contains from the customer name. Okay, so that will be the customer name. In the customer name, whoever name is. Hey guys, you have to go on mute, please. Okay. So here within the single character, suppose if you want to know how many customers are with the David name, it will give true or false. Okay. C dot last name. Now go and bring this true or false. So nobody has the name David in. Yeah, it has. Okay, let me sort it out by. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 customers has the David name, or bring this one, put it here. Just make this as a filter option. True. Okay, so these are the customers who has the name with David. Whether it is a first name, last name, it doesn't matter. And in the name it is there or not is what we are identifying. You can remove this is, suppose if you don't want, you want to give count of the customers, how many times this customer appeared in the data also you can do. That is, go and bring again the customer name onto the text, convert this into the measure count. So this means David 6 times, David flashing 6 times appeared in the data. Okay, this is not linked to your calculation which you created just now. I mean, whatever you have written contains. It is other than that, we are just also finding out how many times this customer appear in the data. And then what products this customer bought. That you can do. Just go and simply bring the product names. If I want to know what products they're buying. So these are the products, each of the customer. Suppose if this customer, David Flashing, he's appearing 6 times. These are the 6 times he brought the products. And what will be the cost of those products? And how much profit we are getting. And you can go ahead and build whatever you want. This is something wrong, right? If you see the data, though this customer is purchasing 761, but profit is negative 1141. So what could be the reason why this data is an issue? Let's see. One second, sorry. Go and see the full data. How much discount was offered? Let's understand. %80 discount was offered for this customer. So he's literally paying nothing. So that is why. Actual product cost is 760. So like that, you can identify these issues and yeah. And the next one ends with. These are all like, in the calculations. Whichever, if you remember, we have done the filters. There is a contains, ends with, starts with, all those things also available here. Those are all by default available in the filters. You can use it if you want to write a calculation field, you can write it. Left, it will give the left result. Right, lowercase, uppercase, L trim, R trim, all these things are there. Just take 5 minutes time and practice whichever the ones you want to do, except the regex. Okay, so this I will explain later. But rest of are very simple. You can just see here. Right trim means what? It will trim the right side. Left trim means it will trim the left side. So just go ahead and do some of the functions here and then we will move to the next. So last week we learned about there are some 24 predefined charts available for us to use it. So these are the 24. The first one by default, it's a text table, right? So we've seen. Did we do any graphs other than the bar graph? Last week?
No,
we
we
did a
didn't.
histogram.
Okay,
The histogram and the tabular.
That's all right. Okay.
Yes.
So then today we are starting. So this is the module 4. So module 4 covers the predefined charts, whatever it is showing, plus we also have the advanced charts. So looks like we can complete today and tomorrow these things, and the next week will be the last week for us, which we will cover the dashboards and stories next week. Maybe one session is enough next week is what I'm thinking, but yeah, let's see. So the graphs, we know that how to get the guidance. Suppose if I don't know, if you hover around on any of the graph, it will tell us how many dimensions and measures we have to use it. What is a min field, like whether one dimension is a minimum or one measure is a minimum, like that. Those information also we can see if I hover around like this one. Now, typically most of the time we use the bar graphs, line graphs, and then we use the pie charts. And sometimes if it is enabled, the geography is enabled, we create the maps also. So that's what in even other visuals also will do. So there are some of the variations. Suppose if I'm showing a bar graph, I can show even the other views also. Like, the same thing I can represent in the form of circles or some of shapes I want to display. So those things you can cover with the same bar graph. You can put it in a more decorative way, like, more visually appealing way. So by default, whenever you bring a measure and a dimension, automatically it will recommend you to go with the bar chart because it's a dimension and a measure. The moment you bring in a date kind of field, dates are always, it's a lines because if there is a trend, it will represent. So it's always important dates when there is a date involved, always go with the trend lining unless you want to show something in a bar graph like a month-wise report that you can choose the bar graph. But those are some of the basic rules. When you want to show the contributions, pie chart is the best. And pie chart also, when I want to show the contributions, not more than 5. I mean, like not more than 5 slices, it is really looks good. But it's not wrong to keep everything. But the more you start increasing, you will not even understand how much portion is for that particular contribution you're trying to show. So these are some of the things which, you need to, like, there will be some guidelines and definitions will be there for each and every company with the formatting, then, all these things. So you need to go with that. But in a typical graph creation, always remember, a pie chart should not be more than five portions in the form of like looking good. Second thing, for the pie charts, you cannot use a combination of both negative and positive values. Either pie chart you show totally a negative value report or negative or positive value report. Do not combine positive and negative because it doesn't give you the right result. So those things you can represent it in the bar graph, because your bar will show, there will be you have a scale where you can show the scale, what is positive, what is negative. But for the pie charts, there is no scale there. So either you use only the positive values for that or negative values. Do not mix that one. So yeah, so these are some of the things which you need to remember while you're creating all the visuals. Okay, so to start with, first of all, whenever we go with one dimension and one measure, if you feel that, drag and drop is a little difficult, always you can go here and double click on these things. Automatically it will go and place at whether it is a rows or columns. Suppose if I'm doing this way, subcategory sales report, it will give me a text table by default if I double click it, because it is going and your measure is going into the text information. So that is why you're getting text values. Now it is showing that this is a recommended one. Plus you also have some other charts you can use it for this. So I'll go with the recommended one, which is a horizontal bar graph. And then here is a view in the shortcuts, standard, fit width, fit height, and entire view. I'll go with the entire view so that the entire view is selected. You can play around with this by swapping the rows and columns. Either it can go in the vertical mode or in the horizontal. We already learned like how to bring the labels and all, sorry. So those things can be taken care. Now, for this particular chart, I also want to add every subcategory. I want to give a breakup of the region. So if you want to differentiate with the color coding, the region, you can bring it like a stacked bar chart. So the stacked bar will become, you need to just bring suppose I want to bring the region onto the view. If you bring the region onto the detail, it will detail out, that's all. See, it will just detail out for the same bar. It shows that east is how much and all. But if you want to differentiate, then it will become a stacked bar. So go and put it on the color. Okay. So the moment you bringing in onto the color, so this means you are using 2 dimensions. So it's a stacked bar chart. This is the one. Okay. So this is a stacked bar. Now the stacked bar is of 2 types. One, you can keep in the form of units. You can also show it in the percentages also. And that percentages, you can make it up to 100% for each bar. So how do we calculate? First of all, this is the normal stacked bar chart because you have 2 dimensions. You are representing 2 dimensions for one single measure. Okay. In this, each of the product has subdivided into the region-wise information. So here how the value means, the bar length is decided is depending on the sales value of your product. That is, what is the subcategory sales value product? So that is defined. Now what I want is, I don't want the total value of each of the product. Instead of that, I want to see all the bars in the same length, but each of the bars should define how much contribution is coming from which region. So this means it should be If suppose accessories has this total value, which is 160 or something, that 160K, how much is region north is contributing, whether 40%, 50%, I want to show in that way. So I want to make it a stacked 100% bar. So for that, first step, what you need to do is, this is currently in the numerical numbers. You have to go to the sum of sales, convert this into the quick table calculation, percent of total. So far, we have used those percentages table calculations all on text tables. Now we are using it on the graph. So graph is representing your currency value, that's a numerical values. Now I'm converting into the percentages by selecting the percent of total for the sales. After this, is this percent of total is the way I want to represent? This is also correct. Fine, because how this percent of total is calculated? Can anyone tell me how this is calculated? It shows that West region accessories is 2.6%. Is it right or wrong?
I mean, it's showing the percentage of the total of the overall sales, not the total of this specific accessories.
Correct.
Absolutely. Yes.
So it is taking on the 2.2 million. On the 2.2 million, how much accessories and that too from West region is contributing? But my requirement is I want only for the accessories, how much is the West region contribution? So first of all, the West has to be, so the accessories has to become 100%. In that 100%, how much is the contribution of each of the region? So for that, what we will do is, while you do the percent of total, I want to use the computation. Currently, computation is a table across level. Your table across is overall sales value 2.2 and contribution is calculating across. Let's change to table down. The moment I change to the table down, now you see the contribution. This is 1.48, 1.9, right? So when you give the totals here, give the grand totals here now. Subtotals and all, just put the grand totals. Where is my total? Yeah. So this is 100% it is happening. So 1.48, 1.96, like that, all these things are added to the 100% here. So the earlier calculation is this. So anytime if you create a formula, if you create a table calculation, always go back and check on the visual if you are creating it. If you want to know whether your calculation is right or wrong, right click on this, duplicate as a cross tab and check that cross tab whether the calculations are properly done or not. So in this scenario, instead of actually, checking on the calculator, I went and checked, okay, this is good enough. This is what I'm looking for. For each of the product, it has to be 100%. Yes, it is done. Now the same thing, right? I want this one, instead of the calculation as the table across or not table down, I want to go at a subcategory level. Okay, now if you see the subcategory, it is changing. Now go and see the calculation, how it is calculated. When it is a subcategory level, right? Bring the totals. How it is calculating? It is calculating on the overall grand total. Overall grand total 100%, accessories is contributing 7.29. Okay. So that 7.29, how it is again checking is each of the region, how it is contributing to this 100%. So this means when the calculation is happening at this level, even for the region also happening this level. So these are the ones which computation will change as per your needs when there are more than one dimension. Mostly these things will affect you when you're giving the rankings and the percentages. So ranking also, right? There is a, for example, there is a school. Okay, there is a section, a particular class is there. In the class, the students are there. Every student has some 5 subjects. Okay, someone asks you to calculate who is the top ranker in the class. So how do you calculate top ranker? We go with the total marks, correct? And we assign whoever got the highest marks, we'll give the ranking as 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, the next requirement is another dimension they're bringing. They're asking, in the class, I want to know each subject wise who is the top ranker. Then what you have to do? First, you need to bring all the students plus all the subjects of the students. And then each of the subject, you need to identify who is the topper. And the ranking will differ. Correct? So let's assume that in this scenario, your students are subcategory. Okay. Your subjects are region. And this is, for example, the marks. Now, if I have to give the ranking, you need to go and check whether you want to give the ranking for the overall as a student level, or do we have to give the each subject for each of the student. So those are the calculations what you're doing here. Whether I'm checking at a overall level or I'm going with the next dimension, I'm getting into the, for the current dimension, what is the next dimension? And for that dimension, we are choosing the, what is the best there. Okay, so I hope this is clear. Yes, no?
Leela, can you show that sheet where you added both row total and column total, like both showing 100%?
Here. Which one you want? I have done three ways of doing that.
Yeah, this one. No, not this one. Yeah, here.
This is another one, right? This is the 100%.
So if I have to get accessories across all the region also as 100%, and subcategories in the like for example in central region also as 100%. So I can't do that in one graph, right?
No, you cannot, right? Because both rows and columns cannot be 100%. You cannot match it.
Right. So basically, Leela, maybe that if for the example which you quote for the school ranking, so maybe that we can just calculate the all four reasons, and just on the basis of that calculation we can give the ranking.
Yeah, on top of it, if you want to rank it, yes, you can go ahead and rank it. So then you have to get the weighted average, right?
Right.
So that is the next level. But in the visual, is it possible? No. By default, when you're bringing a a graph, it's not possible as a visual.
Right, absolutely.
You can write a calculated field, and then that calculated field only you can display.
Right.
That you can write it as LOD, level of detail expressions. So it will display whatever current display is there, it is as is. On top of it, if you want to give some other information, you can use the LODs. I want to change the format because direction format, I don't want decimals. So I'll go to the percentage, I'll remove the decimals. And the text direction is right now, it's in the alignment automatic. I want to make this as this direction. Okay, so here this is called highlighter. So whenever a color legend is created, then automatically your highlighter will be enabled. So suppose, for example, if I want to see the East region, so then you can select East. Each of the product, how the East region is performing. You can simply view the information. Like the way I want to see the central behavior or the West region behavior. So you can use this as a highlighter because this is highlighted. You see, this is highlighted. If you don't want to highlight it, you can just click on this one, then it will not highlight. See, even though I'm trying and selecting here, it won't highlight the information. But as a natural property, whenever there is a color legend is created, highlighter will get enabled. So you can use this as like a filter to enable to select whichever the one you want to see. Okay, so next goes is So the bar graph, whatever we prepared, right? So we can also create the same bar graph as a pie chart also. Okay. So for the pie chart, let's take the region right now, because we don't want to go more than beyond 5 portions. See, you bring the as a text table and go and select this one. So this is a pie chart. Automatically it will get adjusted to the pie view. Make it as this one, entire view, because pie charts will not have scale, right? So you don't see the scales here. If I want to change the colors, I can always go ahead and change these colors. The moment you change this region colors, right, even in the previous charts also the region colors will get changed. It's a linked one. For a dimension, when you're using the color change, automatically for all the charts that will go and change it. So that you have to remember. And now the pie chart is created. Here the pie chart, what is the representation we show? We will show the pie chart with the percentage values, correct? So when you try to do the percentages, first what happens is you bring the sales onto the label because it's a sales one. Automatically the value it will show, but I want this one to be converted into the percentages. So the steps are go to sum of sales label one, because labels has to change to the percentage, not the angular size. So go to the label, click on the drop down format. Before doing this one, because it is on the value, we need to convert this into the percent of total. So quick table calculation, convert this into the percent of. So if we, because your dimension and all these charts, what happens is by default, your dimensions are, the data items are listed here. But for the pie chart, you don't see those names because there is no scale here. So if I want to bring a pie chart names also, just drag your region onto the label. So now I see the label as a region, plus also I'm seeing the percentage. Still you want even the value also you want to bring in? Yes, go ahead and you can bring even the value again. So this time it will be in the form of currency. But that currency format we changed earlier. So just go and change this format into a proper currency format. Currency standard. So what I'm trying to say is you can use both. Percentage also you can keep it. Also you can use you can keep the, and in the order, right? If I want the region to be on top of the percentage, you can just drag this one. When you see a small arrow coming up, leave there. So first is the region it is showing you, then it gives you the percentage, and then the sales value. So if you want sales value and percentage are next to each other, what you can do is go to the label here, click on the label. There is an option here, text box is there. Click on this text box, three dots. Okay, the order was given first because initially I brought in the sales value. So just go and change this order now. First, I want to put the region in the order. Then next is sum of sales and then percentage sales. So this percentage sales, you go and bring it up on top of it. Apply. Now you see, it shows South 392K USD. Okay, you can put USD in front of that, but anyways, dollar value is already there. We don't need to. Just put this as a contribution percentage. Apply. Contribution is 30%. Maybe we can even give it in a better way. This you can say that total sales value.
How do we get to this edit label?
Yeah, you need to click on here. This text box is there, right? The three dots. Okay, just go ahead and try the pie chart. You guys can also try with the subcategory, and then you'll understand why I am saying not more than 5, because the moment you use more than a 5 portions, it will be like, for example, in this case, right? If I want to bring the subcategory, see, there are so many portions. If you want to put even the labels inside the pie chart, it doesn't make sense. Or else you can use even the customer also. Pie chart looks good in terms of as a visual one. See, all the customers, 793 customers are plotted. It looks really nice to see, but this doesn't make sense. Okay, so now you see the calculations, how it has happened. That is the reason even the size. Size is the issue. So what you have to do here, why are you going undo? You need to duplicate as a cross tab, not like that, Rupashri.
Okay, okay.
For the tab, yeah, duplicate as a cross tab. Right click. Then it will create in another sheet. So you can check whether you have done correct or wrong. When I go and click this one, it shows the bubble chart. So bubble chart, how it is defined is the size of the circle is dependent on the value. So whichever the measure you are bringing, the size of the circle will depend on that. Again, the colors and all these things as per your choice, you want to change it, you can do that. Bubble charts are interesting when I have the data items are more in a particular field. So this means customer name is there. There are 793 customers are there. If I want to represent all those customers in a single view, this makes sense. Otherwise, bar graph, what happens is I need to scroll up and down. In single view, I cannot see the bar graph, all the data items. But whereas in this scenario, you can see everything mapped here. So go and bring the customer name and the sales. You see now how it looks. So wherever the circle is big, from that particular, the sales value is high. Like Sean Miller, 25,000. So the circle is big. So he's the highest sales. And then on top of it, if I want to differentiate with any region or whatever it is, I can do that. So I'll go and bring the region now onto the color. So again, the customers are differentiated with the region wise. So in this region, South region, Sean Miller has highest sales, whereas Tamara Chand from the Central region and Raymond is from the West region and Tom Ashbrook from the East region. If I go on the full view, it shows like this. So it's easy, right? So it's like, identifying which are those top customers basis on the circles, I can easily pick up. Okay. Only thing is like, yeah, so this is done. Now I can use the same bubble chart with the, like for example, you're doing some sentiment analysis. So the sentiment analysis is like, clients launched a product, they have the social media and people are talking about that product. They talk, whether they're happy or not, anything like, on the social media, it is there. So you want to create like a word cloud for that. So this kind of charts will help you to create the word clouds. For example, right? So what I can do is instead of circles, go to the marks card here, click on the drop down. In this drop down, select a text. See, the word cloud is created. What does the word cloud mean? The number of times a particular word is appeared in your, social media or whatever the sentiment analysis you're preparing. That count, the word will show the bigger one. So here you can easily identify which are those words where like people are repeating those things. Happy, unhappy, their product is a defect or product is doing well. So these kind of things, those words will come up. So you can create like a word cloud in this way. Okay. So the same bubble chart you are converting into the word cloud. And another one, the bar chart, whatever we prepared here. Here I are asking word cloud. You just need to first prepare your packed bubble and then go and select in the marks card the text option. Then it will become word cloud. Yeah. Now there is a bar graph is there which we prepare like this. I want to make it as this bar graph a little interesting one. I'm just removing the lower value so that you equally I can prepare something. Okay. So I want to create a bar graph into a lollipop chart view. So this same report in the bar graph, instead of that lollipop chart I'll create, how I'll create is, again I'll bring the sales here. When I bring the sales here, it will show you two scales. One is the sales one and second is the sales two. So in the second sales, go and change this chart into the circles. So first one I'm keeping as is of my bar graph. Second one I'm changing into the circle. And go to the first one. So these are the two tabs, right? This is the sum of sales, first one. This is the sum of sales, second one. Go here, reduce the size of this. This one you increase it. Now what you do? Just a second. This also you reduce a little more. Then go here, go to the second sum of sales, convert this into the dual axis. First one also gone. So first one make it as a bar only. See? The same chart as a bar graph I convert into the lollipop view. And then you do the color coding. I want to change subcategory onto the color. I want to bring only for the top ones. I'll change it. The sum of sales, this one color, I want to put a blue color or a green color, whichever the one. Now you want to change on top of it. You have multiple colors options. So now adjust it as per your need. If you want to reduce make it more thin, the bars, you can reduce it. And if you want to reduce even this also, make it like this. Or if you want to increase it, whichever the way you want, to bring it more of lollipop view. So this is the way you can create a simple bar graph into the more visually appealing ones. And the next one is the line graph. After line graph, I'll tell you, you can practice for 5 minutes. Line graphs are two types of line graphs. One is your continuous line, another one is your a discrete line. So discrete line, we know that it will divide into the date parts like year, month, or whatever we want to choose, that you can use it. Whereas continuous lines, it is a period which you're selecting from one certain period to the another certain period. So here you have the options. When you go to the show me, there is a line continuous, line discrete. So go and bring the date, whichever the date. You have the date of birth or you have the order date or whatever the dates you have. If you want to use it, these charts, bring that one. So go and bring the order date and the sales. We know that by default it is a dimension. So that is why it is giving in the blue color. So the moment you select this one, continuous line, it will get auto aligned. See, I'm selecting this one, continuous line. Both of fields are now green color. So because it's a continuous line which we are preparing. So this continuous line you can further drill down into, because it's a hierarchical data, you can make it as a quarterly, monthly, week, and then the day wise. If suppose you have your data set, your fields even with the time and time is available where you need to show in the hourly report or, the minutes or something, you can use that. You can add that, that's not a problem. It can go up to that level. So now this is the continuous line. So there is a period from date into the end date. Whereas if you want to show a discrete line, select this one. See, the moment I start, because it's in the blue color, the moment I start actually expanding, it is separating it out. The date parts are getting separated. It's no more the continuous ones. Further from the quarter to the monthly, if I go, it will give again quarterly breakup where every 3 months it shows. So this is the way you can represent the line graphs in both the discrete lines and also the continuous lines. Now on top of it, if you want to compare something, whereas the continuous lines you cannot compare it, you can show a trend line here, but these scenarios you can compare it. For example, I want to compare quarterly report for each of the year. You drag the year onto the color. So each of the year how the sales is going on. Which quarter is dipping, which quarter it is increasing and all. And then the moment you see the one particular quarter it is increasing, then you can go ahead and check what made that actually the sale happened. That's the next level of detailing it out. Hello?
We completed.
Is it okay? We'll continue or you guys, because I'm not hearing anything from you all.
Yes. Yes, you can.
We can continue, right? Okay. Okay, so the next one, the dual axis charts only. Dual axis, we can use it for multiple things. For example, two measures I want to represent, both sales and profit I want to represent, I can use the dual axis charts. So for the dual axis charts are, I want to show both the measures for same dimension. So subcategory is there. I want to show sales and profit. So what happens? You can put the text table this way so that you can see sales, profit, even further measures also you want to add, you can go ahead and add. But if you want to represent it in the form of visual, so what you can do is go and select this bar graph first. So whichever the way you want, horizontal or vertical, up to you, you can choose. And the important point is here, if I am choosing the same, like, the bar chart for both sales and measure, I can do some of the changes like first one is sales, right? In the dual axis option, always a second measure will get the dual axis option. See, profit is there. Profit, I can see dual axis option when I click on the drop down. But when I go to the sales, it doesn't show the option here. So we cannot take the first one as a dual axis. Okay, now for the sub profit is there. Each of the measure you have a marks card. There is a profit marks card, there is a sales marks card, and also you have the all. So whatever the changes you do it in the all, it will be applicable for both the charts. If you're choosing from the sales, then it will be applicable to the sales. From the profit, it will be applicable only to the profit. For example, in the profit, I'll go and change this one into the so now it is automatic. No, sorry, line byte. Now what you do is here, go to sum of profit, click on the drop down, convert this into the dual axis. So profit is right now in the line and the sales is in the circles. I'll change this into the bar. Now see this one. A bar and line graph for subcategory product, both sales and profit we are representing. But in this case, what is happening is your scales are different, correct? Your sales has up to 300K, whereas the profit is up to 50K only. Sometimes what happens is your client will ask you, I want the same scale for both of the measures. So there is a synchronization you have to do. Go to any of the scale here, either to the sales or profit, just right click on that, convert into this one into the, sorry, what is that? Synchronize axis. So the moment I synchronize the axis, the scales are synchronized. Now your say profitable is down. So if you see, right, though it's same, but it was in the previous view, it was more of different axis we are using. Here we are using the same axis for both of the measures. So we are synchronizing it. Both the ways are correct. Depending on how the client wants to see, you can just go ahead and adjust it accordingly. Either you can synchronize it or you can also don't synchronize it. Okay, so this is the bar and line graph, and this one is a customized one we created. Like lollipop chart is also a customized chart, and this is the customized one we have created on our own. Okay, so all of you see, if you are using a desktop, right? So go to your data source page. Everyone see this one. On the right hand side, you see a live and extract connection if you are using a desktop. So live means it is live to your data, whether it is a file or whichever the table you are bringing, it is live to that. Now, if I want to create a copy of a local copy, that is a Tableau data extract file, you click on the extract, go and click on any one sheet tab. Wait. So it will prompt you to save the file name, Tableau data extract or the hyperfile. So you can extract a copy. You can give anything, just give the name. And put whichever the place you want to save it. Now go to your data source. So you have extracted copy, suddenly like, your data got refreshed, you want to refresh it. When you click on the refresh on the right hand side at the extract option, it will give the full refresh. Okay. Or if you want to go to the edit button, click on the edit.
Shall I click on the cancel?
No, click edit, not an issue. Edit button. In this case here, you see the extracted data, you can do the incremental refresh. On the downside, number of rows, all rows are there, right? There you can select incremental refresh. Which are the tables to refresh? You can click on the drop down, the tables it will show. And any new, how to identify the new rows when you are doing incremental refresh. So it will prompt you some of the fields where you can pick up the incremental rows using this particular fields. It says order date. Suppose my data has yesterday's data. If you pick up order date as your incremental refresh, then it will take next day to that and then it will refresh it, whichever the fields are there. Or like that, whichever the fields you want to select, you can select. That's it. Click OK. So it goes and checks whenever there is a change in the order date, it will pick up as a incremental refresh. Or again, click the edit. Here you have an option called full refresh is also there. Instead of the incremental refresh, if you select the full refresh, automatically your entire data will get a refresh. Or you want to refresh top by sample and all those things you can choose. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. So we have created normal donut. Sorry, normal pie chart with a proper pie chart mode. So first step is go and bring this C.donut shape onto your rows. So the moment whenever you bring a calculation field, automatically it sums it up. So when it is doing the sum 1, 2, 3, 4, it is becoming, so it is separating it out, 4 circles. So for this, what you have to do is you make this into the minimum value, which will be 1. Okay, so make it as a minimum. So your donut again, sorry, your pie chart is again back. Because the donut chart is a dual axis chart. So what you have to do is you need to bring again the measure. So the measure is again the C dot donut shape. Do the same steps, remove the sum and make it as a minimum. So you have now 2 pie charts with the same information, right? So what you do is go and remove these headers. We don't need the headers. Go and right click on this one. Remove the headers. Yeah. So the step is here. Whenever you bring the measures, we all know that, there will be measure cards will be created. Marks card will be created for measure 1 and measure 2. So this is minimum donut shape 1 and this is 2, right? So the first one we need the breakup because we are representing region-wise information. Second one we don't need because this is for the shape we create now. So what you do is go and remove all the fields from here. In the second donut, go and click on the second one. Just remove all the information. It has to be empty circle. So no information, just empty. Then what you do is this circle should go and sit on the top of this donut. So this means on this pie chart, it will go and sit. Automatically, it will create the shape of the donut. So for that, what you have to do is this one should be smaller than this circle. So go and click on the size, just reduce a little bit. Okay, this size should be to hold the shape. This should be smaller than the first circle. Now we are ready. Just go and click on this one second donut on the rows, make it as a dual axis. And then you change the color into the white, the second one. It was in the gray. Now you adjust the shape. Like, I'll make it as an entire view. Now I want to adjust the shape. If I want to increase this one and the first one also, you just increase it a little more. So the shape will be like, as per how you want to define it. If you want to create a thin circles and all these things, you can make it. So the adjustments of the shapes will be this one accordingly. This you can adjust it. This is the way. That's it. The donut shape is ready. Any questions here?
Leela, that C dot donut shape, we just write 1, is it?
Yeah, that's all. It just, we need a numerical number. I'm taking the least number, that is 1.
Okay. So, I just wanted to know, like, what does it signify in this,
See, when you need to create a dual axis, you need a measure, correct?
Okay.
So what happens for the pie chart, there is nothing you can keep it on the rows because the design itself is, it will not sit on the rows or columns, anything.
Okay.
So I need to create a measure which also plus that has to create a shape of the donut.
Okay.
And by the way, you can even use the existing measures also. But what happens is whenever you use existing measures, sometimes your sales also you can bring it. But the problem is, right, when you go with the min value, sales has the decimals. So the moment it becomes decimals, your donut shape will become scattered.
Okay, got it.
You can use the quantity. If your quantity has 1, right, a minimum value in your data, then that holds good.
Okay.
So to avoid all those issues, I'm just taking a separate, calculated field that is a 1 as a value. And then I'm just holding it as a shape for the donut.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So now what you can do is you can just bring all the fields here. For example, now I want to display the sales label. Okay, so I also want the region label. You have to do it on the first donut because your data is on the first donut. So just go and bring those things. See, region and the sales. But now the sales I wanted in the percent of total. So quick table calculations, percent of total. You got the percentages. And this percentages, if you want to make it as a without decimals, just simply go here, just reduce the decimal percentage to 1 or 2. Now, I want to know what is the total value here. So that also for the donut, right, there is an advantage. If I want to keep the total sales value, for example, someone asks you, you're saying 31.6% of what? So for that, what you can do is go to the second donut, the empty one. Here, nothing is there, right? Just bring the sales value onto the label. Automatically, you can see 2.2 million is the total sales value, and this is the breakup. You want to write some information? Just go here, click on the label, 3 dots, say that total sales.
Leela, just one question. I made all the 4 donut shape, but the only issue that I'm getting that I'm not able to adjust the size of all the donuts, same size.
Yeah. So yesterday we have learned, right? When you go to here, you remove the size from here. Okay, for example, I'm also doing the same thing now. So when I bring the category on top of the columns, so all the donuts will not be on the same size, because the reason is this has a different value, 0.74 million, 0.72, 0.84. So for that reason, what you have to do is remove the sales from the size here. Automatically, everything will be in the same size.
Sure.
Yeah. It's just that only one change. Go and drag the category on the columns and remove the size.
Yeah,
from the...
I got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so then let's move on to the next one now. I've seen so far the text table we learned and the bar graphs. This is side by side, like, the one which we created the stacked bar, you can also create a side by side bars. That is the same thing, like you can take region, category, two dimensions. And the sales, if you're choosing, you can go ahead with this. So it gives you both the dimensions. For each of the category, there is region wise. Or if you want to do it vice versa, just bring the category after the region. Then it will be, the view will be region wise. So whichever the one you want, you can choose. And then if you're choosing the region wise, remove the color, region color, bring the category onto the color. So this way, when you click on the furniture, you can see the furniture sales, office supplies, and the technology. So this is called side-by-side bars. And the same thing, you can use it like a side-by-side circles also. Not only circles, like you can use anything here. For the shapes, right? So you can go here and select the circles or something like, shapes. In these shapes, you can choose plus more shapes also there. We have already seen the more shapes. These are all the more shapes available. We will bring how to bring the new shapes into this one later, but use the existing shapes. Suppose, for example, I want to show in this format. And if you want to assign each one of, category with a different one. Suppose this shape I'm giving as like, it is picking up for everything is the same shape. If I want to define each category a different shape, click on the shape, select the furniture. So furniture, I want to give office supplies, technology, this one. And then we have these normal circle views, which you are using a bar graph. Instead of bar graph, you can use the circle views. And yesterday when we learned the dual axis, right, so that we created manually, right? So bringing two measures and creating it. There are also predefined dual axis charts, but that needs your date. So if I bring the order date here is right now is a dimension. Okay. So if I bring sales and profit, I want to create a dual axis chart. If you see, there are two types of charts is created. For the dual axis, I can use dual lines, or I can also use the dual combination with one bar and one line. This is a predefined charts. So suppose if I select this one, I see the sales and profit line now. But again, the axis is not synced. It's nothing wrong. You can use both the synchronized axis or not synchronized axis also you can choose. If I'm using the synchronized axis, then there will be a variation I can see in the sales and profit. Just go and select this one, synchronize any side. You can choose on the, axis any side, you can choose a synchronized axis. Then you'll see This is the profit line. This is the, even if you don't want also, just remove the synchronization. You can see how the growth is actually, whether the sales is also growing the same way as a profit or profit is going down. So you can, again, you can go ahead and change it. Like for example, for sales, I want a bar. I can go ahead and change the bar. For profit, I want a line. So I can keep this one. So this is the way it will represent. Now, while you're doing the dual axis, whether it is a line or a bar, automatically your date is getting converted into the continuous value. Okay, because now you can expand it. Means like, you can go the drill down. If I go here, see the same thing, it will start actually comparison of sales and profit with the year. Next is a quarter. You can go up to the even day wise also. This is a weekly report, and then it goes with the day wise. Day wise, how the sales is increasing, how the profit is increasing or decreasing. And if I synchronize it, then I can clearly see whether it is increasing or decreasing properly. So this will go with the hierarchy level. And one thing you see, whenever date you bring in, right, there are two portions to the date. This portion will give you the dimension breakup, date parts. This portion will give you the measure date. How do I know the difference? Because if you see here, year, it is giving only year. Next is a quarter, month, day. So this means it is date parts are separated. Whereas in this case, it's a continuous value. See, when I start with the year, it first gives only the year. At the moment I go to the quarter, it will give me the quarter plus year. And the month, month and year. Week, week and year. Day, day and year. So this means this is a continuous value. So while you're choosing, right? So if suppose if I want to go back to the, right now I'm on the day, I want to go back to the year. I'll go with the year like this. Now back to the hierarchy top one. So if I want to choose the quarter, so you can go and click on this. Now here also year is there. I can just go to the breakup. Next is the quarterly. There's the month, week, and then the day. If I want to go back to the year again, just click on the drop down, go back to the year or quarter, whatever. No, while your chart is there, automatically your legend will be there. No, so where do you want to?
Okay. No, I was thinking maybe if we go to presentation mode and this.
Yeah, it will be still there. So if you go to the presentation, even the highlighter also you can use it. Okay. Like for example, this is on the presentation mode. Okay. So your legend will be here. Okay. So if you click on the profit line only will show. So these things, see, for example, whatever you bring it onto the right-hand side, whether it is a filter, whether it is a parameter, legends, all those things will show while you're presenting it also. And even this will go to your dashboard too. There you can decide whether you want to keep it or you want to, remove it, or you can make it as one unique legend for all the charts there. So those things we'll learn in the dashboard, but yes, it will be available. So we don't need to worry.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Okay, just take 5 minutes time and practice all the shapes one and the line discrete and line, those dual axis and all. Then we'll move to the interesting ones that is called. So for the shapes, you can try all the options. Just, see and, try to pick up wherever the shapes are there. I believe you can all see if you're using a Tableau desktop one, you can see a lot of shapes folders there. But if you're using public, you may see only 2. But that's okay. How to bring the extra ones, we will see that later. So while we are on the dates, right? So let's complete the forecasting also. And then we'll go to the cluster chart. So forecasting is something which is a predefined time series forecasting analytics model is there in Tableau. So we can just go ahead and, use that. So the forecast is what normally based on the historical data, we would like to predict what is going to happen in the upcoming year, right? So for the, whenever remember for the forecasting, right, you guys must be working on even data science models also, some of you. What is how much historical data is required? A minimum historical data, can anyone tell me? Who is working on this? What is the best?
3 years.
Okay. But what is yeah, so Kavita is correct. A minimum of 2 years is what you require for the model to give you the proper result. Okay, one moment. Kufi, you have a question. How do you put profit and sales in the same graph? Which one you're talking about? Previous one? Dual axis. This one is a dual axis. Yeah. So see here in the rows, I brought in the sum of sales and sum of profit. Okay. If you want to share the screen, I can help you with that. Maybe like after the forecasting, we can check. Okay, so let's move back to this one. So 2S is what the proper historical data which is required to get a good model result. So we don't need to worry on writing, what model and all these things. In the forecasting, it goes with the predefined one is the time series forecasting here, a simple time series forecasting. So what we do is first we will bring the date wise, whatever the sales is there or a profit, whichever the measure you want to try. So go and bring the sales and then select your continuous chart. Now on this, I see right now we have 12, 13, 14, 15, 4 years data is there. Even with the 2 years also is good enough. But we have 4 years data. Let's use the 4 years data. For the model, you need to go to the analytics tab here. On the left-hand side, you have a data tab, analytics tab. Right now, data tab is where you see all your columns and dimensions and measure fields. Now click on the analytics tab. Here you see the model. In the model, there is a forecast model is there. You just go and drag the forecast. The moment you're dragging it, it's showing that add a forecast. So go and leave it here. So there is a forecasting is created now. So this portion is the estimate, that is the forecast, and this is the actuals. But if you see clearly, our data earlier it was actually is available till 2015. But in this scenario, what it is doing is, I just went to the quarterly to show the breakup. The model which is predefined in the Tableau, it is ignoring the last quarter data actuals. So this means 2015, I have all the 4 quarters data, but still the model is defined in such a way, it will ignore the last quarter of the actual and it will add to the forecast. The model is defined that way. You want to change it, you can do it later, but that is the way it is defined. So now if you see, you have 2015 Q3 and then 2015 Q4, it is also giving the estimates. The forecast standard input values are, it gives you the 5 quarters forward. So whenever you click on the forecast model, it will give you the by default 5 quarters forward. Plus, it always ignores the actuals of the last quarter. But those are the things which you can change it, that you can do it in the what do you call that? Editing for that forecast model that you can do. But now you see this is a forecast and this is actual, this is estimate. If you want to understand the forecast, go on this forecast one, right click. There is an option called forecast. First go with the describe forecast. So what is the summary for this one? So it is doing the time series forecasting. As of now, I gave the quarterly level, so it is showing the quarter. What is the measure it is using? Because we have given sales as our measure, so it is picking up the values on the measure. The forward forecast, which is 5 quarters it is taking from 2015 Q4 to 2016 Q4, 5 quarters data. And based on what actually it is, the historical data is your 12 Q1 to 15 Q3. So you have 3 year, 3 quarters. And it is ignoring the last actual quarter, that's what it is mentioning. Any seasonality is there, it is checking out. For every 4 quarter cycle, it will check the seasonality. And these are the values of your model. And if you go to the model details, so all forecasts were computed using exponential smoothing, and it is a multiplicative model. So whether it is seasonality and all those things, it worked on the multiplicative model. And these are your values, your model output values. So if anyone is interested to learn how this forecasting is actually created, you can always go to the learn more about the forecast model. This link, it will take you to the how this forecasting is done and all. What is the meaning of seasonal effect? How the quality is checked. What is multiplicative model? What is additive model? So these are the things it is available, and the formulas, what is that, statistical values, which, yeah. So whenever you're interested or you're working on the data science model, it makes sense for you. So just go ahead and understand, but you don't need to learn for the Tableau. So you don't need to worry. For the Tableau, it is a predefined model. You can just use it. Now going back to now we understood the describe forecast. Now go here again, click on the forecast options. Now I want to do some changes on my own. Okay. So here is the one. Automatic is next 5 quarters. Suppose if I want to see, I don't want to ignore last 1 quarter. I want actuals of last 1 quarter. Here you can change it. See, now actuals I got back. Now it is giving only the next 5 quarters forecasting. So 2015 Q4, it is taking actual now. So these are the inputs which you can change it on your own. And suppose you want, this is showing for us 5 quarters automatic. If you want exactly 1 year, it will give exact 1 year only. And if you want 2 years, for example, you can see the total 2 years of your forecast or 3 years. The more you increase, it doesn't make sense because the difference between the actuals and estimates will start increasing more. So always it is better to go with the 1 year or 5 quarters. 5 quarters is what actually Tableau suggests. Just go ahead with that. And the next one is aggregation. Aggregation is at the quarterly level. Okay, so by default, it is quarter level. If you want to make it as a month, weeks, days, you can choose. Even up to seconds, you can go to the aggregations. Then the forecast model, right? If your data has some missing values, you can fill in missing values with zeros. Sometimes there will be null values, right? So those things you can manage it with here. But these are all things which we do it at the time of when we bring the data, we handle those null values. For your forecast model, this is automatic. There is without seasonality with seasonality. So my model right now is with seasonality by default. If I don't want to include the seasonality, so I'll remove the seasonality. What is the difference between the seasonality and non-seasonality? See, when there is a seasonality, then your forecast also will get adjusted to something like, you have your sales is getting impacted with various reasons. Sometimes there will be promotions. Okay. Sometimes there will be natural disasters. It may increase, it may reduce. So like that, every year there will be something or the other impact will be there. So while you're forecasting it, you can consider that and you can create your forecast. That is an automatic. But if you don't want to add your seasonality, just you want to see plain thing without seasonality, how the forecast looks like, that also you can choose. But always it makes sense if you go with the seasonality. So go with the automatic model and the prediction intervals. As we know, the data science model, 95% is the best prediction model. Go with that. But you also have 99% also if you want to choose your prediction intervals. Okay. So this is the way you can see. Now this is what it is doing. It is giving you the information. Yeah. So for you, the input values will be, you can change these options, aggregations, something if you want to ignore it, or you want to change the forecast models with seasonality, without seasonality, or a custom made also you can do. Custom will give you the multiplicative or additive or none. So right now custom is none. You can choose whichever the one you want. You want to make it as a multiplicative model. Seasonality also make it as a multiplicative. These things you can choose. But again, you need to understand what is the data science forecast model all about to do these changes. But otherwise, go ahead with whatever Tableau is suggesting. That's the best way to deal. Okay, so this is a forecast. You can go up to you can see the forecast even monthly also now. I mean, next, whatever the quarters you are giving, you can go and see monthly and the daily. But again, you bring the order date so that you can only see the forecast here. So now we have, in the next 30 minutes, we will be doing first we'll start with the Pareto chart. Any idea what is a Pareto chart? I want everybody to please concentrate. This has a lot of steps, which is a customized chart. And yeah, you need to remember each and every step. Otherwise, Pareto will be like, nightmare. Okay. So any idea what is a Pareto principle? So in the 80-20 rule of the customer's profit, right? My 20% of the customers who are giving 80% of the revenue means what? So they're very high value customers, correct? The same way, I can apply it even on the manufacturing also, where there is a production. I'm giving a 20% of the raw material where I'm producing 80% of the product. So which is a good thing, right? So your raw material should be less and the output of the product should be more. So that you can apply it on any of the scenarios, whether it is a customer revenue, whether it is, employee, work-wise effectiveness or anything for that matter. Or even to identify what are those problems, like, if a product has a defect, what are the issues? So these are the things you can apply. In our data right now, we have the customers and revenue. Revenue is nothing but our profit. Let's see, whether it is applied on our data or not, whether it is 80-20. So to do that, first we need to understand who are those 20% of my customers? Where is that 80% revenue coming up? So the first step, do not do with me. Just see, watch like what I'm doing, and then we will go to I'll give sufficient time for the practice. Okay, so we need only two variables. One is the customer, another one is the profit. So I'll bring both customer name and the profit. So customer name is on the columns, rows profit I'm keeping it because I want to create a area chart which gives us the proper Pareto information. The first step, whenever you bring in this kind of data, always go with the full view because you have a lot of customers here. Everybody you want to show it in a single view. So that is why I go with the entire view. Now all the customers are plotted here with the profit. Then you sort by highest to the lowest profit. So your view should be customer wise, your profit and entire thing it should display in a single view with the highest to the lowest profit. So why are you seeing a dip in the profit also? Because some of the customers are giving us a negative revenues. So negative profit. So that also loss, right? Basically. So we want to see that too. Now this is the view we created. From here, the calculations will start. When I say 80% of the profit, so this means I need to know the cumulative value when I add all the customers, right? To get the cumulative value, what is the calculation we use it here? You all forgot your quick table calculations. It's a running total.
Yes, that's running total.
Okay, so now let's do the running total because I want the cumulative figure. So go to sum of profit, click on the drop down. You have a quick table calculation, add table calculation. So far, for everything we are doing the quick table calculation. Let's do the add table calculation now. Because both are same, but add table calculation will help you in adding some of the other calculations also for the same thing. So that is, click on the add table calculation. The calculation type I want is running total. See, my view is changed now. Earlier it was plotting individual customer wise profit. Now it is plotting each customer to the next customer, the cumulative values. So that is why my chart is changed now from starting value to the more you're adding the customers, it will start increasing. And then there are also customers where it has a negative profit, it starts dipping like this. So we are good. And 80-20 rule is always on the percentage, 80%, 20%. So I need to convert, right now it is showing in the currency. I need to convert this into the percentages. So for the percentages, what we will do is, why I asked you to do the add table calculation, because now I can add the secondary calculation. Click on this one, small checkbox is there. Click on the checkbox. There is a secondary calculation will open. So right now it is in the values. So I'll convert this into the percent of total. See, my scale is changed to percent of total now. So we are good. So the first step for the 80% is complete. So we have identified the cumulative figures with the 80%. So go and create a line, reference line. Right click on this one, add a reference line. The reference line should be the constant 80% we want. We don't want average or anything because you're defining 80%. You don't want to change that one automatically. So go here, instead of average, select a constant 0.80, 80%, right? 0.80 you give. And line, I want to keep it a darker one so that I can easily identify. With a thick line, whether it's a dotted line or whatever, you can choose. Okay, so click OK. Now you see this is the 80% line here. So this is the where the intersection is happening. So this means now I need to identify whatever this 80% revenue I'm getting here exactly. Roland, this 80%, whether this is it 20% customers or not is the second step we need to identify. So the intersection is here now. Whatever I'm pointing it out, that is the intersection. That portion left side, is it 20% or more than 20%? We need to identify. So first step 80% is complete. Now, because we want even the customers also as a 20%, not in the form of names. So what you do is bring the customer onto the detail. From your data pane, drag the customer name onto the detail. Now each and every customer is plotted here. So the moment we plot the customer, here we don't need the names. We need the percentages. So while you bring the customer name onto the detail, the most important step you need to do is go and check whether this customer is sorted as per the profit or not. Click on the sort, check. See, this is not sorted. So go with the sort by field. That field should be profit and the descending. This is the most important step. If you miss out this one, your Pareto will not show. When you bring the customer name onto the detail, you need to go and check whether the customer is sorted with the field profit because you're using the profit. So that whether that measure field is sorted out or not. Okay. So now I'm going to change here. Now I got my customers detailed out. I'm going to the columns, changing this measure into the count distinct. Now this is no more your dimension. That is the reason here I had to do. So now this is also a measure. Now count distinct I've done. Next step is add table calculation. The same steps. I want a running total, add secondary calculation. I need a percent of total, but there is a catch here. So earlier when we had done, because you had the customer name here, that was the reason we were able to do a simple running total and the percent of total. Now this got changed into the measure. You need to choose the specific dimensions on what you're doing this running total. I'm doing it on the customer name. On what you're doing percent of total, I'm doing it on the customer name. You need to select specific dimensions. Okay. Now go to the profit also. Edit table calculation, just select the specific dimensions customer name. So this is on what? Again, you need to choose the specific dimensions customer name. That's it. My percentages are added here. Cumulative figures are added customers. Go and right click, add reference line. Same here, bring the constant with the 20% rule. Your profit is 80%, your customers are 20%, you need to identify. Click OK. See the exact intersection. We have got the 80-20 properly defined for this data. So these are those 20% of our customers are giving 80% of. Now the rest of the things are like, a beautification of your chart. If you want to go with the, normally area chart looks good. So always go with the area chart. And make it a little more colorful if you want. Yeah. So that's it. This is called your Pareto. So for this revenue, the profit and customers are properly defined as like, these are the 20% of my customers are giving 80% revenue. Now, if you want to know how the data looks like, just simply go right click on the tab, duplicate as a cross tab. You can see the data, how this is defined. So by the time, 1 minute. Okay. So these are the customers and the profit. If you go here, this is the where Roland, right? 80%, which is giving here. 20% of the customer is here. 80% profit. So till whoever is there before Roland, till roll end, from top to the till roll end, they are those 20% of the customers for us. So scatter plot is something when you want to show the outlier data, it's one of the best chart to show. And also you can form the clusters on top of it using the scatter plot. That's which is a model again. It's a k-means clustering you can apply on the scatter plot. For the scatter plot, a minimum requirement is 2 measures because it defines the outliers using those measures. So dimensions, if you need to add, you can add. Otherwise also, like you want to differentiate, right? If you want to detail out whether it is on the customer or a product, how do you want to detail out those outliers? You can use it as per your need. So I'll go with the sales and profit now. So the moment you select the sales and profit, automatically this is the recommended chart. So it shows that this is recommended. Okay, we'll go with this. Now this is what the total profit 286 and 2.2 million is the sales. Now we are dividing this sales and profit as per the customer. We want to see who are those customers. Basically the behavior of the customers we want to understand. So drag the customers onto the detail, which is nothing but, drag and drop on top of it. See, make it as entire view so that you can see this scene. See, now what is happening is there is the sales and profit behavior of these customers of 793. Most of them are here. But if you see, there are away, like, there are customers who are very far away from the regular behavior. These customers or somewhere here or here. So these are all called basically your outliers, right? So everybody is behaving in a certain way. Like, for example, when you go to the Netflix, right? Netflix, when I want to leave the clusters aside, first of all, purchase behavior, or maybe when you go to the store, superstore, the requirement is like, whenever people buy the milk, along with the milk, either it is a combination of your sugar or a coffee or a tea. That's the regular behavior of the customer. But suddenly some of the customers, along with the milk, which is non-related information or product, they must be buying. Okay. Or maybe like, with the milk, they must be buying something pulses or something else. Okay. So which is actually, it's not a typical behavior of your customers, regular behavior. So you define most of the customers' behavior is within these limits, but some of the customers are behaving totally different along with the main product which they're buying. Okay, so those are all called outliers. Or mostly your products are like, 1,000 rupees or $1,000 products. But there are some customers who are repeatedly buying more than that. Like, there is a limit. Average purchase is some value, but your customer's average purchase is like 5K, 10K, like that. So those are all called outliers, right? So there is a normal behavior. There is also an outlier behavior. The anomalies we want to identify from the data. So maybe anomalies are good and bad also. Some anomalies are good because if they are really like, high value customers, you can separate them and you can treat them differently by, retaining them. But if the anomalies are not good in terms of like, so these customers the behavior is totally different, which is affecting your company's profit, or like, you're offering more discount, those things you need to check it out. So this is the way, like when you represent it in the form of scatter plot, you can identify those outliers. So once you identify the outliers, so how do I actually treat that? Maybe like, I can differentiate. For example, I want to see all these outliers. I want to separately create a set of my data. Or here, on the screen itself, you can select. So these are the outliers I'm taking it. I'll select and create a set. I'll say this is the outliers behavior, outliers 1. And now the moment I create the set, so you see the outliers here. So what you do is drag these outliers onto the filter. Now you can use it whether you want to see the outlier data or you want to see the regular behavior of the data. So I'm so sorry. So create a show in and out of set. Okay. And keep this as your filter. So whatever the analysis you're doing it, now you're enabling for both outliers and total. So if the end user wants to see the outlier data, they can see. Or if they want to see only without outliers. See, now the distribution is totally different, right? The moment I remove the anomalies, my data is looking much better. Okay, so this is the normal behavior. Like, where are they? How much is the sales? How much is the profit? Because we have removed the outliers. Or if you want to see only the outliers behavior, you can click on the in and then you go into the detailing. On top of it, what are those products are actually making this behavior outlier behavior? So I will drag the product on top of it. So what are those products? If you can see here, because of the advanced copier Canon image class, this customer is a high value customer. So because this is outlier behavior. And the same way here also. Cisco telepresence system. This is what Sean Miller brought, which is a very high sale value, but profitability is negative. So when the next, the selling, like, when they're offering to the different customer, what they can do is they can reduce the discount on this one so that they will be profitable. That is to reduce the negative profit. Plus, because they're buying the high value products, they can be tagged to the high value customers so that they can retain them. So this is the way the marketing team will get into more detailing. But otherwise, how do you differentiate the data? You can just go ahead and create a scatter plot and then identify those are the anomalies from your data and treat them separately. Now on top of it, you can also change some of the shapes. Right now it is an automatic. If you want to select the shapes and then you want to give a color for this one, whether it is a profitable or not, you can drag the profit onto the color. And yeah, so see the profit is negative, right? So that is why it is changed the color. So these are the negative profit. Though the sales is okay, but still there is a negative profit. So they need to actually, manage these customers. How actually, why they're getting into much of negative? Is it because of the discounts and all those things? They can start analyzing it. Now, on top of it, if I want to bring the clusters in my data, okay, so which is very interesting. So one, you're doing manually by creating a set. Instead of that, you can apply the K-means clustering model on top of it so that your entire data will get divided into the clusters so that you can actually treat them separately. So let's remove these outliers first. What I want to do is now I want to create clusters. So for the clusters, go to the analytics tab. Here you can choose, there is a cluster is available. So drag the cluster and leave it. So now the data is Tableau automatically using your data. It is divided the data into two clusters. Cluster 1, cluster 2. Okay. But this is editable. I can choose how many clusters I want. Suppose I want to see out of my total data, I want to see 5 clusters or 4 clusters. You can go and give, instead of automatic, you can give the number, how many clusters you want. So I've created now 5 clusters so that I can differentiate my data with anomalies. So this is a cluster 1. So like, you can click on this one, cluster 5. These two are formed as a cluster. How it formed, we will discuss. Now cluster 4, these are the customers as a cluster 4, 3, 2, and 1. Now the clusters are formed. Close this one. Let's understand the definition of this cluster model. Click on the drop down of this cluster, describe cluster. So what are the variables I have taken? Sum of profit and sum of sales. The level of detailing of my data, it is going to the customer level, which we call it as number of points. Okay. And the scaling is normalized. The clusters Tableau decided was 2, but I defined as a 5 I wanted. Now, how the K-means clustering method will work is, it will take the centroid value of your group of customers. From there, it will map to the nearest values of that centroid value, and it will bring those into one particular cluster. So now if you see the cluster 1, okay, the centroid values for the profit and sales is 3,842 and this is profit is 442. These are the center values. And near to the center values, there are 256 customers are closer to these values. So it formed as a cluster. The model works like defined in such a way. So 256 customers are near to these values. Like that, for cluster 2, 458, 371, 4 is 6 and 2 is 1. 5 is 2. And then if you want to see the statistical values of your model, you can see these are the statistical values. Now going back to here, if you are interested, you can click on this one, learn more about the clustering. Normalize, the scaling is normalized. This is a formula. And then how the number of points and between group sum of squares, how it is defined. So all these things you can identify here. What is F statistic value, P values and all. Yeah, if you're interested, you can go ahead and check this out. And now going back to here. Okay, so now this is prepared and this is a cluster. If you click on the cluster one, you can understand. I want to do a bit more now on top of it. So because the clusters are formed, I want to keep these clusters as a new user defined field so that in the rest of the charts what we prepared, we can use even these clusters too. So what I will do is with the control button, take the cluster and drag and drop it onto the data pane like this. You're all seeing, right, with the control button. So what happens? It will create a new user defined field, customer name clusters. See? Now this clusters, I can bring it like a filter now. All, apply, show filter. Then I can play around with this. Cluster one, I can see only the cluster one data. In the cluster one, again, it is forming another 5 clusters. Okay. Now cluster two. What is the cluster 5? I have cluster 5, 2 customers only. And this is cluster 4. So this is again giving you the next level of detail. This we separated it out. Now I will go and apply on this one any of these charts. For example, customer bubble chart is there. I want to see the clusters, behavior of these customers. So drag this one, all, and show filter. I want to see the bubble chart only for cluster 1. So in the cluster 1, these are the customers. The one who are the highest ones, they are in the cluster 4. See, Tamara Chand, we saw that when you take everything, they are the highest value customers, right? Like Tamara Chand, Sean Miller, Raymond. Those are all coming under cluster 4 because they are anomalies. Their behavior is totally different. So that is why they are part of your cluster 4. And then the cluster 5. Sean Miller is the highest value, highest sales customer, but he is actually a negative customer. That is why there is in the cluster 5. So like that you can define and then you can apply on another charts also like this. And product.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Tableau Course. This course is specially designed to make you certified Tableau developer in just 1.5 months. Through this course, you will learn how to create interactive dashboard and perform data visualization with R and big data from the top industry experts. Not only that, this program helps you clear the Tableau Desktop Qualified Associate exam as well. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to a new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the growth in the field of data visualization with Tableau.
KPIs. You can create a product cluster and apply on the product KPIs, product bar graph. Let's create another one, customer chart. For example, I'm preparing customer, all measures for the customer. Right? So these are all measures I'm preparing. I don't need donut shape. Okay. Customer length, I'll make it as an attribute. And then order here is not required. Profit ratio is okay. This is not needed. Discount, quantity, sales, cost. Yeah, number of days. Let me bring these things in the front. Show filter. I want to see only cluster 5 customers. These are the 2. And I can see their values. And if I want to add product also on top of it, let's do the product later. So cluster 4, these are the customers. How much sales, profit, cost, and this is not needed anyways. How much is the profit ratio? Of course, this we need to change it to the percentages. That's okay. But yeah. And cluster 3, these are the customers, 497 customers. For cluster 2, we have 458 customers. Cluster 1. So further, you're getting into the next level of information by dividing into the clusters. And on top of it, if I want to see the product of these customers, you can drag the product name next to the customer. What products they're buying. Suppose, for example, if I want to go and see the cluster 5, Ken is actually buying so many products here. And Sean Miller. These two are the ones which are part of cluster 5. What is making them to be the anomaly? Because Sean Miller has the Cisco telepresence system he brought, that is why. And whereas for the Ken, it's more of distribution. He's not a negative profit customer, but it's a positive. But overall, how much it is coming? Yeah, it's a profit customer only, but the sales is his behavior is different. These two are the one. Or if I want to see cluster 4 behavior of all the customers, we have some six customers. So this is the level of detailing you can go when you apply the model, and on the top of that model, you can take that model output and use it on any of the other charts also. So we have done here first is a scatter plot where we identified the anomalies. On top of it, we also applied the k-means clustering methodology, and those clusters we separated out and we created like a user-defined field. And that field I applied on some of the other charts too, if I want to go to the next level of detailing. Yeah, so go ahead and just try for 5 minutes, and then we will go to the other charts like bullet graphs, and then we have heat maps, highlight tables. This is the geography maps, which I want to start next week only because this is very important. Entire module is on this one, 6th module. We'll check in the next week. Yeah, but go ahead. Rest of the charts we will complete. First practice this one for 5 minutes and then we'll go.
I just had a quick question on this, Leela. So here we have options of showing clustering and everything. Do we have other analytics tools as well on Tableau, like random forest and those other machine learning tools?
See, these are the only ones which if you go to the analytics tab, right? What are the things you can use it? It is displayed here. Majorly like your trend lines and forecasting and the clusters. If you want to use other models, what you can do is you can connect your Python or R. Okay, you can integrate with the Tableau. The model you will be developing in those Python or R, and the output you can bring that one into the Tableau and you can apply on this data set.
Okay.
Okay, but that is an integration where you have to, at least the basic thing requirement is you should be a data scientist. You should know how to write those arguments in the calculation field.
Yeah.
Of course, though you also have the visualization in the Python and R also, but why we integrate with the Tableau is rich in visuals. So that will be helpful. Okay, so heat maps, right? So basically heat maps are something where when you have, like you can represent with one or more dimensions or one or two measures, but minimum is one. For the measures, it's maximum 2 measures only it can take. So for the heat maps, for example, if I'm picking up the subcategory and sales, automatically this is selected, right? So it's just a different way of representing. Profit, I can bring it onto the color so that I can see whether it is profitable or not. And another dimension, if I want to add like, a region level dimension or something, you can just go ahead and add it. So what does this represent? The size of the particular shape is on the sales value. So the highest the sales, the shape is bigger. Profit is on the color. If profit is positive, then it is a dark blue. If it is negative, then it is going to the red, through orange to the red. And this is automatic. The shape is defined as automatic. You can change the shapes. If you want to put a circles, you can choose the circles. Or if you want to select the shapes, different shapes altogether, you can go ahead and select the shapes. Or up arrows, down arrows, if you want to define it, you can go ahead and define. So this is the way you can choose. Now, coming back to these shapes, right? See, what happens is whenever I want to define the shapes, I can One, you can take from your client, the logos or anything specific to their particular company they want to display, those shapes, you can ask them and they will provide it to you. Or if something you want to define, like, for example, you're showing a weather report where I want to show it's raining or it's cloudy or whatever. Those images, I can pick it up from the website on the Google search. And from there, I can download it and I can save it in my Tableau folder so that I can use it. So I believe I explained to all of you this one or not, this shapes. Did I explain how to download?
Yes, you explained.
Right. So yeah. Now go ahead and click on that more shapes. You create a folder and bring those shapes here. So those are the ones which you can use it. Like for a bug tracking report, if you want to show for your this thing, right? If it is pass or if it is fail, whatever it is, like, you want to apply, you can choose and apply on this. For a testing team, if you're performing testing and you want to apply these things, you can just go ahead and do this. Okay, so now the same heat maps, you can use it for not the heat maps, the highlight tables. Okay. So we'll go to the highlight tables. So this is what we are using for the heat maps instead of a bar graph or something. Now there is a highlight tables are there. So highlight tables work like your conditional formatting in the Excel. So when you prepare a report, you want to show some conditional formatting, right? Where it is positive, negative and all. So you can use the same thing. So for the highlight tables, only one measure you can use at any point of the time, not more than that. But dimensions, minimum one, maximum you can go up to whatever, how much you want. So I'll go with the subcategory, for example. I want to show profitability, each subcategory, then I'm selecting this one, right? See, again, this is further divided now. See, as an overall, when I'm not bringing the region, this is appliances is not a negative profitable, but the moment I add the region, a specific region is negative. That is, central region is a negative profit. So it is further dividing like that. Plus, on top of it, the region, if I also want to add the state, I can bring the state here. So it will go further. Instead of entire view, make it as a fit width and fit height. Let's remove the fit width. Fit height will select. See? So for some of the states, it is good. Some of the states, it is bad. If you can see, everything is highlighted. And now what you can do is you can make that region as, instead of putting it here, bring the region onto the filters, select the regions. You give this option. If suppose somebody wants to see region central, what states are there for those states, how this is, whether it's a profitable or not, you can apply like this for each of the product. And the right side, whatever you're bringing the filters, you can move this one to the left side too, here, this portion, legends or anything. And make this as, I want to make it as a fit width too, or entire view. See? So for the central region, right? For the central region, some of the states are highly negative. And what products are negative? I can go and check like this. Binders has the highest negative value for the Texas. The same way for this state. And tables also. Here even machines also. And the other products are not selling. Sorry, not in the other states. So the machines are not getting sold in other states. So like that, all the information you can plot it and you can see various dimensions, how it is moving on. See, this is for South region. This is for the West region. If you see Wyoming, right, then nothing, like only chairs is getting sold. The rest of the products are not getting sold. Even for Montana, the only couple of and very less products are getting sold. This is like highlight tables where you can create. On top of it, you can create a beautiful calendar chart with this. Okay. So the calendar chart is something where it's a proper table calendars you have, correct? So there is a week report. You can see week 1, weekday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, like that. You have Sunday to, Saturday. You can see daily sales also, in a calendar format using this particular chart, which is the highlight tables. So how do we create that one? First of all, because the calendar chart needs a date. So I want to see the day-wise profit or a day-wise sales. Bring the order date and bring the order date here. So go to the week. We want the weekday, Sunday to Saturday. We want the week number. So you need to set it like this. You have a weekday now and week number. And then drag your order date again onto the filters. So I want to choose yearly. Next, select all OK right now. Again, drag the order date because I want to see now months also. Select months. All OK. So the next step is we will bring the sales and then go to the show me button. Click on this one. Okay, so the moment you click on this one, it will change like this. Just drag your week here. Again, it will be in the normal mode. So that's it. Now every week it is done. Sunday to Saturday it is created. So the next step is show the filters. This one and this one. Now let's understand. I want to take only 2012. Okay, this is a 2012. And I want only for the month of January. And then make this as a full screen, that is entire view. So your calendar is ready. If you want to add even profit information too, so what you can do is, because sales is already the number it is displaying, just go and bring the profit onto the color. Now you see, for the year 2012, the January month, okay, week wise, day wise, what is a sale and whether that sale is profitable or not. Suppose if I want to check February, I will give this to the end user. End user can see. If they want to see February, they can see February or March, May. Or if they want to see for 2013 September, they can go ahead and select 2013 and the September. Over and above, if I want to give a comparison, if they want to see the comparison between 2014 versus 15 for the month of September, what you can do? Go and drag the again order date onto the before the weekday. Okay, now select 2 years, 2013 and 14. I want to see the September comparison. See? The same time, week 36 for the 13 versus 14, week 37, 36, 13 versus 14. Or if I want to match it with the 15, 2014 versus 15. Or if I want to see the December month, I'll go and check December. So what are we doing? We are actually bringing multiple things here. So you can drag it to this side and then the profit. Yes. Okay, so you're enabling multiple filters. So make this filters as multiple values drop down so that you can see some space, and single list drop down this one because I'll select always only 1 month here, and here multiple because I want to see 2 years comparison. So, and this is, of course, this legend is not needed. If you want, you can keep it, but otherwise I want to hide the card. I want to bring in the state also onto this. So because right now I'm seeing for the overall, I want to create a state as a filter. So I'll go and bring the state. This one, show filter. You can check even for each and every state. Suppose I want to see only for Arizona. There is no daily sales happening for Arizona in December. For 14 and versus 15, these are the sales. If I want to check California, so California has the highest sales, right? So you can see how the behavior it is. So any level, you want to bring the product filter, you can bring the product filter. You want to bring the subcategory filter, you can bring category, whatever you want. You can choose that and you can make the calendar chart. You can do the comparisons without comparisons, or you want to see only 1 year, just keep only 15. So this is only for 2015. You can apply customers also, like only one single customer I want to see. How this customer is purchasing. So he's not buying in December. He did not buy in December. For all the years, if I keep it. In December, no. November, yeah. Maybe November only once he brought. October, no. September, no. So like that you can, even for the customers also, you can figure it out. Okay. See, what was happening is your primary, what you're blending the relationship is with the transaction ID.
Okay.
So it is matching with the transaction ID. It was not happening because you know that review date and the transaction, whatever the other date is there, right? Transaction date, dates both are same. So pick up with the date and bring it. Then if you want to match even this also along with the date, okay, if your transaction ID should also match, then it will give the result with the transaction ID matching ones only. But as an overall, but I have a very, fundamental doubt here. Your review date and purchase date should not be the same, correct?
Both are not the same.
Then how can you match it? It's totally like your visual itself is wrong. Either you need to go with the transaction ID. So the way how you will show is you're reporting. So first you want to put the sales, bring the transaction ID wise. And then what you do is, if you want to write the audiobook name, bring the audiobook name. And then say when it was purchased. So yeah, maps is the 6th module. Let's start with the maps. There are 2 types of maps available in Tableau. One is called field map and another one is the symbol map. If you go to the show me right hand side. Okay, so you have the 2 maps in the second row, symbol and the field maps. So see what happens is when you load the data into Tableau, if your data set has geographical data. So what does the geographical data means? Tableau can recognize if the state names, city names, or country names we properly give without the spelling mistakes in our data, and then you convert that data into the geographical data type. So this means when I'm bringing the data, if the data type is the globe, so you're seeing, right, city, country, you're seeing on the left hand side. If it is a globe format data type, automatically what happens is there is a lat and long actually gets generated. So see, these 2 are the latitude and longitude. So this is for our mapping our outline. To outline our map, we have to use this latitude and longitude. So go ahead and bring this one latitude and longitude onto your rows and columns. Latitude has to be on the rows and columns is the longitude. So there is a map outline is defined now. So on top of it, if your data set has whichever the country data it has, you just need to drag and drop onto the view. Suppose this data set is the US data set. So what you can do is drag the country. If you drag the country on top of it, it will plot. Because your data is United States, so it's directly going and picking up, coordinations. And most important thing is if you create a hierarchy already for the location, that is, your geography, you don't need to bring every time country, state, city, the way I'm doing it. You can directly bring that location hierarchy. From there, you can start the drill down also. So, but right now I have not created the hierarchy, so I'm just bringing manually. So if I go here, state, and then I'll drag this one. So to avoid these many times to bring in, you just need to create a hierarchy and bring only once so that you can start drilling down. See, the moment I brought in state, right? So it started picking up the details. Okay, so what happens is, if for example, if I have not brought in the country first, because it starts with the country first. So what is happening is, I'm actually, I brought this laptop in India. So for me, the base country is picking up India. So that is why it is not able to plot the state. So it is important first you need to bring the country. So what happens is here on the left hand side down corner, it shows that 49 unknown. So those states are not able to link it back to the country. If you're using India data, while your laptop is from India, there is no problem. It automatically picks up the country geolocation as India. But if I'm using the other country data and trying to map without the country, then it will show you the unknown information. So go to the map here on top of it, or you can also click on that 49 unknown, whichever the way you want. Go to the map, edit locations. So in the edit locations right now, country region, it is picking up India for me. So I'll go and change this into the United States. So when I want to do this one, if I don't want to bring the country, only state I want to bring, then you have to do these changes. The moment I select this one, click OK, automatically now it plots. But I suggest this is not the way you have to do. You need to go with the process with first country and then the state you bring in by creating a hierarchy, which is really helpful. Okay, so now let's remove this one. I'm creating now hierarchy. Here, convert this into the geographic role. I'll give it as, let's put region, right? Region should derive from the state for me. Okay, I selected that now and go and add it to the hierarchy. Now just go and see whether sequentially geography is created or not. First country I want, next is a region. So I'll just go and drag it after country, region, state, after that city I want, now the postal code. So now it is good. So now what you can do is go and bring the latitude and longitude again. This time you don't need to bring one, just drag and drop the geo itself. Now if you start drilling down, see now the region it is showing, 4 regions, west, central and all. Next level is the state. It is giving you the state. Next drill down is the city. City and zip code both are same postal code here. So yeah, we are good here. Suppose if you don't want at this level, you can always go back and drill down and drill up you can do. And if I'm going ahead and selecting this one is the symbol map. These are all symbols. So if I go and select this one, this will become field map. Now on this field map, if I want to bring a color, okay, just go and drag the state onto the color. I want each state wise one color. The states are mapped with the color coding. So this is for the field map. What is a field map and what is a symbol map is? Field map has also the shape of that particular area what we are trying to select. So this is the shape. This is created as a shape. This is the shape. Whereas a symbol map, it will point you on the location on the map where that location is. So when you go and select like this, it is pointing it out. Okay, so California is here. Nevada is here. So like that, it is pointing it out. So that is the difference between these two. Now, the symbol maps, you can change whatever the symbols you want. Okay, right now, by default, automatic is a circle. If you want to show a weather report like last time we discussed, you can always go here, click on the shapes button. Shapes button. Then this box will be enabled. Now go and click here. You bring in more shapes. Like I just told you before, right? When you bring the more shapes in the folder, just click on this reload shapes. Then automatically the shapes will be reloaded. Now go here. I want to show a weather report like this. I can always go ahead and show a weather report. And then increase the size. The best thing is this size, if you want to represent in the form of a numerical value, like if you want to show the centimeter rain and all, just go ahead and bring that particular value onto the size. So assume that quantity is my raw centimeter rain. So I'll just bring it onto this. Depending on the size of that or whatever the rainfall, it gives you the size of that particular icon. So this is the way you can plot it. And suppose if this is the map background, which is, there is a default map background, which we are using it. If I want to change this one into different backgrounds, you can go here, map, background layers. Click on this background layers. Now on the left-hand side, you have the styles. So this is a normal style. If you want a lighter version. Okay, if you want to see the darker version. Okay, maybe the color, you can change it now into the red. So this is the way you can change the colors. And then you also have another layer that is the streets. Okay, the streets will give you, means, see, okay, when you're using the background layers, right? If I go to the light, so what all the background layers it is created, shows. Base is shown, land cover, terrain, and light country, region, borders names, and region names it is showing for you. So that information is available. Okay, suppose if I'm choosing a streets, in the street style map, all this information is background available for us. Suppose if I want to go ahead and see some streets also, I can zoom in and zoom out. If I go like this, right, see the street lines? Everything is plotted. So your map drill down can go up to the street level because that layer has those options available. If you don't want, right, I don't want the streets and highways and the routes. I'll just remove this one. Now see that red line is gone. Okay, I don't want to show the terrain. These are all terrains, right? That green color background. If I don't want, I can remove it off. And water labels, if you don't want, just can remove water labels. So like that, you can use, by default, it comes with these layers, or you can reset it back if you want again everything. So you can just bring it back. Now see this state, streets and all those things, highways and roads. And these are the buttons for the zoom in and zoom out. Suppose I don't want to zoom in, zoom out if I'm doing it. You need to press multiple times so you can go back. Or what you can do is you can actually, if you zoom in like this, you want to reset back to your map view, just click on this reset map. It will take you to the normal view of your map. And this one is particularly the selection. If suppose on the map, if I want to select, there are various ways to select. One is a rectangular selection or radial selection or a lasso selection. Or this is a pan selection. Suppose if I want to go with the lasso selection, just how it gets selected, this is the lasso selection. You can select the area, whichever the area you want to select. That area information will be selected. And this is something on the search. Suppose a particular area, a location I want to search. Okay, so right now I'm here in the Plano. So if I give the name and select text, this one, it will go and show me the place. So this is to select a particular area. Okay, and we have outdoors and satellite view. So this is the way you can bring your data sets. I'll just put the small circles as of now. Okay. Next one, on top of it, we also have the data layers. So data layers are only available for US data. And the data layers will be, first let me go back to the light mode. I'll remove this quantity. Okay. So here the data layers are something where what we can use is, you can apply what is the US households income, median, average size, how many households are there, what housing units, These are the metrics which are available. Those metrics are already part of the map for the Tableau. That is again only for the United States. If at all if you are using a different country, then you need to bring this CSV files, or these are all open data sets where you need to manually bring the CSV files and you have to load it. But for US, it is by default, it is available. You have US population, like, these metrics, basically this is all your census information, right? So they have all the information, you can use it. If I want to understand on this map, because I'm starting a new store, I want to start somewhere a new store, I want to know what is the household size and, median income. So I want to go and click on for example, income I want to know. So what it will do is it will plot, okay, each of the state. Right now it is at the zip code level. So whatever you see, this is the income range. 81K to 250K, which is selected in the orange color. So wherever you see the orange pockets, those are all 81K to 250K per year household income. And that to median values. And if you want to see at the state level, so because it is going to up to the zip code level, go with the state level if you want to know, then click on the state. So you see the states now. So California, Washington, some of these states has the median income is 70K to 82K. And then the next level is 60K to 70. So this color is for the 60K to 70. So these are the ones. So why do we need this information? Yeah, sometimes if I want to bring in a superstore, I need to also, as a company, try to understand, which area they're planning. They go to the zip code level and see that area, what is the median income of the households. Depending on that, they will bring those kind of products to put it in the supermarket or retail store. Then only it will sell, right? Like if you have a high range of products where the median income is somewhere like, a 50K to 60K, if you start bringing the high value products, it doesn't work. So these are the things which marketing team requires. And this is by default, it is available, the data. For the US, you can use it. For other countries, you need to bring it as a CSV file and, load it. Yeah, I see a hand raised. So, yeah, please go ahead with your question.
Sorry to interrupt. Actually, I have a doubt, like, from where you have.
Can you come closer to the mic? I'm not able to hear you properly.
Can you hear now?
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, I just want to check from where did you click the background layers?
Okay, so map layers on top, to go to the map menu, you have an option called background layers is there. So when you click on this background layers, you will see the right hand side, this box it will show. Data layer is something here. By default, it will show as a no data layer. Then you can go and choose if you want to add any layers. For this is for the US only, it is available. If you want to apply it on this one, you can choose.
I was trying to like once I make the map, and if I have to move towards left or right, I just have to zoom in or zoom out. Is it like I can't?
This one is to reset. It will be one place. For example, increase. Okay, you want to move it. Yes. So that you can do. But like right now, this is only full, right? This is a reset. Suppose if you increased it, now you want to go to the
to the left or right.
So now, so far what we have done, we just used only the map with the locations and all. We haven't started plotting the visuals. That is okay. So what we can do is now we will start putting the measures. So I want to bring in the sales value. State-wise sales value I want. So I'll go and bring the sales onto this. So it's giving you the size of that particular circle is the sales. Or instead of that, I want to show sales as a measure, as a text value. I'll go and bring it onto the label. So now this will display, this is the sales value. Or if I want to do it in a different way, I'll go and select this one. Now, sales, I want it on the label. And then color, I want to put it on the profit, I want to put it on the color. So what you're doing here, two measures you're bringing. One measure is on the color, that is a profit. And another measure is on the text values display, so that it shows that, the sales is whatever the sales in that particular state plus whether it is profitable or not. So this is the way you can represent it. And then color coding, you can change it, whatever the colors you want to use it for profit. Maybe red, green, gold if I want to apply. How each state is, how much sales happened, and what is whether it is a profitable or not. So if you want to legends, if you want to show, you just go ahead and add it. Like, maybe the sales I want to say, nobody knows, right? What does that mean, the number? So you can just go and put here, this is, and then color is on the, anyways, this legend will be there. Color is on the profit. Okay, so this is one measure we brought in, and two measures we brought in. Suppose what if I want another dimension? Currently the dimension is your country, region, and state. I also want to use the other dimensions there, like, category is there, segment is there. I want to apply on the visual and see. So what is the best way to do is, now instead of this one, go with the symbol map. Now this symbol, what you do is, remove the profit first of all. Sales should be on the label. No, let's not put the sales on the label. So what we will do is select this. Then I want to show every state. What is my segment-wise sales? There are 3 segments, correct? Home office, corporate, and consumer segment. I want to know every state how much sale is happening for each segment. So go and drag the segment first onto the color. Okay, the moment you drag it onto the color, then you go and select from automatic to the pie chart. See, now there are pie charts are enabled for each of the state. And it's a different sizes. I don't want the different sizes. I want the same size for all the states. I'll remove the sales from the size and put it on the angle. Okay, so now all the pies are on the same size. But angle is differed for each of the pie depending on the sales value. For example, if I click on the consumer segment, if you see the consumer segment, these are the states, right? Okay, each state, for example, North Dakota, mostly consumer sales is happening. And Utah, so this is also like more than 50-60%. California, 50% of the sale is consumer. So like that, you can see, if you want to know corporate segment, you can go and click corporate. Majorly this South Dakota corporate sales is happening, and even here also. And then home office segments, if you want to know. Wyoming is totally home office segment sales. So this gives you the another level of dimension. You can bring it onto the map by selecting the pie chart. And then you can give the measure as an angle. Also, if I want to see, right now it is showing in the sales in the USD values. I want to put in the percentages. So what you can do, drag the sales again onto the label or onto the tooltip you put it. Anyway, take label if you put it, it will display on the screen. Tooltip if you put it, you can just go and hover around and you can see that. So now I'll go to the sum of sales. Just change this one into the quick table calculation percent of total. Okay, now you see the percent of total. Again, this percentage of total is happening at what level? A region state. I don't want that. I want to go and compute using at the state level. Now 63% of my California sales is consumer. Sorry, not the state. We have to go and change it to the compute using the segment level. Yes. 50% sale is from consumer, 32 is coming from corporate, and 17.6% is coming from the home office. So put together, this is 100%. Now go to here, Nevada. 31% is from the home office, 28 is from the corporate, and consumer is 39. This is 100%. So every state is further divided to 100%. So Wyoming is total 100% is home office. Whereas your North Dakota, 96% is coming, almost 97% is coming from consumer. A little bit it is, coming from the home office segment, that is a 3%. 97 and 3%. So like that, you can also add the percentages instead of like the numerical values, or you can even continue with the numerical values and all using the tooltip option. So when someone hover around on this one, they can see that information. Now go to the map, background map. Maybe you want to change it something little more colorful. So go ahead and make it as a darker version. And this darker version is pretty black, right? So if you want to wash out to the color, little lighter color, you can just put it so that this one will be more visible. Or if you want it, actually the dark and the satellite color looks really good. So when we represent it, but you can change it, like, wash out if you want to reduce it, like, you can reduce it always. A little lighter version you want to go, you can show this way, or you can go ahead with this. So when you go on this view, it looks really, beautiful on the visuals.
Leela, sorry to
No worries.
interrupt. So the name of the states are not visible. So the alignment of the pie.
No, pie you cannot. This is background. The states are the background. If you want that states to be displayed, what you do is go to background layers, remove the state names from here. Okay, you go ahead and bring your state onto the visual as a text. Suppose if I want to bring the state onto the label, I'll just go and put it on the label. Now you can put it this way and reduce the size of this one. 1 second. Maybe 8 or. Okay, so this is on the. Now measures we started bringing in, and also we added the dimensions. The next one is the dual axis map. I want to show the field map and also the symbol map together in a single view. Currently, you can show either one of these, but my requirement is both. I want to use it.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Tableau Course. This course is specially designed to make you certified Tableau developer in just 1.5 months. Through this course, you will learn how to create interactive dashboard and perform data visualization with R and big data from the top industry experts. Not only that, this program helps you clear the Tableau Desktop Qualified Associate exam as well. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to a new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the growth in the field of data visualization with Tableau.
And I want to show it in a single view. So for that, what we can do is first go and bring your lat and long. Again, you bring your latitude onto the rows. Okay, before that, let's plot something. Geolocation will plot it. So once this is done, now what you do is go and plot the latitude again on the row. Now you have two maps. So like two measure cards, each of the measure, it's like latitude is like a measure, right? That is why it is generating two measure cards. So go to the second measure card or first measure, whatever you want to do the changes. First measure card, I'm selecting it as a field map. So now this is field map and this is a symbol map. For the symbol map, I want to bring in the segment, the one which we just now created. So I'll go ahead and bring the segment onto the color, and then I'll change this into the pie chart, and then sales value onto the angle. That's it. So we are done with this one. A little increase the Okay, now here also it is done. So go here. On this one, what I want is, I want to show the profitability onto the color. Here we are using the sales. Here I want to use the profitability onto the color. Go and drag the profit onto the color. And then change this one, the color, little bit more. Because this color and this color should not be the same. Otherwise it will not show anything. So just go ahead and see what colors you can match it. Maybe gold, purple diverging. Apply. Yeah, so this is okay. Click OK. Now we are done with this. Then go and apply the background maps, right? So what we will do, we are in the normal. So now the next one is we have to make it as a dual axis. So go to the second latitude, click on the drop down, make it dual. So now we have the dual axis. Then you go and do little changes like the way I said washout, right? So you can make it because of background layers. This is pretty dark. So that is the reason you can use now little washout. This way, or just go ahead with the in normal or street version, whichever the one. Okay. So now we have used both the field map and the shape into one single view. That's called dual axis maps. So how many dimensions are there? I have the segment as a dimension. I do have state as a dimension. And measures, one sales measure is there and also profit measure is there, and have used the dual axis. Okay, so this is something what we have and we are applying on it. Right? Now, the shapes, whatever you're seeing currently, it is only up to the state level. For example, if I want to do the city-wise field map, it's not possible. The reason is the data set, whatever we have, Tableau can generate up to the state level shapes for any country. See, if I go to the latitude and longitude, geo I'm bringing, right? So I'm selecting the field map, for example. Now, if I go to the next level of detailing, it shows the regional breakup, state breakup, but the moment it is city, it cannot actually provide you the shapes for the city. Because by default, the Tableau map is defined only to the state level, the shape, this one, shapes. However, if you want the city level shapes also, you can always connect with the GIS companies. GIS companies will have this spatial files. It will be like a subscription based, your client, if needed, so the client will take the subscription and they'll get the data. So you can use those shapes for your, even you can go up to the city. The way we are seeing the zip code level or city level, you can go up to the shapes to that level. Now for our practice, what we can do is, there is one website called diva-gis.org is there. So go here, there is a website, diva-gis. This is the website. I'm just giving it in the chat window also for all of you. Practice, any country data you can download as a spatial files. Let's see. Yeah, I have kept it in the chat window now, that link. Go to that website. Now, once you reach to this page, go to the free spatial data tab. Of course, this data is not perfect, but for our practice, this is good enough for us. So go to the free spatial data. There you have the country level data available. Download the country level data. When you click on the country level data, there are all countries. Like, you can name it any country. They have the country data. Plus, the subject areas are basically like administrative areas, inland, roads. You can plot any of these things they are providing. But go with the administrative areas for first practice. Once you are good there, like, how to plot it, then you can check the other things. So go with the administrative areas, select that one, any country you selected, click OK. So when you click OK, it will prompt you to save the download. I suggest you guys to go with your known country because you understand the names and all, so that you can see how it looks like. But of course, if you're familiar with another country also, it is always good. For India, remember the districts will be the county. When you have to select which geography, then it has to be a county. Normally districts are, we call it as a district, right? So the districts are like a county. So you can go ahead and select that one. So go and download. When you download it, it is going to be a zip folder. You need to extract the, all the files from the zip. Once you complete, let me know. I will tell you the next steps. Okay, just go ahead and download any country of your choice. Okay, so let's go to the next step now. Once it is downloaded, you extracted everything. Go to your Tableau. Go to the sheet level. In the sheet, right? Click on the data menu. New data source. Here, do not select Excel or something. Select the spatial file. Why spatial file? Because this diva-org has both the things. One, it has a latitude and longitude where we can go up to the plotting state level. Plus, it also has the shapes for the city also. District, city, everything is there. And it will come with the SHP file. So click on the spatial file. And then you go to your data set where you have extracted. So I have extracted in the Tableau. This is the folder I extracted, India _ administrative areas. Double click on this. Now you see there is a .shp file is highlighted. So this is called shape file. Okay. And you see there is a admin 0, admin 1, admin 2, admin 3. So there are 4 shape files are there. Go to the last highest one, that is the admin 3. What is the difference between this one? Once you read the data, you will understand. Admin 0 data is only till country level. So this means only India shape is mapped. Admin 1 is state also mapped along with the country. State also there is a shapes. Admin 2 is at the district level. It has the country, state and district level shapes are there, which is a county level. And 3 has the city level also. So that is why I'm going with the city because I want the up to city level. So I'm selecting the admin3.shp. Click OK. Because you brought in admin 3, by default, it is picking up the previous ones also, like, state, country, and city also, or district also. But it is already dragging your shape file of admin 3 because that is what we picked up. Now go and see the metadata. I know that name 0, this is going to be the country data. So rename it. I'll give it as a country. Name 1 is a state. So you make it as this one as a state. Name 2, this is the county district. So I'll give it as a district. And then the last one, that is name 3, this is city. So we have renamed the names and you can go and check here the metadata. Name 0 we gave country, name 1 state, name 2 district, and name 3 is the city we have. So this is good enough. Now, what we can do is go to your sheet, the new sheet where you want to create your visual. If you see here, along with the latitude and longitude, we also have the geometry, right? So this is a generated field, latitude and longitude. I'm bringing the latitude and longitude. I'm dragging the country now. See, because the country is not defined as a geographical data, I'm getting as a one null value. So it is unable to generate whether which country it is. So go and change this one into the geographic role country region. Now automatically India is mapped. Okay, let's do it again. Now I'll remove the latitude and longitude. Instead of latitude and longitude, I'll bring the geometry. This is what the shapefile created. Go and drag it. See, India is totally mapped up to the city level shapes. Because this file has the city information and that also the spatial information. That is why SHP file we brought in. Whether you are giving the country, district and all these things as a geographic role or not, it doesn't matter. The moment it is a geometry shape is created, you can use that shape and you can plot. Suppose if I want to plot the state, I can plot the state. When I go hover around, it will show the state name also for me. Okay, so if I hover around, I don't know what is this. The moment I'm naming it, bringing the name on top of it, it will show that which is the state. I want to bring the state onto the color. Just go and put the state onto the color. Okay. So this is each state has one color, and further it has divided into the district, that is a county, and also at to the city level. Or if I want to give city as a color, that also it will pick up. See, each city is plotted with one different color. Like this. Don't worry, this country, like, whether the proper plotting, I mean, like, covered or not, don't worry, this is 80%, it is correct. So we are good enough there. So this is the way you can use it. And now, if I want to convert this one, I'll remove this. I want to convert this country into the geographic role now. Country. And then city is geographic role. It is city. And then state, geographic role. State, province. And then the district is the county. So now I have defined all these things. Now when I go and drag the latitude and longitude, this time it will not show null because I have given the geography role. So I'll drag the country. On top of it, I'm dragging the state. It will plot the states. And then the county. Sorry, not the county. The district. It will plot the district. And then it will give you the city. So if you see here now, it is giving you all the shapes, not the field map. Okay, if I want to go and click on the show me field map, it cannot fill it because this latitude and longitude will not have the shapes. It can give the shapes only up to the county level it is picking up. And some of the things are not actually showing 38 unknown, it is showing, just go and click it. Edit locations. This is the fun part. If I know, sometimes what happens is your data cannot recognize what is that city or district or county, whatever you're writing it. Maybe the spelling mistakes can, or it's not matching with the Google data. Now here what you can do is, for example, Bangalore urban is there. We know that Bangalore urban is changed to Bengaluru. So your data has a Bangalore. So if it is not able to recognize it, go here, click on the drop down, type Bengaluru. See, I can go and plot it. Bangalore versus Bengaluru urban. Now this one will get updated. The same way for Delhi. Correct. So Delhi, you have the New Delhi is there. You can pick up the New Delhi. So wherever the name changes are there, which the GIS data don't have, you need to go and plot it like this. Sometimes what happens is, okay, Junagadh is there. Junagadh, I don't know the name. Suppose if I am not able to identify Junagadh here, it shows here, but if I'm not able to identify, what you can do is go and click on the drop down, enter a latitude and longitude. So here you go to the website, Google search engine. So it gives you the latitude and longitude. Just go and copy. This is for the longitude first. So go here. And 1 second, longitude of 20.47 and latitude of 70.10. Copy. Go and latitude plot it. Now click OK. So now Junagadh is also plotted. If the name is not matching, then you can bring the latitude and longitude from the search engine. Click OK. Now from 38 unknown to now 35 known. So because this Junagadh is showing wrong with the latitude and longitude, I think we have to plot it in a different way. 1 minute. 35 unknown, edit locations. I kept it in the lat too long and all change. So 70.4579 should be the longitude. Okay. Click OK. Now it is proper. So this is the way you can go ahead and either you correct the name, or if you don't know the name, just go ahead and bring the lat and long and you apply the lat and long on top of it. So whatever the blanks are there, I think these are all unknown. You just go ahead and, click that unknown and, update it. Okay, so this is on the maps. How do you bring the different maps and update it? Okay, so you want to try, just go ahead and try 5 minutes, and then I will show something else where how do we create the map box maps? Means the background map layers also we can change it. Yeah, just go ahead and let me know once you complete. Now go to the components. In the components, if I want to add administrative boundaries, base color should be what color you want to match it. And if you want to show county, district boundaries also, you can select. As of now, it shows that country boundaries, state, province boundaries it is showing. If you also want to show the country, district also, you can put it. And then next is in the components, buildings, if you want to show some buildings. So you have building style 2D, 3D is there. And through the typography with the house numbers, it will be there. And the colors for this one, you can, whatever you want to choose, you can just go ahead. And administrative boundaries, I think with the building boundaries, we are good enough. The next component is if you want any labels, point of interest, road network, if you want to add, satellite imagery, you want to add, all transit, walking roads and all those things. If you want to add those underlying, like, the lines it will show. Suppose if you want to add some data visualization, okay, so from the source, if you want to add from any of they have the street maps and all. The moment you start adding all these things, there will be some charge will be there. It will be like, that map style will be charged with some pricing you have to pay. Otherwise, you can choose all those. And then land and water information. Okay, so once it is done, right? So what you can do is publish, save and publish. So publish as a new, now view in editor. With the share option, you can go. In the share option, you have a third party. In the third party, there is a URL. This is the Mapbox URL. Copy this one. Now go to your Tableau. Go to the Tableau. Here, there is a map. In that background maps is there. Add Mapbox map. This is the option you have to choose. Select this. Give your style name something and you give that URL. Now click OK. So go and check whether this background map is added or not. See, now you have a new map background. So bring your latitude and longitude if you want to apply. See, now your background is the color is changed. And then you bring the geolocation on top of it. So you need to adjust it a little bit because rest all are paid options. So that is why I'm just showing you how the background you can bring in. Just go and, so this washout, if you do, like, you can make it as a little lighter color. So what are the information available in this background map layers? We brought in the administrative boundaries, we brought in the building information, and then land and water we brought in. So I have not given any country names or state names and all those things. That is why it is not showing. When you hover around, then only it will show. It is like outline it is showing for us. So if you go to the map, you need to design it. Like I just gave only one color with only the background of the other details. So the base color, if you change it, you can go ahead and change the lighter colors and all. And then you can show the terrains and all, the layers, all those things you can bring in. Yeah, but so far right now I'm using only a free version. So that is why I'm not able to do much of this. But this is the way from the background images, background maps. And if you pay some of the, when you pay the subscription, right, you can also go with the styles, already existed styles. Like new style, you have a classic templates. These are the templates, what they already defined. You can start editing the pre-made templates. If I want to use this template, okay. And this one, or maybe like, satellite streets template, customize this. Okay, so I'm good. This one, with this I'll go. This images is good. So what I'll do is I'll publish. This is the where I think the cost will come. That is why it is not allowed. Okay. Anyways, share, go to the third party. Let's try this out. Copy. Now I'm going to the Tableau. So this is the new satellite one. What we have here, we brought it. It is applying that changes. This color coding and all. Okay. So what all there? Satellite imagery, land is there, walking, cycling information is there, road network tunnels is there. If you start actually drill down, so all that information you can see these lines. These are the lines which you have the cycling, walking, and all those information is also available. So like that, just go ahead and, free whatever is there, just try to bring it. This is the style color. And okay, just do the whatever, you need some time to practice these things. But if at all you want to plan it on your own, this is the way. You can click publish, and from there publish, the third party link will be there. When you go to the share option, there is a third party style here. Developer resources, go to the third party and pick up this integration URL. You're integrating with your Tableau by bringing it here into the map. From the background maps, this is the where add map box map. You can use it. Okay, so this is about the maps. Like you can practice, and if you're interested, you can learn this one. But otherwise, normally we don't. GIS roles are totally different. So it's, yeah, good to know, but it is totally different. Now with this, what we have done is we have completed all the modules with visuals, calculations, whatever the features we have. Now the most important one is we are moving towards the dashboarding, okay, which is the 5th module. 7th module is just only information. So yeah, 5th is a major module. Tomorrow we may need only 1 hour time to complete it. But yeah, it can be done by tomorrow. So let's start with the dashboarding. Before I go there, any questions?
Leela, we have not completed the waterfall and the box whisker plot.
Waterfall is something, it's like a Gantt bar only. You can just go ahead and choose the same thing. You go here and see for the box, it's a Gantt bar is nothing but your waterfall. So you can go and check one date and one dimension and 2 measures. Yeah, box and whisker plot is majorly on the market research data. If you want to show the percentiles of your data, like for example, I have the subcategory sales, right? So you can use this one. So what does it shows for us is basically the percentiles distribution of your data. Okay, so what it does is it will show you the median values of your data. And from the median values, what is the upper hinge and lower hinge, and what is the upper whisker and the lower whisker? This is to show the percentile distribution of how, when you do the market research, right, when the data you pick up, whether the data is equally distributed or not, or is there any anomalies kind of thing, you can use this one. It's mostly for research companies, they work on this box and whisker plots. Here, nothing much you can do. You just need to use the measures and dimensions, whatever you have. Plus, the color is a little formatting you can do to show the plot. So go and click on the format. Just go and choose the styles you have. 4 styles are available with the color combinations, and the borders you can change the colors. This is the way you can apply it. Okay, funnel chart is another one. It's just very simple. You should show in this funnel way. When you're working with the sales team, right, they have leads, and what happens is when they receive the leads, from there the next level is they contact the customers. From the customer clients, when they speak, some leads will provide you presentation. They move to the next level presentation. After that, they may ask you to do the POC, and from there the project is awarded. So there are various stages in that particular sales cycle. So that if you want to represent in the form of funnel, you can show that. So for the funnel, measure is what you need to show, like the leads count, and select. This is already selected. Just go and pick up assume that subcategories are funnel. These are the various stages, assume that. Go and bring that onto the color. And then bring again the quantity onto the size and sort that one. See, now the funnel is created. Now you can increase the shape and all these things, little, or make it as an entire view. So what it shows the funnel view, maybe, when started, these many leads were there, then next level it moved to the so many leads, and then finally you're awarded with, some 10 projects or 20 projects. So this is the way, the funnel can be created. So the edges and the shapes are you can choose from here. You can customize it. How do you want to make the funnel more adjustments? Sorry. Okay, so dashboards, we have to go to the dashboard menu, click on the new dashboard. So dashboard looks a little different. This is not going away, I don't know why. Okay, so in the dashboard, you can use whatever the worksheets you have prepared in the dashboard. And the view can be a default view. When you're preparing it, you can make it as a default view, and then you can apply it on the like a phone. If I want to see the reports in the phone, that size adjustments you can do, like how it looks like, you can go ahead and see. If I click on the phone view will look like this. Okay, so click on the device preview. You have all the options, default, desktop models. In the desktop models, whatever you have the models, you can see the screen size, how it will fit. Okay, and then tablet mode, phones. So basically all the options are there, but I choose to always go with the default. So while publishing it, I'll choose enable for both the phones and the tablet mode. But this is to preview how it looks like when it is enabled. So go with the default mode. And here is the size. There are 3 options. Range, you can increase the height, width, and all those things as per your requirement. Suppose in one single dashboard, I want to show some 10 reports, right? So 10 reports doesn't make sense in a single view. So we need to put some scroll down and scroll up, right, left, and all those things. You can use the range by increasing the height and width of your dashboard. Next is a fixed size. You will fix a size on the view, and then you go with that fixed size. And automatic is whichever the screen it is there, automatically it will get adjusted your dashboard. So you can go with the automatic also. So automatic will use the entire screen. So now if I click on the automatic, see, this is using the entire screen. So these are the 3 options you can use it. Now, automatic means basically the dashboard will resize to fit any screen it is displayed on. So this is the best option to go with. Now we have all the sheets. So if you see, these are all the sheets what you can use it for your dashboarding. Now we have created some of these things, right? So let's rename it quickly. This is the funnel. Otherwise, it is difficult for us to pick up. Go to the dashboard. So for the dashboard, right? So while you need to bring the visuals, so you can use the containers, horizontal container, vertical container, and a blank container to fix your visuals into that particular containers. So horizontal container, if you select this one, what happens is whatever the sheets you bring in, this will go in the horizontal mode like this, one after another. No, next to each other. So it will go in this mode. Suppose I want to use the vertical container. The vertical container will show one after another like this. So these are, you can use the combination of both vertical and also the horizontal also, or if you want to design on your own, you just go with the blank container. When you go with the blank container, you can go and place wherever you want. I want to place it here, maps, and I want to place this map for here. So you just go into the drag and drop. I want to put the Gantt chart here. This is another one here. So like that, you can choose wherever you want to place it. So blank container will help you in designing your own one. So you can use that. Everything is a drag and drop, and you can adjust it. Suppose you brought this one, I want to little adjust the size. You can adjust it this way. And if I want to bring another chart here, I can just go ahead and put it. Another thing which we need to remember is whatever you bring as a visual from the sheet level, the worksheet level, if suppose that worksheet has the filters, legends, data labels, parameters, anything for that matter in that worksheet will automatically get added to your dashboard. So if you see here, all these things like, there's a profit is there is a segment, country. I don't need all these things. You can just go ahead and if you don't need, you can go ahead and close these things. Nothing wrong. I just don't want to display all this one. So I'll close it. Even this also not required. Okay, you can bring it. Suppose if I want to put a cluster chart here, I don't want this, I'll remove. And then clusters also, suppose, okay, the cluster chart, I need these clusters to show the information, but I don't want to put it here. It is occupying so much. I want to bring it only onto this cluster chart. So the best option is go and select this and click on the drop down. Here you choose the option as a floater. It's a floating option. The moment you select as a floating, you can move this one anywhere. While by default, it gives you the tiled option, the floater option will allow you to move it anywhere. So I'll just go and move it here. And then the view wise, so now this container we don't need, just go and close it. Okay, we have some space. Put it here. This view, what you can do is you can arrange items, okay, in a single row, single column, multiple rows and multiple columns. Suppose if you want to choose a single row, so it is a row level it is showing for you. And this is like this. You can show the clusters. You can say that this is all the clusters. If you want to see, this will show all the clusters. Or if you want to see a cluster specific, you can click on this one. So this way it works. Okay. Now go ahead and bring one single dashboard, everyone, immediately. And then we will start working on all these objects and then the action buttons. Just create your own one dashboard with all the 4 or 5 charts, which makes sense for you. And then we'll do the next steps. Okay. And I don't want this title, so I'm hiding the title. And then I'll get some space. I'll adjust it this way. And make this one, close it. Okay, so whatever the adjustments we are doing, this is good enough. So next is, now the next part is on the interactivity. So one, you already have some filters. It is already enabling for this one, but also I want to bring in some other interactivity. For example, if this is the overall report, right? Everything is on the country level. If I want to show my data at the state level, because the state is also there. If I want to entire report, I want to show it on the state level. If I click on the California, I should see only California information and all like that. So what you can do is take whichever the one as your main sheet. So example, map is my main sheet. I want to make this as my main sheet. So I'll take this chart and I'll select here as a use as a filter. The moment I click on the use as a filter, see, you have the sales 2.2 million. Overall sales. We also have some information like, profit and, profit ratio. This is for the overall. Now, because I selected as a filter this chart, if I click on the California, my entire report is changing only for California, this one now. So for the California, what is the sales value? 457. And what are those products in California? Because it is only one state, it is giving you the stacked percentage 100%. And California sales is 0.46 million. Even this one is also changed. We will remove this one. We'll bring the bubble chart so that it doesn't. This is on the region level, right? So we are not doing the region. See, these are all only California customers it is showing. If you don't want this sheet has to be the filter, remove this filter. Now, if you click the California, nothing will change. It remains as is. If the moment you use that sheet as a filter, automatically rest of the sheets in your dashboard will get aligned to that sheet and give the results. So this is called the interactivity. This is a filter interactivity. Now, if I choose this as a filter, it is making the entire sheet, entire dashboard, it is changing. What if I want, when I select the maps, only the bubble chart should change and the KPI should change. This subcategory stacked bar, this should not change. So I want to customize it. So for the customization, what you have to do is you go to the dashboard, remove this filter first. Go to the dashboard. There is an option called actions. In the actions, add action, filter. In the filter, whenever I select maps, this is my source sheet. In the dashboard one, my source sheet is maps. Whenever I select the maps, I want the change should happen only to the customer bubble chart, KPI and maps. Product KPI should not change. Stacked bar should not change. And clicking OK. Okay, so while doing this one action, always go with the select option. Never go with the hover around, because hover around, what happens is the moment you hover around, it will keep on changing. It is like, it's basically, it will not stick to, the view. It always, the moment you move the cursor, it will keep on changing. So that is why always better to go with the select. Only when you select this one, the action will work. You can also choose the menu. Menu option is one more step. After selecting it, you need to click, there will be a menu option, it will show, then you have to click it. So that choice, you can do it like, for some of the detailed information you want to see, you can use the menu. But always the best is the select option. You choose the select action. And then after the clearing, right? So there is a filter option happens. After the filter, you clear it, whether it has to keep the filtered values or all values. I always go with the all values, because the moment filter is cleared, everything I want to show. So I choose the show all values and click OK. Now we have customized it. So what happens here, only this and this will change. These two will not change now. So observe very clearly. If I click on the California, see only this one changed, this one changed. These are remaining as is. So this is the customization of your. So when they interact with it, they can get only the changes happening only for these three, not these two. So this means either you can use it as for the entire sheet you can apply, or you can also apply to certain portions of your dashboard. Okay, so now whatever you prepared your dashboard, just go ahead and run your action, filter action, both the ways, customize filter and this one, and check whether it is working or not for all of you.
Let's say if I have a data set which is not linked to the other data sets, and if we create a filter, it doesn't work, right? I know that it's
absolutely do not
basic.
work. That is why I'm asking you to try. I shown on the maps. You can use even customer bubble chart as your main chart. And your report should show customer wise. Each customer wise also it can show. No, you need to just go and make it as a filter. That's all. Whichever the chart you want to make as a filter, select this one.
So, coming to the first question on the top Tableau interview question set, the first question usually goes with a comparison question, because it is vital that you understand the differences. For example, the question states, compare ClickView with Tableau. I'm sure you already know that both of these are amazing business intelligence tools that you can work with very easily, and each of them have their own niche applications, right? So let's check out the differences. So whenever we talk about data integrations in terms of capability with Tableau and QuickView, Tableau has an edge over QuickView in this particular sense. And then whenever you're working with multidimensional data as well, Tableau has the capability to handle it that much better, efficiently and faster. And of course, most of us work with PowerPoints as well. So whenever you have a lot of work with PowerPoints, dashboarding on that and creating good amount of visualizations and insights on that is great, especially if you have the support for PowerPoint, right? The native support, and Tableau does that, while ClickView is a little bit held back in this regard. And then when we talk about scalability and visual drill down as well, right? In terms of visual drill down, yes, ClickView is amazing to work with, and it provides good amount of efficiency. So you don't have to do a lot to have a big impact on the output. But then when you talk about scalability, right? Scalability, Tableau, there is no beating Tableau out here, because ClickView has a direct limitation applied because of the ability of it to maximize its usage of RAM, while with respect to Tableau, right? So it can scale, and RAM is not a limiting factor out here. So this is the basic comparison that you can state to the interviewer whenever you ask the comparison between ClickView and Tableau. And now, when we come to the second question, it states, how is the context filter different from all of the other filters? So one thing you always have to know is that whenever you create a context filter, right, what Tableau does for you is that Tableau will create a temporary table just for this particular filter. So when you create a context filter, Tableau will create one temporary table just for this particular filter set, and every other filter will get applied on the context filter, guys. So every other filter will get applied on the context filter as if it was cascading parameters, right? Pretty simple and straightforward. But then when you have created an actual context filter, let's say on an example such as countries, USA and India, what Tableau will do is Tableau will create a temporary table for both of these countries and all the data that goes into these particular countries as well. And let's say now if you have any other filters that have to be applied, and if you do not have any context filter, right, and every single record will actually be checked for filters and then applied if required. So if you have a context filter, make sure to mention about Tableau being able to create the temporary table and then mapping the data based on it, and later applying all of the context filter data on top of it. Now, moving on to question 3. Question 3 is again another follow-up question. It's regarding context filters itself. So the interviewer may ask, what is the disadvantage of making use of context filters? Well, the context filter is an entity that is actually not changed a lot around by the user, right? So what happens is, if you have to change these context filters, then in the backend the database has to be reamped. It has to be recomputed entirely, and whatever temporary table has been created during your first set of filters will be removed. It'll have to be rewritten, and all of these takes a lot of time, effort, and computation power as well. So at the end of the day, it's all about slowing down performance if you have to change your context filter. And then, whenever we are adding dimensions to context, right, what Tableau does, we already know this, is that it creates a temporary table. And one disadvantage with creating a temporary table is that every time we initiate a view, or every time we instantiate a view option, or check the output. So what usually happens with this is that since it's creating this temporary table, it will reload it every time. So creation of a temporary table leads to a lot of reloads as well. And one more important thing you have to know is that whenever we are working with tools like Microsoft Excel and Access, or let's say any other general, text data sources, right? So the temporary table that gets created actually gets created in the Microsoft Access table format. This can be a disadvantage if you cannot scale this into other tools, in case if you have any down the pipeline as well. And then of course, whenever you're working with SQL Server, let's say Oracle data sources, or even MySQL, you must have the explicit permission to create that temporary table on the server itself. So having these access parameters and having these permissions is very vital too. So the talk is not always about a single dimensional data, right? So whenever we talk about multi-dimensional data sources, temporary tables usually are not created for this, and context filters are basically defined through which an understanding on what filters are independent, what filters are dependent, and then later mapped and put into place. So since temporary tables here are not being created, and since you're basing it on the fact that it is either independent or non-independent, this might again take a little bit of hit as well. So these form to be some of the disadvantages of making use of context filters. Now, question number 3 states, what are the 5 main products that are offered by Tableau? Well, this is something you really should know as a person interviewing for a Tableau developer interview or any of the similar roles. So make sure to mention all 5 of these products. We have Tableau Desktop, we have Tableau Server, we have Tableau Online, we have Tableau Reader, and we have Tableau Public. With this, we can check out the next question, the 5th question, that says, what is the latest version of Tableau Desktop? Now, this is a very tricky question, and it's asked in a lot of Tableau interviews is what we've seen. And this is only done to make sure that you are up to date with the latest version of the tool, that you understand all of the change logs of what Tableau is changing around, right? See, Tableau, after it came out, it has had a huge number of changes. It's become very efficient now. It's become very beautiful, very easy to use, and all of that. Alongside this, there have been a lot of changes as well. So what the interviewer expects with this question is to check if you are up to date on their website, to check out all of their latest offerings to make the full use out of it for your business intelligence solution as well. So as of September 2020, when we're recording this particular video, their latest version of Tableau Desktop is version 2020.8.
3. That's March 2020. Well, moving on to the sixth question, it states, what is data visualization? Now, guys, data visualization, business intelligence, all of these are key questions that are asked in Tableau interviews. So make sure to pay attention, right? So whenever you speak about data visualization, you can talk about what it is, right? So what we usually do is we have data either in a structured or an unstructured format. It can be in a presentation, it can be in an Excel sheet, or it might come from a variety of different sources. So instead of looking at an Excel sheet which has probably 100,000 entries, we create beautiful looking dashboards through which we can gain some insight, which would have been very difficult to do with the naked eye unless we had this visualization, right? So that's the basic aspect of data visualization. You can have multiple graphics, you can have complex looking animations, and you can have aesthetically very pleasing to look at graphs as well. So this will help, especially whenever you have to pitch a product to a person who is not from a technical background, or let's say if you have to explain a concept to your juniors, or even in a business meeting where a lot of graphs will make more sense rather than an Excel sheet with 100,000 entries, right? So you can use an approach like this to answer this question. Now, moving on to the seventh question, it states, why Tableau? So the interviewer here is again trying to find out why and what is your inclination with making use of Tableau and where it shines. So you can talk about all of the advantages of Tableau, and two of the most important concepts that you have to talk about is about data sharing and how you can analyze it, and later it's about creating views and the ability to share it. Let's walk over with the first one. So let's say you have data from multiple sources, right? You might have a server on premise as well, you might have a database in that server, or let's say a database on the cloud, a data warehousing solution, a cloud application, or an Excel file, or a PPT file, whatever it is. With Tableau you can analyze this very easily without having to put much effort. This is point number one. And then point number two you can state is that, so it doesn't end with you creating beautiful looking visuals, dashboards and all of that. At the end of the day, you have to have the ability to easily share it across your team, across the floor, to make sure that people in your team and people from a variety of other teams can access to this, right? So you can have the sales team look at the data, you can have your data analytics team understand the data, you can have your data engineering team in fact come look at the data as well. So your ability to easily share this data, blend it and merge it with other data, and one important thing is to keep it up to date automatically, right? So all of these can be done very easily with the help of Tableau, guys. So with this we can check out the eighth question that states, what are filters and how many types of filters are there in Tableau? A filter, as the name suggests, is used to funnel data. So what are we funneling out here? So let's say we have 10 rows of data in an Excel sheet and we only want to see the data from one particular person, or let's say of one particular criteria. Let's say if you have the student details of a particular college, we want to filter them by name. You usually filter them by age. Let's say you want to pick up all the people, all the students in the college of the age 23 years. So applying a filter will make sure that the backend will run and it will only show you results of these students who are of age 23, right? So we're trying to prevent unnecessary data in that context, and we're trying to only see what it is that we exactly require and then work with that. So for this follow-up question which states, how many types of filters are there? There are 3 types of filters and we already checked out one, right? So there's quick filters, there's context filters, and there's data source filters. So make sure to mention all of these when this question is asked. Now, moving on to question number 9, it says how to remove the show all option from a Tableau auto filter. See, again, this is a question that is asked to see your proficiency in terms of handling the tool, even though you might not be sitting in front of the tool right now, right? So when you think about it, answer this question in a very simple way, in a very straightforward way. It's a very straightforward question with a very simple answer. So to remove the show all option, right? So all you have to do is right click on the filter, click on the customize button, and it's a simple check on the show all button, and this ensures that the option is actually, and this ensures that and then after you uncheck all of this, right, this makes sure that your option is removed. So since So since you're sitting in front of the interview, even though you might have a laptop, it is an added bonus that you first verbally say out the answer, and then of course you can run Tableau desktop on your machine right then and there, and then show all of these practically to the interviewer as well. So make sure to keep that in mind. So moving on to the 10th question, it states, can we use non-used columns, as in the columns that are not used in the reports but that are present and used in the data sources in actual Tableau filters? So can we use non-used columns in Tableau filters? The answer is a very straightforward yes, right? So think about an example when you're approaching with this. So if you have a data source where you have employee data, right? So you can have employee ID, employee name, the department, designation, salary, and all of it. And let's say now we have reports where we're only using employee name and employee salary, right? So what you can actually do is you can apply filters on employee designation even though you have not used these reports from the data source, right? So it is very simple, it is very straightforward, and yes, it is achievable. We can make use of non-used columns, but then it has to be used in the data source, but then it really doesn't have to be used in the reports, guys. So moving on to the 11th question, it states, what is the benefit of Tableau extract file over the live connection? Well, when you think about Tableau extract file, right? So extract can be used anywhere without having to create a connection. That's the biggest advantage of it. So you can create your own custom visualizations without even having to connect to a database prior as well. So this is the ability provided by the Tableau extract file where you can pull in all the data and work with it without even having to connect with that particular database as well. Now with this, moving on to the 12th question, it states, what is the difference between TWB and TWBX file extensions? Please explain. Well, one thing you have to understand is that whenever we talk about TWB, right, the Tableau workbook files, it is a live connection. It points directly to the data source, and whenever the user is receiving a TWB file, he or she needs permission to access the data source. And with a TWB data file, no data is included prior as well. So it's live connection. It points to the data source, and you need permission to access the data source. And initially, there is no data that comes included with the file as well. Now, whenever you talk about TWBX file extensions, right, here what we're actually trying to do is we take the data offline and we store it on the local machine. So be it in a package, be it in a zip file, or any other packaging files where we completely remove this kind of dependency of having to need the permissions and having to have these access protocols in case if you do not have all of that as well. So TWB files require permissions from the data source, but then TWBX is all about bringing the data offline, keeping it in the native place, and to make sure that you avoid the need for permission as well. Now with this, we can check out the 13th question that says, what is the maximum number of tables we can join in Tableau? So this is a very commonly asked question, and you are supposed to know the answer to this, guys. It's a very straightforward answer. So in Tableau, we can have a maximum of 32 tables that we can join at a time, and no, it is not possible to combine more than 32 tables in a very straightforward way either. So make sure to answer this in a clear and a concise way. Now with this, moving on to the next question, it states, what are dimensions and facts? Again, it's a very simple example, but it always adds a lot of value if you can explain it with an example, right? So dimensions are nothing but the text columns where we are describing what the actual data is pertaining to that column, right? So you can have a product name, you can have the name of a city, and a lot of other things. So dimension is nothing but the simple description of what data we are trying to pull in from that particular column. And then when you talk about facts, right, facts are the actual measures of data that you might have in that particular data set. So whenever you think about facts, think about numerical values, right? So you can have a profit percentage, you can have the profit in monetary value, you can have the sales figures, you can have the sales in that particular monetary value as well, and a lot of other things. So when you think about dimensions and facts, it's a pretty simple concept. Now, moving on to the 15th question, it states, can we place an Excel file in a shared location and use it to develop a report and refresh it in regular intervals? What the interviewer is trying to ask is to see if you've had the experience of doing this. So let's say if you had the data source, an Excel file, and if you had to place it in a shared location, could you actually use that right from there directly to create a report and then refresh it as and when you require? The answer to this is yes. Tableau is an amazing tool. It's very powerful to use, and yes, it it can be done in a very simple way as well. But then, if you have a requirement for better performance, right, it is always vital to extract it, bring it to your machine, use it locally, and then work with it. But then, if your criteria doesn't really have to do much with having the best performance possible, then yes, it is possible to work with a shared location file and to develop a report and later update it as and when you require as well. Now, moving to the 16th question, it states, what is the difference between a heat map and a tree map in Tableau? Well, guys, a heat map is one of the things that you really have to know, and I'm sure you guys would have used a tree map or even a heat map for that particular instance in your journey of learning Tableau as well. So a heat map is nothing but a very simple way where you can categorize the data in that particular data set by making use of variety options of, let's say, sizing, or let's say even by making use of a variety of color as well. So why do we do this is to make sure we differentiate it from one entity to the other, right? So you can map and check all of the orange color looking entities on your screen right now. You can try to differentiate and compare all of the black colored entities. So you can try to compare all of the black colored entries to another colored entry as well, right? So using colors and sizes is an amazing way, and it can be done using a heat map. But then now when you're talking about a tree map is far more powerful than a heat map, because here we're trying to have a hierarchy. So here we're trying to have a structure which is very similar to a tree data structure, and here we're trying to, so not only are we trying to visualize a part of the relationship here, what we're trying to do actually is in a very simple way denote the entire relationship that exists between entries for our particular workbook as well. So as you can see on your screen, you have the states of United States. So you have all the state names of the United States of America, and you can map it based on color as well. You can map it based on size, and eventually you have a hierarchical tree structure through which you have mapped it, and the node structure goes on and on, very similar to a tree structure. Now moving on to the 17th question, it states, what is balanced access? Well, in a balanced axis, what happens is that there are multiple measures that are actually shown on a single axis, and all of the marks that are shown, right, it's all done in a single pane as well. So to do this, all you have to do is you have to first drag a dimension into a column, and after you have dragged the dimension, all you have to do is drag the first measure and drag the second measure, but this time not to a different axis but then to an existing axis, right? So you can see the simple difference between the second and the third point, and this is what that makes a blended axis what it is. So dragging a dimension, dragging the first measure into the column, and dragging the second measure onto the existing axis rather than a new one. So this is all about blended axis. Now when you think about the 18th question, here is another very fun question which again is asked a lot. So what makes Tableau stand out from all of the other tools, right? So whenever we talk about business intelligence, whenever we talk about all of these tools, they are fantastic to use. I'm sure all of the developers who have went into creating all of these tools have taken a lot of time, pain and effort to make it very easy for us to use, right? So thinking about that, all of the other BI tools are extremely pricey and can get out of hand if you're a small company. But then what Tableau does that's very different from most of the other people is that they have a free offering, right? So Tableau Public is free, and it has an academic distribution in case if you're a college student and you want to learn and work with Tableau as well. So having this option to use it for free definitely is a standout point. And then when you think about how well recognized Tableau is, all of the big firms make use of a business intelligence tool in one way or another, right? Right from the startups to all the trillion-dollar businesses out there. Tableau, in fact, is also well recognized by very big firms such as Forrester Research, and it's considered to be one of the most easy to use product as of now, and one of the most agile products available as well. So it's not only just this, right? See, there are other BI tools which can do a lot of things more, in a substantial way than what Tableau can do. Tableau is just a data visualization tool, but then you can have and do a lot of things. But then you can have a lot of other tools which have a complete technology stack that they bring along as well, right? So considering that, you will have to make use of these other products along with Tableau. Let's say if you have enterprise grade data to perform ETL, maintenance, data storage, and all of that as well. So in that regard, definitely it is one of the vital points to mention of why Tableau stands out the way it does. Moving on to the 19th question, it states, how do we do data testing in Tableau? This is a tricky question, and I've put in a lot of tricky questions for this particular presentation as well. So make sure you pay attention throughout. Now, how can we do data testing in Tableau, right? When you think about it, data testing is not possible in Tableau because Tableau is a data visualization tool and it is not a testing tool such as Selenium or something. So make sure to answer it and do not be confused. The interviewer may be, trying to see if you get confused with concepts such as this. So it's a very straightforward no. Tableau is used for data visualization. Tableau cannot perform, data testing. But of course, it is one of the best tools out there for data visualization today, especially when you have data which is already, pre-processed or data which is already structured, and you can work with it easily as well. But still, it doesn't add a lot of value in terms of data testing as well. Now with this, coming to the 20th question, it states, can you get values from two different sources as a single input into our parameter? The answer is no. Tableau currently actually does not support multi-valued parameter, right? So, there's actually a technique which is called as the dynamic parameter with a blend technique that can be used to highlight every single value out there. But then you cannot make use of multiple values because this is how Tableau is built and this is how Tableau is, worked on. And one very important concept that you should know whenever you're answering this question is that, the parameters in Tableau, right, they are not dynamic. So you literally cannot start filtering stuff, at the runtime as well. So this is something which you should talk about along with the technique when you ask this particular question. So the answer is no. Currently, Tableau does not support multi-valued parameters. But then, of course, down the line with a lot of updates, then, it definitely is something that we all are waiting and in anticipation for as well. Now, moving on to the 21st question, it states, how do we use parameters in Tableau? So you can use parameters with the following entities, right? You can use parameters, map them with filters. You have parameters across calculated fields, across actions. You have measure swaps, you have changing views, and you have auto updates as well, right? So make sure to at least mention 3 or 4, but then it really adds value if you can mention 4, 5, or in fact all of these as well. So using parameters in Tableau is definitely a core concept and you're supposed to know it in and out at this point of time. So it always adds values to talk about where parameters are used and in fact how parameters are used as well. Now moving to the 22nd question, it states, what is the use of the new custom SQL query in Tableau? Well, one thing you have to know about is that the custom SQL query, right, it's a query that is written after you've connected to the data and you want to pull the data to have a structured view of it. Now, to give you an example, think about having 50 columns in a particular table, but then we do not require 50. We only want 10, 20 or 30 of it. So instead of taking all the 50 columns and then working with it individually, what we can try to do is we can write an SQL query that has the ability to filter out and just give us the 10 columns that we want and then work with it later and create a structured view based upon that. So why do we even have to do this? One, you want 10 out of 50, you're getting that straightforward. Number 2, when you think about computation power, the performance will go up to an exponential extent because this is a very simple example that we're talking about. In an actual production environment, this will not be the case. So the performance hit in case when you want 10 but you still have to pull in 50 is avoided. If you want 10 out of 50, you can have 10 out of 50, guys. That's a very simple example. Make sure to state it with the example as well. Now, moving on to the 23rd question, it states, what are the differences between Tableau and other traditional BI tools, right? One thing you already know about Tableau if you're here is that it is one of the most easiest tools to use. It's best in its class. It has a free offering and in fact it provides very good visual analytics capabilities as well. So whenever you think about data foundation concepts, here is where Tableau has it a little slow. It really doesn't help with plumbing, so you will have to make use of an SQL server alongside Tableau to have the complete package of using it. And of course, Tableau licenses can get relatively expensive if you're looking to scale up your organization and scale up your data quickly as well. But then traditional BI tools can do it all, but then it might have a significant cost upfront and then with a lot of parameters, right? So think about higher consultations, you have hardware changes, you have to have good software there as well. So all of these will cost money and this will come up to you this will come up to you as soon as you get started itself. So that is one of the biggest differences. And then when you think about all the big vendors out there, right? So if you have to check about a reasonable value for money, and if you have to check about what best you can get for the money that you've spent, someone like Microsoft is the person who can do it to the best of their capabilities, right? So they're a huge organization. And then when you think about open source vendors, there's Jaspersoft, there's Pentaho, and there's a lot of other tools that you can make use of as well. But then this does not have an enough talent pool as of yet. This does not have the enough amount of traction that is required for developers to kick in full time to build Pentaho and Jaspersoft into an amazing tool that can directly compete with Microsoft's offerings as well. So think about Tableau, think about Power BI, think about tools like Pentaho, Jaspersoft, and you will have a clear understanding of where the basic differences lie as well. Now, so moving on to the 24th question, it states, what are the similarities and differences that lie in between a tool like Tableau and a tool like Palantir? Well, one of the things you really have to understand is that Palantir and Tableau do things very, very differently, right? So Palantir is known for its ability to be a security tool in terms of handling problems such as fraud detection, handling the payments and all of that, right? So the customers, or let's say the investors in Palantir, are people such as PayPal, the Central Intelligence Agency, and a lot of others. And on the other end, you already know that Tableau is a visualization player. It has its roots very strong into the Stanford University research as well, right? So one thing it'll always add value is that you talk about new points, right? So think about VQL or VisQL. So VisQL is basically the visual query language that will allow users to build any sort of visualizations that require on already existing data warehouses and spreadsheets, right? So Tableau's support for this is definitely a point that you can mention whenever you asked to talk about Tableau as well. So here is another point to your arsenal of Tableau knowledge. Moving on to the 25th question, it states how to create cascading filters without making use of a context filter. Well, it's very simple. All you have to do is think about a situation, right? So let's say we have two filters, filter 1 and filter 2. And based on filter 1, we have to make use of filter 2 on that particular data. And now when you have to say, and now let's think of it as filter 1 being country and filter 2 being it as states, right? So if you choose the country as India, then filter 2 must display filter 2 must display only the states of India and not states of every single country out there, right? So this is how you can cascade filters without having to make use of a context filter. Now to do this, right? So for the filter 2, make sure you select the option wherever the value. So make sure you select the option of only relevant values for the filter for the second. So make sure you select the option for only relevant values for the second filter, to actually go on to do a thing like this. It's a pretty simple thing and it can be easily done by making use of Tableau. Moving on to the next question, it states, is Tableau good for a strategic acquisition? Well, of course, Tableau is an amazing tool for strategic acquisition as it provides amazing data insights, and you can do a lot more with Tableau with the approach of you having to put in a lot less effort as well, right? So in terms of acquisition, what it does, it will help you plan properly, set up a pipeline, understand what anomalies are lying there, and try to fix them as well. You can improvise your entire process and have it better as well. So it'll give you a lot of insights which might skip your eye if you're directly looking at the data with your naked eye as well. So in terms of strategic acquisition, it's a big yes for sure. Coming to the 27th question, it states how to display the top 5 and the last 5 sales in the same view. So to do this in a very simple way, there are two ways. Make sure to mention both as well. One, of course, you can apply filters where you can do it in a straight way, and number 2, you have calculated fields where you can achieve the same effect of, let's say, top 5 sales and the last 5 sales in the same view without you having to do much as well. So make sure to mention the both ways. Now, question number 28 states, let's say, suppose without having to use a line or a bar chart, I want to design a view to show the region-wise profit of sales. How can I go on to do this? So what we're trying to do here is, we want to show the region-wise profit and sales without having to use a line chart. So how would you suggest that we do it? If you do have a computer or a laptop in front of you right now, it will always add a lot of value if you can show all of these practically with any of the previous projects or data sets that you might have worked with. But then take a simple approach to verbally explain it first. See, for example, you can generate a map by making use of cities, and later, you can just drag the profit and all of the sales to that particular details, and then, add the state as a quick filter and work with it as well. So you can use a very simple approach, and to explain it can be done in a very simple and a concise way, but then it'll add value if you can show it practically, right? So pull out a data set, and tell the interviewer that you want to show how this can be done practically as well. So that will impress them definitely. Now, moving on to the 29th question, it says design a view in a map such that if a user selects any state, the profit and the sales in the cities under that state would show up. So if someone selects any state, right, so whatever the profit is there in that particular state and whatever sales in the cities of that state, that should show up. How can this be done? This can be done if you have state, city, sales and profit as our fields in our data, right? So we require these data. Make sure to mention that first. Without the data, you cannot mention it, right? And to have this particular effect, so all you have to do is click on the state field, drag the city out into our marks card, which comes under the state field, of course, and then drag the sales into size, drag the profit and drop into the color, click on the size legend. You can, increase it to whatever size that you require, say for example 75%, and then click on the state field and show quick filter. And after you have done that, all you have to do is you have to select any of the states and see if it is working or not. So if you have done steps from 1 to 6 right, then of course with the 7th step you will have the view which indicates the number of sales, and the color will directly indicate the profit values as well. So it's a simple thing with 6 simple steps. So this is the hardly 30-second task, but then at the end of the day, the insight you can drive out of this task is huge. So make sure you mention the advantage, how to do it, and what we require to do it as well. Now, moving on to the 30th question, it states how to add custom color in Tableau. Custom color can be added in Tableau by making use of preferences.tps. So go to my documents, go to my table repository, and you will find a file called as preferences.tps. And here, you can add a color code. You can add the hash code, which is also called as the custom color code, wherein you can add wherein you can add it and make use of it directly as well. But then one thing you have to note is that, let's say in Tableau version 9.0 and above, right, you have a direct color picker option, which is basically giving you a user interface to do the exact same thing. So all you have to do is you can click on the color that you require, hit OK, and you're done with it in a very simple way as well. So coming on to the 31st question, it states how can we combine a database and the flat file data in Tableau desktop? How can we do this? It's again not a very difficult concept. All you have to do is you have to connect the data twice, because for the first time when you're connecting, it's for the database tables, and the second time you're connecting, it'll be for the flat file data. And then go to data, edit relationships, and give a join condition based on all of the columns that you have to find in common from our database file to the actual flat file data as well. So it's simple, connect it twice, once for database, once for flat file data. Go to data, edit relationships, put a join condition on the columns for the database tables to the flat file as well. And as soon as you're done with this, you have combined a database and a flat file in a very simple way in Tableau desktop. Now, moving to the 32nd question, it states, what does Tableau do? Well, here's another tricky question, right? So Tableau can do a lot of things. Use the insights from all the 31 questions that you have come across until now to answer it. But then one important thing you really have to state is that Tableau is one of these tools which has a goal to make sure that it will help people see and understand data better, in a very aesthetic way and in a very simple way as well. So Tableau brings about a data analytics solution, it brings about a business intelligence solution and a data visualization solution. It puts it right in the hands of common people, right? So what it does is you will have a broad population of business users who can actually work with their data, ask questions on their data, understand the performance of their data, and eventually solve a lot of problems using this as well. So this question you can talk about 20-25 minutes and still you can have a lot of points that you can talk about Tableau as well, but then make sure to mention all the primary concepts. So make sure to mention all the primary points and how it adds value to the people, right? So what we're trying to do with Tableau is solve a problem. So make sure you talk about what the problem is and how Tableau aims to solve it. Moving to the 33rd question, it states, what is Tableau Public? Tableau Public is a free tool. It's a free service that lets anyone anywhere in the world publish an interactive data set onto the website, right? So once you're connected to the internet, you can do a lot of things. Once you have installed Tableau Public, I still say the same thing. You can do a lot of things. Now, whenever you think about making use of Tableau Public, make sure to explicitly mention that you really do not require any programming skills out here, right? So there's a lot of people, a lot of learners who keep asking us in case if they require a programming head start to start with Tableau. The answer is no, you really do not require anything, right? So with Tableau Desktop, anywhere anyone on the web can interact with the data, see the data, work with it, download it, create their own visualization, edit the visualization, and in fact, you can also check out what everyone else are doing as well. So you can do that to get ideas. You can do that to see how aesthetically pleasing things can get if something is done in a neat way when you're making use of Tableau as well. So it adds a lot of value, and make sure to mention all of that. Now with question number 34, we're talking about data modeling. So what is data modeling? One thing you have to know about data modeling is that it is the basic analysis that we perform of all of the data objects that we're using in our context right now. So whenever we're trying to model data, we're trying to find relationships, we're trying to associate each of these data objects, comparing them one with the other to see how we can base any assumption on them, or how we can apply certain steps on them to see how we can drive insight, right? So it's a pretty simple thing. To analyze the data objects, you really require context, you really require certain relationships to work with, and data modeling is a way where we go on to show all of these relationships as well. It is as simple as that. Moving to question number 35, it states, what is your daily process with Tableau? What is your daily work process with Tableau? This is another tricky question, and this is completely based on your way to work with Tableau. There is no one right answer for this, and start your answer with this, right? It completely depends on what projects you're working with Tableau, the complexity of the project, the client requirement, the performance requirements, the complexity of the actual time involved in doing the project, and a lot of other things. But then of course you can have a very simple data work process that I've mentioned on the screen. It's an example. So what usually happens whenever you're working with Tableau is that first you will get an understanding of what the requirements are, and after you understood what the requirements are, you're going to start pulling in all the required data. You're going to create a storyboard based upon that, and eventually apply and create visualizations in Tableau. And the last step, of course, you're going to present it to a client for review, right? So use this as a foundation, and you can talk about your previous experiences on this as well. So use all of these as foundational points, add more value to them based on the experience level that you have, and convey it to the interviewer in a clean and a concise way. Then coming to the next question, it states, how does Tableau work with big data sets or huge data sets? To start off the answer to this question, make sure to state this. Tableau's performance varies a lot depending on the performance of source data as well. So depending on how clean the data is, how structured it is, or a lot of other parameters that is present in the data set as well. So your performance is having a direct correlation with the performance of the data source itself. So what happens is that the main impact on performance comes whenever we talk about the time that takes to execute a query, right? So if your data source is taking an ample amount of time to execute a query, then what does Tableau have to do? Well, Tableau has to sit and wait until your data source can give you this data, right? So that means you are waiting, Tableau is waiting, and your data source is taking some time. So this really doesn't add a lot of value. So you can state all of these to say how Tableau can deal with huge data sets as well. You can do it very well, of course, but then it takes certain time to go on to do it. Now, coming to the next question, it states, how will you publish and schedule a workbook in Tableau server? It's a very simple task. All you have to do is create a schedule for a particular time, whatever time that is you require, or let's say even the client has provided you a time. All you have to do is create an extract for the data source, pull all the data, and eventually publish it on the workbook in the server as well. So creating extract is the actual important step that you have to concentrate on, as whenever we talk about publishing a workbook, especially while scheduling it, right? So there's a lot of authentication methodologies that you have to check as well. So before you can publish it, there is actually an explicit option that states scheduling and authentication. You can click on that, you can select the schedule from whenever you have to publish it, and then directly hit publish. So all the data sources and all of the assignments that have to be published will run through the schedule and be done automatically without you having to put a lot of time, or let's say punching back in whenever you have the schedule time and then looking at something there as well. So you really don't have to do any of that. This entire process is automated. It will get refreshed on a regular basis, and you can work with it automatically without having to put much effort as it is. Now, coming on to the 38th question, it states distinguish between parameters and filters. Well, parameters, you already have to know this. It is the dynamic values that will replace all of the constant values whenever we talk about any calculations, right? And parameters, if used right, can be used as filters itself. But what are filters? Filters are used to restrict the data based upon conditions that we have, and where have we mentioned all of these conditions? We have mentioned it in the filters shelf, right? So it's a very simple thing. Talk about what filters are, talk about what parameters are, and make sure to state that you can also use parameters as filters if required as well. So that point is a highlight, and it'll add a lot of value if you can state that directly too. And now coming on to the 39th question, it states how to view an SQL generated query in Tableau Desktop or by Tableau Desktop. So all of the queries that get generated actually go into a log file, right? So there's the Tableau or desktop log file. So there's the Tableau desktop log file that you can get into as soon as you go into C drive, users, my documents, my Tableau repository. And then if you have a live connection to the data source, right, you can check the log.txt file and the tab procto srv files as well. If you're making use of extract, then you have to check out the Tableau desktop server.txt file or the tdeserver.txt file as well. But then if you're making use of to go on to check the queries in detail, right, we have the tab procto srv file. This is where all of your data is mentioned, all of the detailed information about the query. So make sure to mention all of these as well. Once you have to have a live connection with the data source, you have to check all of the files. If you're making use of an extract, there's another file, and the actual file which will contain all of the queries as well. Now moving on to the 40th question, it states what is page shelf? Page shelf is a very simple concept, but do not be fooled by how simple it is, because it's a very powerful part of Tableau. It's a foundational concept in Tableau where you can actually control the display of the output and any result that gets printed on the output as well. So page shelf acts as a primary barrier, acts as a primary visualization criteria where you can work with a lot of things to make sure that you can control a lot of parameters when displaying or when controlling the output as well. So in that regard, page shelf adds a lot of value. Now, coming to the 41st question, we have another different question. So moving on to the 41st question, we have a question that states, what are the major differences in between Tableau 7 and Tableau 8? Now guys, you really have to know this question. This is another trick question that can be asked to you to see how proficient you are with Tableau and all of the years of experience that you say you bring with, right? This is a way to verify that as well. So, with respect to Tableau 8, you have a lot of new things that got implemented. Think about tree maps, think about bubble charts, think about whisker plots, box plots, and all of that, right? So new features are amazing. One very important thing you have to talk about is the introduction of the R script and how you can directly copy the worksheet from one workbook into another one without having to redo it or without having to put in a lot of effort there as well. So not only this question, whenever you asked about any question pertaining to older version of Tableaus, in case if you have used it, I'm sure you'll be able to answer those questions. But then in case if you haven't used it, make sure to explicitly mention saying that you haven't had a lot of experience using that as well. I mean, of course, it's going to be 90% same with one version to the other, but then it always adds value if you know it exactly as well. So make sure to mention that. Moving on to question number 42, it states how to create filled maps. So to create a filled map, right, let's take an example. Whenever we talk about map view, right, so all you have to do is click on the geographical field, click on anything such as zip code, click on area code, state, or any of these, and select the filled map mark type, right? And select the filled map mark type. So with this, what you can do is the automatic mark type that will show all of the types of views as circles over the map, right? So once it starts showing it as circles over the map, then you can have the marks card, and from the marks card you can select all the filled map to eventually color your geographical areas as per requirement as well. And to color all of that, it's a very simple thing, and I'm sure you already know this. And step number 3 is very simple. Drag a field to the color shelf, define what locations need to be colored, how these locations need to be colored, and just drag a field to the color shelf, and you can be done with that. And of course, you can explain this probably in under a minute to the interviewer, but then if you have your laptop, I would really suggest you take your laptops to the interviewers in case if that's allowed, and then make sure to show this practically to the interviewer as well, because all of these concepts, you can explain them easily and in a very straightforward way verbally, but then what will add value is if you can actually show them practically as well. Now moving on to the 43rd question, it states, does a parameter have its own drop down list? In Tableau, yes, a parameter has its own drop-down list, and whatever entries that you make in the parameter while actually creating, right? So it can be directly viewed as items in the drop-down list. So the answer is simple, the answer is straightforward. It's a yes, it's possible to have a drop-down list for a parameter. Moving on to the 44th question, it states, how is data blending different from data joining? Again, this is a question which is asked a lot of times in this interview, just like all of these other questions that you've been going across right now. So make sure to concentrate. Now, when we talk about data blending, right? So data blending, as the name suggests, in fact, is the process where we combine the data from two different sources or more than two different sources as well. So, your two different sources can be a Microsoft Excel file. You can have another set of data on an SQL server, Oracle server, a cloud computing platform, or a server which is on premises, a remote server which is in the client's location, and a lot of other things to bring these data together to use in Tableau, right? That's what data blending is. And data joining, on the other hand, is a very simple concept. It's a straightforward concept, just like data blending, but it's very different. What we're trying to do here is we're trying to combine the data from two or more tables and sheets from the same data source. Data blending spoke about two different data sources and bringing it together. Data joining is all about talking about two different sheets or tables that are present in the same data source, guys. That is the basic difference. In joining, we talk about same data source and everything that is present in that data source, and in blending, we talk about more than one source. So make sure to explicitly mention that without fail. And now, question number 45, it says, is it possible to store a huge amount of data in the memory engine by making use of Tableau? Is it possible to store a huge amount of data? If yes, how can we do it? So if an interviewer asks you a question like this, right, the second part of the question might give you a clue to the first part in case if you're unprepared as well. So he or she can state, if yes, how is it possible, right? So the actual answer to this question, now coming to that, is yes, it is possible to store a large amount of data in the memory engine by making use of Tableau. But then it is not as simple as that, because there is no one straight answer to this, because you can store massive amounts of data based upon the Tableau server implementation. You can have a lot of configurations for that, right? You can have 8 core configurations, you can have 16 core configurations, and you can have more than that as well. So depending on how your Tableau server is configured and built, based on that you can store it. So it's a relative answer to the relative question. And not only if just hyper is used or not, let's say there are many other factors that will affect, such as the server memory can also have an exponential effect in how much data that you can eventually store and directly use in a rapid fashion for the memory engine, and a lot of things as well. So make sure to talk about the server memory and make sure to talk about the server configuration in general as well. Now moving on to the 46th question, it states, what is the difference between rank and index in Tableau? So whenever we talk about rank and index, one commonality is that both of these come under table calculations in Tableau, guys. So index is the actual entity that will deal with the record's physical location, and think about incremented numbers, for example. So as soon as incremental numbers are assigned according to the record's physical order, right? So as soon as this order is particularly met, and how is it met? by making use of index. Now, whenever you think about rank, right? So rank usually deals with the record's value. Whatever highest value is there gets the highest rank. Whatever lowest value is there gets the lowest rank. So it's a pretty simple and a straightforward business in terms of rank and index as well. Index deals with its position, record deals with its values, right? So if you have used any other programming language as well, you will understand the usage of index. And rank, as the name suggests, is a numerical value that denotes how it maps in the real world as well. Now with that, coming to the 47th question, here is another very simple question, but then if you do not know how to answer this, it can get a little difficult as well. So to answer this question, that states, suppose my license expires today, can my users be able to view the dashboards or workbooks that I published in the server earlier? Well, you really have to know the answer to this question, guys. If your license expires today, right? If your server license expires today, the username of the server will change. It'll go from the name that you have put in and it'll say unlicensed user. It means that whoever created the dashboard and published it into the server cannot access it anymore. But then everyone else can still do it. So the site admin, what he can do is he can change the ownership to another person, and so at this time, what the site admin can do is the site admin can change ownership to another person. This way, we are trying to make sure that if we have and if we are making use of extracts, right, it doesn't fail. But if you do not change ownerships, you really cannot extract the data anymore if it's unlicensed. So yes, if the license expired today, you cannot have access to it, but then everyone else can. Moving on to the 48th question, it states, what is the difference between the quick filter and the normal filter in Tableau? Well, quick filter is an entity that's used to filter options and to select options in a very rapid manner. And a normal filter is something with which you can limit the options from the list. You can calculate some conditions, work with the data, limit it based upon a value, limit it based upon an index, or limit it based upon a general field in a column as well. So quick filter is used to view the filtering options, while normal filter is actually used to view a lot more compared to that as well. And hence the name quick filter and normal filter in Tableau. So make sure to mention this basic difference in a clear way to the interviewer. Moving on to the 49th question, it states, what is your plan after joining for the Tableau developer role, or let's say any other Tableau role that you might be joining for as well? So to answer this question, make sure that you keep it concise, you keep it clear, and do not talk about it for 20 minutes. So you can start answering on how you have actually worked with Tableau in your previous years. It may be your learning, it may be your use in a production environment and whatnot. And think about talking about a plan where you first understand the company structure that you're interviewing for, and how well you can have an impact in terms of Tableau will only come if you can understand how well the data is implemented there, right? How the data workflow is set up, how the infrastructure is set up, and all of that. So talk about you first having the ability to easily grasp and understand new things, and then talk about how you can better it or improvise something in the coming days, with further iterations as well. It's not only just that, right? So it's all about you fitting into a role, being a team player, the ability to talk to multiple teams, and the ability to solve the problem at hand. And if you can do it very efficiently as a Tableau developer, then you open up your resume not only to just one or two interviewers, but then even to the top companies across the globe as well. So this is a very tricky question. This totally depends on your potential, your capability, but guys, it is extremely vital, as I've highlighted in the answer, that you have to keep it concise and you have to talk about how you will fit in there, right? So you really cannot barge in and say, I'm going to start changing everything up. Yes, you might have to start changing everything up only after you have understood it and you've seen a problem and you have a thorough way of solving that with your solution, which is supposedly better as well. So make sure to mention all of that. Now, coming to the last question, it states, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process? Well, guys, if you've made it to this question, congratulations. These 50 questions will add a lot of value to your Tableau interview, and I'm sure you can use this as a guide to ace all of your interviews as well. But then this question is very important. If you have ever used a certification program to learn and gain knowledge, you will understand that it will portray a lot of things, right? So you can gain a lot lot of knowledge in a clear way, in a concise way from professionals across the globe. And you can make use of real world projects to concrete your learning, and you can do a lot more for a learner. But now let's talk about what it does whenever you're in an interview, right? So if you have certifications, let's say you are a certified Tableau developer, as soon as you step into this Tableau interview and you state that you have a certification and you talk about it, one thing it will show to the interviewer is that you want your career to be built around here, right? So because you would have spent a considerable amount of time, you would have spent a considerable amount of effort to go on to do something in this field as well. So in that aspect, you definitely will show a lot of aspiration there too. And another thing where you're showing strong aspiration is, let's say if you've jumped from another different background, you might be coming from a management background, you might be a Python developer who wants to become a Tableau developer now, and everything else too. So it'll show that you have the ability to grasp novel things, new things, and understand how they work. And you being serious about it also shows how your certification has added value to your life as well. And of course, since you'll be learning a new thing, in case if it was new to you, not taught in college or any of that, it will show that you are an effective learner and you have the capabilities to be taught. So being teachable is everything in today's world, and I'm sure most of you already know that as well. So one important thing you have to talk about is, of course, talk about the certifications, talk about what you learned through that certifications. But then here's a secret, guys, here's a secret tip: talk about how you used it rather than talking a lot about what it is, because there's a good chance they already know. So there's a good chance that the interviewer might know all the certifications that already exist with Tableau, but then he or she will absolutely have no clue what you have implemented, right? So talk about your projects, talk about your ideas, talk about the new things that you have tried, talk about your practical implementations that you have done after your learning. This is where you try to understand, and this is where you actually impress the interviewer as well, guys. So I hope these 50 questions add a lot of value to your interviewers, and I take this opportunity to wish you all the best for all the upcoming interviews as well. As always, I'll see you on the next one.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Tableau Course. This course is specially designed to make you certified Tableau developer in just 1.5 months. Through this course, you will learn how to create interactive dashboard and perform data visualization with R and big data from the top industry experts. Not only that, this program helps you clear the Tableau Desktop Qualified Associate exam as well. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to a new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the growth in the field of data visualization with Tableau.